following is an interview with my late great friend, Mike Effen McGowan. When we originally recorded this podcast, he asked me, being competitive like he is, he asked me, what's the longest podcast you've ever done? And I said like 6 or 7 hours. And he said, we're going to beat that. And we did. And everyone, including ourselves, were like, why did we just do a 7-8 hour podcast? We thought that way until December 2023 when he passed away of a heart attack. Mike was, he was a philanthropist. He was somebody who was trying to make the most of life and live it to its fullest, and unlike anyone I've ever met, and inspired me in many ways. And he meant more to me than I knew, and I didn't know how much he meant to me until he passed. And this podcast, after he passed, became a time capsule to remember him by, not just for me, but other people who knew him. And it inspired him to start his own podcast, which actually led him to, hire this kid who has since become my friend since his passing. I just randomly met the kid at his wake. And me and him are actually doing a film now to honor Mike, because he was a very important mentor to us. So, listening to this podcast again at the beginning of this year after he passed made me realize the importance of podcasting. I gave it up because I thought that, I had no voice. I didn't really have, any accomplishments to be making a podcast. And then I realized, no, I had made a time capsule and I left someone's legacy here, and helped them do that. And I want to do that for others and myself. And I think that's become the reason I've returned to doing podcasts. And I'm going to try to keep things simple, possibly just doing lav microphones like you're hearing now, and using this cheap, very simple to use camera, and trying to keep things simple, because I'm very much a perfectionist with everything, and it gets out of hand sometimes. But I thought it was right that the first podcast in my return to podcasting was my podcast with Mike, even though it is 7-8 hours. Sorry. So without further ado, the number one is Mike Effen McGowan. Enjoy.
We sat down for about an hour, and I knew I had the job. We hadn't even talked about the job. We just talked about life. Right. Yeah. And we hit it off, and he knew I could execute for him. And one of my favorite things I ever did, and I look back and I know it hit a home run with him when we were talking about it. He said, well, this is going really well. What do you want to do at InvestNet? Right. And I said, no, wrong question. I go, what do you need me to do? I go, I can do a lot of things. I can do research. I can do financial stuff. I can do market. Yeah. I've had all these careers. What do you need me to do? He's like, all right, good question. I'll think about that, right? So I literally got an offer pretty shortly after that, and there was no job description. It was we just need you here. We know you're going to be awesome here. We don't know what the role is, so come on over, learn everything you can about our company and what we do, and we'll figure it out. Like, how does that ever happen?
Welcome to Tom Profit Take. This is Take 16 with Mike McGowan. He co-founded Two Great Lengths, a nonprofit that assists less fortunate, undeserved, and disadvantaged individuals at any stage of their life to meet their maximum potential. He's also a film producer and was executive producer on the short film called Sixes and Sevens that I had the great pleasure of working on this year. Last year, technically, 2021. What struck me, it's hard to get used to that. What struck me while working with you was the compassion you had for the entire crew. You treated them all as family. You were more worried about them at times than they were worried about themselves. But you also knew when to let the creative process take its course. You didn't get in the way of any of the creative directors or get in their heads. You were careful about how you cultivated a creative environment that could succeed. Before I ask the official first question that you have me asking, is there anything you'd like to change about that intro?
No, good intro. I think most of that is because I was new at this, right? This is my third project coming up, so new to the world, but always kind of been intrigued by film and always used it in my daily life to my benefit. We'll probably get into that. But no,
Yeah.
all I could do is make sure everybody's taken care of. The crew was taken care of. The cast was taken care of. A couple people gave me some insight. So yeah, you picked up on my intent for those 3 days. So I appreciate
Yeah, I mean,
that.
you did great, because I mean, the last thing you want is somebody who's just, you know, trying to get their, you know, I think their stamp or whatever on something, and it's like it a lot of times it's a very intimate process. Like, if I'm not having a good day, I won't even write or anything. Like, I'll take a break, because even though I'm the creator of something, if my mental state of mind isn't there, it can screw things up.
I think it comes with age and maturity, right?
Yeah.
If I was 24, I probably wouldn't have been doing all that, right?
Yeah.
But 51, can you believe that? Look how good I look at 51. Can we just take that in?
Is this that'll be a great segue to the first question.
All right, lay it on me, brother.
Why are you so awesome? That was the question.
That was my question for you to give me. Yeah, no, great question.
Wait, keep this close to your mouth.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Like a fist away from your mouth.
Okay,
there you go.
Like a fist away from. Okay,
yeah.
Now it got awkward, right? Okay. So how am I so awesome? Years of practice.
Yeah.
I think I like to make people smile everywhere I go. So it definitely wasn't my parents. You know, like, so you look back and you say, "Oh, I got that from my dad or my mom." No way. Like, I created whatever this that you are getting to know more and more is. I don't know what it is, but it is awesome. Let's be clear.
Yeah.
I mean, agreed.
Was it self-invention?
Well, and you and I hit it off on set.
Yeah.
We cracked up. I think maybe tear-induced crack up, right?
Oh yeah.
Literally that laughter when you can't control it and you're like on the floor and you just can't stop it. That doesn't happen often.
No.
Now that's like maybe once a year that happens. So we had that. And then I also, I'll say this, about 2 years ago, right before COVID, I had an experience that, you know, I'm a cynic by nature on things like religion, whatever, to each his own, right? But I need to feel it, touch it, to believe it, right?
Yeah.
And I went to a spiritual, does the quotes come up here? Spiritual advisor and a tantra massage chakra teacher, right? Just because I like to experience life. I do everything. I just like adventure. And they unlocked something in me that I could feel energy of other people. Not to get weird, because I know it's still weird for me to say it, but you have a great energy. You know this. You know this, right? You're around certain people, you can feel it.
Yeah.
And it's infectious. A positive energy is infectious. So I could sense that about you. I can sense that yesterday I was at a bar, Westchester, where we had our premiere of Memories. And woman two seats down sat next to me. I felt her energy when she walked in. 3 hours later, we were like best friends. I mean, it's just, that's surreal, right? That happens to me at least once a week, if not multiple times a week. I've exchanged numbers with a guy from the Department of Justice about a week ago. He just retired. He had the whole story why he got out of it, because it was too political. And then the couple right down, I gave him my business card because their son-in-law just got laid off from the movie industry and moved back home from LA. He's an audio, does voiceovers, right? So I said, all right, well, I'm getting in that industry. Give me a call. So like, to me, I enjoy talking to people. And I think that just brings out so much more fun and just adventure. So, but yeah, I self-invented my awesome, and I wish I could teach it to others. Because quite honestly, if there was 300 million of me, it would be a better country. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I mean, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to just patronize me. You can like disagree with me. I know you're intimidating, Era, because you look up to me. I can tell it already. You think I'm awesome. You know I'm awesome. You're like, how did he get so awesome? Which is why it was the first question, even though I wrote it. But you can disagree with me.
Okay.
This is a test. For this podcast, I want you to find something to disagree with me about. Okay?
Okay.
Because otherwise you're just sugarcoating me. And that's no good.
We'll find
I don't grow that way. Make me grow.
We'll see if we'll disagree on what makes a great film. We'll see.
Oh,
we'll get to that.
Well, we could disagree. Well, yeah. If we disagree, no, I'll get into that later. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
But yeah, there's something about when there's something I think true where you can sense something about something.
Yeah, I don't know what it is,
and it's beyond it's beyond explanation.
Yep.
You know. I mean, I dabbled in a lot of different kind of ways of thinking, like different religions and different, what's it called? Like, I mean, like I delved into like studying years ago what different effects like drugs have on people.
Yeah.
Especially things that are hallucinogenic and where they kind of like take you to like a higher state of mind.
Mm-hmm.
And then also the reason when I don't drink is like it brings you to like a lower state of mind. It activates like kind of lower primal things like you know, parts of your nature.
Well, thank God for that to women. For me, just to be honest, because if it weren't for alcohol, no, no, but you're right, and I don't know what it is either, right? So neither are sort of like spiritual counselors, but I tell you that spiritual advisor. So you mentioned psychogenics. It's also we both meditate. We talked about this before, right?
Yeah.
You go.
Have you transcendental meditation?
I the woman that did it with me, Valentina, believes I transcended, whatever it means. I felt like I was floating above my fellow. Afterwards, I did it. I just got chills because I had no idea what this meant. I just went in on a whim. I was filling up my gas tank at Wawa, across the street. Adventure, right? Filling up my gas tank at Wawa. I think I might have got a shorty. Might have been a gobbler. I don't know. But who doesn't love a gobbler?
But you're just going to the Wawa.
Across the street, it says spiritual advisor, walk-ins welcome. Guess what I did? Right?
Yeah.
I walked in. And then 3 hours later, I was a completely different person. I took the awesome to another level, which is hard to believe. It's hard to believe. No, it's like,
sure anybody
there's
understands.
no word for
You're
what
still awesome.
I am now.
Sorry, I'm just going to
No, it's okay.
Cover me.
So, so she unlocked something. I didn't mention, I was going to mention it later, but like, I don't have fear in life right now.
Yeah, really.
I have no fear of anything. My life was a lot of governed by fear. This is pre-COVID, right?
Yeah.
COVID's been a cakewalk for me, like from a fear perspective. It's been awful from like what I can do with my life, but I've never feared it, which is amazing because I know a lot of people are really struggling with that vaccine, whatever. No fear. I have no fear in any way of my life. And then the energy and feeling around, like you said, I don't know what it is, but there's something. Walk into a bar, it feels dense, dark, something bad happened. I got to get out of there. I start to absorb it and feels bad. And all these words I'm saying would have made no sense 2 years ago, right? It's just a different experience. So anyway,
I've known some people who, you know, like I had a friend who his mom was, you know, like they swore that she was psychic or some. I mean, this was somebody who you know, like you, like hated religion and shit. Like
I didn't say hate
or not hate, but like
skeptic.
they were skeptic. They were not.
I need to see it.
I use
use
exaggeration sometime. I don't always mean it, but like
I'm offended. This is me offended.
I'm sorry, Mike. It was just like there's something about people who can sense someone's like quote unquote energy, but there's a lot about things like life that we don't fully understand. I mean, there was a year where when I dropped out of college, I'm just going to drop that in there. Yeah.
No,
like I dropped out of college.
I'm really proud of you for that, by the way.
Thank you.
Right.
No, we'll get into that. If I remember it, I'll write it down. Dropped out of college.
Yeah. You're not going to remember? What are you,
dude,
are you the 51-year-old?
Things all the time.
Oh, you're telling me, man. My notes on my phone.
Yeah.
I'm out of space.
Yeah.
Didn't think that was possible.
For notes. Wow. It was, I after college, as kind of a fuck you to everybody, I read 50 books in a year. And books that weren't like.
Why not 52? Just to call it like one a week. You could have made it easier.
Yeah.
And was it exactly 50? Or are you just saying that in general?
Around 50. It could have been less or more.
Just to be clear.
No, I did at the time.
Thank you for going with me on my tangent.
I think I did at the time, but it was, dude.
I'm 50 books in a year.
Yeah, and a lot of it was like self-help, all these different things, and some of it was like shit that I was like, oh, I want to learn about that. It was like quantum physics, things, and advanced like superstring theory, things like that, like Brian Greene books that are,
not Brian Austin Green, to be clear.
No. No, the guy who founded like
you don't even know who Brian Austin Green is, do you? Oh my god, he was on 90210 back in the day. Yeah.
No.
Sexy guy.
Oh yeah,
very hot.
But
see, I'm going to throw you off all day. You're not going to. I told you.
It taught me that it's like there's
Brian Greene.
There's things about that explain there being 11 dimensions, one including time. There's things based in the particles of that make up life, and just so many things like that. And I'm like, everything I learned about in school, like I thought I was so smart, but there's so many things I don't know that most people wouldn't know unless they read books like this. And now it doesn't confirm it's not there to confirm your ways of thinking about like, is there a God, is there all this, but it definitely raises questions of, we don't fucking know. Like I thought I knew everything in high school, you know, a lot of people think they know so much, you know, when they're young, and then you start reading about things and it's like, really? Like, like there's like, we're it's not about atoms, or I think what makes up atoms, I could be wrong, it's like these little, you know, spinning strings. Like if you go even deeper, it's like, and then there's each string, you know, accesses several different dimensions, and that's how the multiple dimensions works. I'm like, and there's an invisible connection between all those little strings that make up the particles, and and the one has like a connection to something millions of light years away, and that kind of made me realize maybe people are kind of onto something when it comes to religions. Now, you know, I mean, when I years ago, I was doubting all that. I was raised Christian, but I started doubting all this, like my religion, and I was called Doubting Thomas.
Nice.
by my youth group teacher. I was like, but I started reading about all this. I'm like, it brought me back. I was kind of like, I approach it from kind of a, you know, like a secular view, you know, but I read this book on art, actually, that the War of Art, not the Art of War, but the War of Art, the War of Art by Stephen Pressfield, and in it he talks about try praying before your writing sessions, or anything with art. And when I started doing that, I realized what inspiration really was, because when you do that, you're letting yourself go to the universe, and you're allowing ideas and inspiration to come to you that normally wouldn't come to you. And so my writing got dramatically better after that. Because
if you replace praying with meditating, do you think it gives you the same result? It just clears the mind, puts you in a more open space.
I believe in praying to what I call it my muse, oh Lord. If it's some kind of thing, and you can pray to your talent if you don't want to pray to a god or something. But it's the thing that you have to open yourself up to. You have to open yourself up to this, or the universe. You know, you pray to the universe that it'll give you ideas. You have to pray to something higher than yourself. When you kind of accept that you are not the almighty, that there is something greater than you, and it doesn't have to be, you know, it doesn't have to be a god. It can be a god. It can be something, anything, you know, it can be Joe Pesci, you know.
It's pretty popular. He's a pretty good guy.
Yeah. But it's like when you kind of open yourself up to something that's bigger than yourself, you open yourself up to, you know, the things that just feel like, whoa, that just came out of nowhere.
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
Yeah.
And by the way, just for you guys just joining now, this is take one. Mike McGowan interviewing Thomas Prophet. And it's been a pleasure to have you here. Thank you for coming. I told him I was going to turn the tide because I'm interested in him more than he's interested in me, I think. No, that's great. And just to get back to the meditation, you said transcendental or whatever the word is, right?
Yeah. Do you want to go into like what that is?
No, what I want to, I have a little bit on it, but I will say that you mentioned psychedelics, psychogenic drugs.
I've never done any.
Right? Neither have I. But you know, and you've read that you get to some sort of other plane, whether it's your just brain tricking you or whatever it is. Meditation, same thing.
Yeah.
Right? So that happened. That's what happened to me. She got into me such a deep state of meditation that I just was floating. It was insane. Right? And I literally shook at the end. She had to wake me up. It was like scary, and I had a shooting pain. Opened my third eye, is what she told me, right? For like a week. So I never went back. But it unlocked so much for me. And it gave me a lot more hope. I don't think as much about, well, when we pass, we're just digging up, you know, pushing up daisies. Like I've always been you're 6 feet under. That's it, right?
There's
this opened up that there's something. I don't know what it is. But no, meditation. And then they say like marathon runners, right? They're so oxygen deprived that they go into these weird states. So I've done a little research because I mean, you can get there different ways. But yeah, how did we get on that meditation thing?
I don't know. I forget.
Listeners, if you could put in the bottom the chat how we got there, that would be really helpful.
Yeah, let me just make sure you're in focus at some.
Well, I usually just look out of focus because that's just my look.
Yeah,
Okay. I'm going to move my Burger King mug. Can I just talk about Burger King for a second?
Go for it.
All right. So lovely beverage. I'm going to put it over here. So because I didn't want it to hide my COVID gut. I want that to be prominent. When I go for a massage, they ask if I'm having single baby or twins right now. It's really comforting.
Is it
twins. I've been going with twins, one of each. Yeah.
Okay. Nice.
So I'm pulling into Burger King. I haven't been to Burger King since COVID, right? The one by me closed. So it took away I'm not driving 17 minutes to get the burger. I'm going through and I want the double cheeseburger. All right. Now, are you familiar with Burger King's burgers?
Yeah. Kind of.
Okay. Double cheeseburger and a Whopper.
Mm-hmm.
How are they different?
One has mayonnaise and
yeah. Okay. I'm going to educate you.
Okay.
It's an education. They're smaller, right? The Whopper's much bigger bun. The hamburgers are a lot smaller in the bun, right? But they're different meat. Okay.
Really?
I like the double cheeseburger meat. The Whopper meat is more like, you could tell it's more processed. It's like chewier, right? Anyway. And again, in the comments, if you disagree with me. So I ordered a double cheeseburger with a soda and fries. Okay.
Yeah.
The guy he's like, well, do you just want the double Whopper meal? And in my mind, I was like, no, I want the double cheeseburger because I know it's a different meat. But this is where I'm getting it. As a study of human behavior, I don't know why. I just accepted him pushing me to the double Whopper. The double Whopper meal was $11.14. Okay. For a large fry, large drink, and the double $11.
So more expensive, right?
It's really expensive.
Yeah.
A double cheeseburger is like $2. It's not a money thing. Huh. It's just about, I let myself get talked into something else. And it got me thinking on the drive here, like that happens all the time to a lot of people. And I just found it interesting. Now, the second part I'm going to be angry about is they changed their fries.
Really?
They changed their fries. I loved Burger King's fries over McDonald's fries. Yeah. I know that's blasphemy. Really? Wendy's is trying to do something new, right? With this, it's always fries, hot. Yeah. I like their fries. They're more like Wendy's fries now. They're the thicker. And I was disappointed. Mm-hmm. And then they were glorious. And there you go. That's how I got. And this has been brought to you by Burger King, the burger of champions or whatever their thing is. I'm sorry. All right. Now I'm done. Burger King. Why do you change it? All right. Go ahead. We'll cut that out.
No, we'll keep that if you want.
Well, no, we can get some sponsorship, I think. Burger King.
Yeah.
The guy with the hat.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Love that guy.
Yeah. That was great. That's probably a clip for YouTube or an Instagram. Yeah.
There you go.
A little 60-second.
There you go.
I can find it.
I'm here to get you sponsorships.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Sponsor me. Let's see. I wanted to ask this question. Like this will get into like the film.
We're gonna talk about film today. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. How did we meet?
Yeah. So I did. All right. So some of your questions that you're going to get into later, I'm going to just cover now, right? Because I know what you're going to ask. You know why? I'm psychic and I'm awesome, right? No, I'm not psychic, but I'm awesome.
Well, I also sent you some.
You did. No, to be clear, you gave me like 5 or 6 questions. But
I'll be surprised if you asked me a question that I didn't. Well, then again, you did listen to some of the podcast. I don't know how much.
I watched a bunch of yours because I respect you.
Oh, thank you.
I shouldn't, but I do. I don't know why I do. I'm just a super fan. I'm just sitting here. I've had goosebumps the whole time.
Whole time of listening.
Sitting here, just listening to your voice. Just
thank you.
So we met.
ASMR.
Well, let me ask you this: networking as a thing. Believer, non-believer? Are you an extrovert? Are you introvert? What are you?
I think I'm more introvert, but slightly extrovert, meaning I can like turn it on. But then again,
opportunistically extroverted.
I think so.
Wow. See what I did?
Wow.
Is that a thing? I think I just made that up, and I think it's awesome. Wow.
It is.
Is that good? Like Webster's dictionary? Because it's 2 words. Maybe it's like Urban Dictionary. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't know.
Opportunistically. So
we're gonna quote you on that.
Yes.
We're gonna coin that from you.
Can I make
Mike
money?
McGowan.
Can I trademark it right now in the next hour?
get NFT.
I mean, Pat Riley did three-peat and made a bunch of money. No, don't get me on NFT. Anyway.
So what's his name from the 6 and 7 shoot? He's
Corey.
Yeah, Corey
NFT whore. Yeah, no. Hey, Corey, I hope you're watching this because that NFT thing, it's just not.
He wanted to have a poolside podcast. So
yes,
I was like, I didn't know he meant like in the pool.
He has nice abs. What can I say? He wants to show him up. Oh my God! All right, where was I?
So
Bring me back.
How did we meet?
Oh, networking. Okay. So do you network when you're out and about? Like, how do you network?
I don't network unless I sense something about somebody,
Okay.
like you talked
Okay.
about. Like if I hit it off talking about just with somebody, if I have a reason to say, hey, I enjoyed talking with you, you know, do you want what's your
Yeah, we networked.
You know, this is actually a small tangent, but I was in Boston with my dad. It was when I was back in high school, or just around college age, or what, like we're starting college or right after, I forget.
It's really not important, so get over it.
But yeah, again, I'm over it now. Basically, there was this guy changing the vending machine or the coffee machine, and I wanted to get some coffee, but he was changing it, and we just started talking out of nowhere and started talking about shows and movies. And it was one of those things, kind of like you and me, just talking about all sorts of stuff. Now I got his information, but I never really messaged him ever.
Yeah.
And I found his card recently, and I was like, it'd be weird if I like reach out to him, but I never have. But I'm like,
that's a perfect example of a mistake made, right?
Possibly.
Opportunity. You don't know what it is. Is he a vending machine guy, or does he own all the vending machines, or are his parents the Hershey Food Company? You don't know, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
So if I knew this when I was younger, how powerful networking is. I've had more opportunity just because I'm talking to people around me. I tend to go to bars a lot because I like conversation, and you can't really go. I mean, where are you going to go? Just have conversation. You can't even do Starbucks anymore.
Yeah.
So, but
really?
networking.
Are you out in?
What's
You're
that?
out in, right?
Yeah, you can go in. You can go in. Masked or not masked, depends on the place. By the way, that was a great day when that reopened. Oh, right by Start, because I work all day and I like to go to Starbucks to break up the monotony, bring my laptop, do my calls there. And when they opened, that was a big deal. When they opened the chairs up outside, right? Like they wouldn't let you sit at the chairs outside for a while. I was just like, oh my God, this is so backwards. Anyway. All right, enough about Starbucks. So I network a lot, and it's changed my life dramatically from a financial standpoint, a rewarding standpoint. That the first thing I tell kids, or when I hire younger people, it's networking, right? Always network. If somebody says let's get a drink sometime, we'll talk about business. Do it, right? Like your opportunity. Yeah, you exchange information. You didn't really know why. It felt weird. You said it feels weird for a lot of people, right? So I do it all the time. I carry my nonprofit business card, my professional business card.
I just didn't know what to reach out about. That was the thing.
Just say, hey, you crossed my mind. I came across your card. How you doing, man?
Yeah.
You don't know where it's going to go. You don't know where it's going to go. I have a guy that helped me out at a New York City Marriott. He told me where to go. He gave me his card. I do it all the time.
I might just reach out and be like, hey, remind him, jog his memory of how we met. I just happened to find your card.
Yeah.
I lost it on my desk, which is the truth.
Yeah.
And then just say, I do films. Like, here's my website.
Yeah.
Hey, man. Yeah. Hope you're doing well.
Hope COVID, you're getting through it.
Yeah.
And hey, he might be the most interesting podcast you ever do.
Yeah.
You don't know, right?
Yeah.
So I like to open it up to that. To me, that's the one thing for you kids out there. Where am I supposed to look there? You kids out there. Is that good?
Yeah.
Did that feel powerful? Yeah.
Yeah.
So you kids out there, you can edit my chins, right?
I'll
just the third one.
I'll select your skin tone, and then I'll smooth them into.
Oh my God! I just got a PS5. Oh my God! I'm all about the skin tone. Anyway, that was so weird. No, so networking is big. We did that. Look at us now. You definitely could do better, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because tell the audience what I told you when we first met, talking for maybe an hour and a half.
I forget. What did you tell me?
No. It was see audience. He didn't even get it. You told me about a project you're working on, what you do.
Oh yeah.
Right. And what did this guy say over here?
I think, or you said it was interesting or something. I forget.
See, it went over his head. So I said, look, if you ever want an investor or somebody to help produce it, I think it's an interesting enough an idea that here's my card.
Well,
here's
I plan to send you. Yeah.
We exchanged our information. Yeah. Right. And I basically, what I was telling you is, I like you. Yeah. I like you, and I'm an investor in you. I invest in people, right?
Well, thank you.
And I invest in good people. But what did you do with that?
I forget.
Little to nothing. Little to nothing, right? Because you just took it as just a conversation, right? But all the time you'll get signals of people that want to help you, that believe in you. And if you can pick up those signals, right?
Yeah.
People, I've had multiple mentors. It's why I do life coaching now, because I think to have an outside influence just trying to take an interest in you, play back to you. I'm not going to like, if we do some project, I'm going to tell you what sucks, what's good.
Did I seriously, like, because I don't even, like, I must have.
I said it again at the event, at the movie event.
Yeah, no, I remember that.
Okay, you remember that? Okay,
Yeah,
so,
I didn't remember.
yeah, same.
I didn't remember it the first
probably,
time.
Yeah, well, it was late. It was probably like midnight,
Yeah.
right? We were giggling. But
Well, I remember it at the event. Yeah.
Okay,
no.
so I was repeating.
I am planning to send you.
And
the
by the way,
scripts.
that was me repeating what I had said to you
Wow.
because I was disappointed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry. Just be Thomas. Prophet.
Okay.
2 F's, 2 T's. Very cool. Right? That's 2 F's, 2 T's,
Yeah.
right? That's what I liked about when I met.
Well,
cool
I don't.
name.
Here's the thing. Probably the.
But wait, how many times?
The reason why.
He's
If the
justifying
reason
that. Wait,
why
this is justification.
I'm going to justify.
Go.
It. I didn't want you to think that that's all I cared about you for. I cared about your friendship. I value you for your friendship, not just.
Nice try. No. You just blew it. You just blew it. Now I'm pulling all funding. No, but sincerely, I mean, that, and a lot of people struggle. So I struggle. I've had this nonprofit for a couple of years now. The biggest struggle is not raising money, not getting the resources to feel. It's people saying yes. People don't. I think I've learned that people don't want to say they need help. Not that they need help, but a life coach. Why would everybody says to me, "Oh, I would love a life coach." Well, here's my card. Never follow up. Blows my mind, right? There's something inherent about humans that don't want to take that help.
Yeah.
Right. Nobody wants to feel like a charity case, which is I'm a nonprofit, not a charity.
I mean, I'll reach
But I
out to
think that's
people when I
interesting.
need help. Like I recently, there's this sketch that's been beating the crap out of me. Not really sure what's been going wrong, but like the day we shoot it each time, like we shot it twice so far, and it just
Product
it was
placement.
funny when we were doing it.
Yep.
But then when we go and when I play it for people, and for the same people who were in it, we just don't laugh, and I think I figured out what was wrong, and I think it was meditation related, by the way. And I think I've almost confirmed it, but I'll confirm it when I reshoot it a third time. But it just it's like I sent that to my best filmmaker friends, including Ryan, and got people's feedback, and you know I'm somebody who will definitely go to people's like for people for help. Like years ago when I spent years just trapped in a tunnel writing something without getting feedback, and now I get feedback all the time. Like I'll go to people, and I talk about feedback so much that people tell me, well, you should do what you want to do, and I do know that, but there's something about getting people's feedback, listening to it, hearing it, also getting other people's feedback on other people's feedback.
Yeah.
Because somebody might have one thing to say about your work, and somebody might have a million things to say, but that person has a million things to say. If you go with their things, the person had one thing will say, wait, you had everything right. You were doing it all right. And they got you. They understood what you were doing. And so
I think you stay with your gut instinct, but you take in all the feedback you can.
Yeah.
And maybe they give you 10 things. Yeah. Maybe I change one. I wrote one screenplay. I won for Best Philadelphia Comedy Pitch years ago. Get me like $800 of like reviewing the screenplay. And it was pretty cool. It was John DeBella was on. I mean, you're too young to know who John DeBella is, but local radio guy for 50 years, 30, 40, 50 years. Pierre Robert, guy from AMC, guy from HBO. And we had to go to Helium Comedy Club and pitch our best pitch. And after that, I sent it around for screenwriting feedback. One was valuable. One was, it doesn't have enough heart, needs a little bit more from a female perspective. I'm like, cool, totally bought in. Other stuff, I didn't take. You got to go with what you think's good, I think. But yeah, so back to networking. See, I brought it back. Wow, 51-year-old guy bringing it back. Do it. No, it's important. And everybody, it's work ethic is big, right? Networking is important. I'm a big empathy guy. I think empathy is one of the best attributes that human beings can have. So once you understand everybody's perspective, you can kind of get along better. Like, all right, this person's coming at it from a perspective of they were raised this way. And they believe this, right? So I can't just shout them down and say they're wrong. So I think those are my big three. I'm crossing off some of your questions in advance because I'm that good. Work ethic, empathy is a big thing, and then networking, and that. So to me, that means I have an idea. So I just did this recently. LinkedIn. Are you on LinkedIn?
No.
So he's not even on the main networking thing that like the universe uses. And he wonders why he has 51 views on these things. See what I did
I
there?
don't know if
You see what I did there?
Yeah.
That was horrible, right?
Yeah.
People watching were just like, what a dick.
I don't care.
No, but yeah, that's good. It's good that you don't care. So LinkedIn got me the job that I'm currently in, 9 years. Thank you. A company called InvestNet reached out on LinkedIn to the president of the company. And I said, hey, Bill, I've heard a lot about you. I kind of met you at a conference or two, financial services industry. And people that know you and know me think we'd hit it off. And I'm ready to join the big boys. I'd love to get you lunch sometime. He got back to me in like 2 hours. He was president of a pretty successful company. And he's like, how's next week? Come up to the New York office. I'm like, okay. I went to the New York office. We sat down for about an hour and I knew I had the job. We hadn't even talked about the job. We just talked about life, right?
Yeah.
And we hit it off. And he knew I could execute for him. And one of my favorite things I ever did, and I look back and I know it hit a home run with him when we were talking about it. He said, well, this is going really well. What do you want to do at InvestNet, right? And I said, wrong question. I go, what do you need me to do? I go, I can do a lot of things. I can do research. I can do financial stuff. I can do market. Yeah, I've had all these careers. What do you need me to do? He's like, all right, good question. I'll think about that, right? So I literally got an offer pretty shortly after that, and there was no job description. It was we just need you here. We know you're going to be awesome here. We don't know what the role is. So come on over, learn everything you can about our company and what we do, and we'll figure it out. Like, how does that ever happen? Right?
That's awesome.
How does that ever happen? It doesn't, right? So networking. I had the balls to just say, how many times has that not worked? It's almost worked every time. And I'll give you one other one. I could probably give you 5 or 6 powerful ones, to be honest. You sports guy at all? You're not a sports guy at all.
Not so much.
Eagles, a little bit? No.
I mean, hey, if they win, great.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I was raised hardcore sports, and thank God we won our championships because now I can enjoy my Sundays. I can enjoy not having to watch every Phillies game, but I was raised into it. I think you get raised into a sports household.
I wasn't really raised in it.
I mean, it's a thing, right? So Michael Barkan is a famous, $5 million. I hope you're watching this, Michael. $5 million a year sportscaster. He does the Eagles post-game live. He's on WIP. Like he's the icon of sports media right now today. So I went to their events a couple times because I was in the sports world. So like you meet like Brian Dawkins, you meet like Don McNabb, like you meet people that are on the team, right? At his events. They're generally giving money to people that had catastrophic issues, house burned down, kids displaced, mom and dad died, nowhere to live, like that type of stuff. So you leave and you're in tears the whole time. It sucks a lot out of you. It's what got me to do a nonprofit, but not be catastrophic, to be lighter, because I can't handle that heaviness on a daily basis. I don't know how these nonprofits and charity do it when it's catastrophic and all day long, right? Yeah. So anyway, I saw on his website, he said, hey, having this stand-up comedy event to raise money for blah, blah, blah. And Jake Elliott, our kicker, it was right after they won the championship. It's going to be there, and come on out. Some winery up in Bucks County. So I saw that. It took me about half a minute, and then I wrote an email to Ellen Barkan, his wife. Actually, take a step back. I happened to be at First Watch for breakfast by myself. I like to go with my laptop and eat a lot of places. So I was there and I saw Michael Barkan with his kids, and I went to the hostess and I said, "Hey, I want to pick up their tab, but he can't know it was me." Right? We had met at a couple of his events, but I didn't think he'd recognize me because he's a big deal. He can't know it's me. She's like, "Okay." I go, "No, are we clear? He can't know it's me. That sucks all the fun out of it. I want him to go about his day and be miserable, not knowing who did it for him. Like that's what I want. That's the benefit I get." So she sure enough did it. And, the kids left. They must have had their own car. And he's walking around. I can tell he's eyeballing for like, who did it? He needs to know. Yeah. And he goes over to me. And no, I'm sorry. He goes over to the hostess, and I can see in peripheral vision. He's strong arming her into who did it, right? He needs to know, right? He's strong arming her. And then all of a sudden she whispers something, and he comes right over me. I'm like, I stood up right out of my chair and said, "Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?" I go, "Michael, it's the fun is sucked out now. You strong-armed this poor girl. Do you feel good about yourself? No. How do you feel about yourself? You feel good?" And then I went to her. I go, "We had this talk." I go, I go, Michael, did you play the I'm a Big Deal card? Did you play I'm a Celebrity card? He's like, yeah, I kind of did. I go, well, you're a dick. You're a dick. We spent 30 minutes talking right there. And then I saw this comedy thing a few days later. I emailed Ellen Barkan. Sorry, I got the thing out of order. We'll edit this so it looks more coherent.
No, we'll just keep it.
Hey, Ellen.
Quentin Tarantino.
Hey, yeah, there you go.
Movie,
oh, that's my guy. Hey, Ellen, was out first watch. You have beautiful kids. Saw Michael. So I saw you're doing this comedy event. I said, I've always wanted to do stand up. I've got about like 3 to 5 minutes of corporate material. It would be an honor if I could like kind of come and try a little bit of that out. Never met Ellen. Met Michael at his events. I get an email. It was a Monday morning, 10 a.m. I think it was the next day, at my office, and I open it up because I given her my business email, and it said, "Hey, Mike, Michael called me on his way home from breakfast. That was the nicest thing ever. Sounds like you guys hit it off, and we would be honored to have you perform stand up in my event." Right? Did you get chills? I got chills. Yeah. Right? This is a big deal guy, right? So I remember sitting and breathing. Like, that did not just happen to me. I'm running around to my guys in the office, all Eagles fans. And that's the kind of people they are. But I took the shot, right? And I do that all the time. I've probably got 2 other just as impactful ones. Now, the whole story about what happened that night is a whole different podcast. We'll get into that later. But go out of your skin sometimes. Try to be more than an opportunistic extrovert. Yeah. And good things just happen.
It's not all out just for opportunity. There's a lot of times where I do things and I realize like over the years, I've gotten better at doing things that are beyond, that are just, it's to make me feel good, to know that I did this for somebody else.
Isn't that the greatest? This is why the nonprofit. No, like literally, but to point, I don't want the credit for it. That ruins it. That ruins it in a way.
It really does.
The nonprofit's tough because you get the credit whether you like it or not. Mm-hmm. But I'm always, paying for the guy in the toll behind me, right? When you're going through the tolls, picking up the Starbucks for whoever's Westchester. You were there for our event, and I found this great new coffee shop, Griffin, on High Street. I don't know. I think it's High Street, Gay Street, Gay High. Anyway, there's a joke in there somewhere. I remember I went to college there. But Griffin, it was this great little quaint coffee shop where the people were so nice. Mm-hmm. And literally, I just announced as I was ordering my coffee that I just became a regular. I said, whether you guys like it or not, I just became a regular. And I'd been there like 2.5 minutes. It was great vibe, great energy. Like we talked about, threw $20 in the tip jar. They didn't see it. I waited for them to go away. They had the little tip jar right in the front. I tucked it in. They didn't see it. If they saw it, if like he turned around, I would have been bothered. I would have been like, no, give me it back, right? But there's something that makes you feel good, right? When you do things like that, love it.
Why is it that I feel like I've seen you somewhere in public, and you doing something like this?
I do it every day. I do it every day.
I swear, I met years ago. I saw somebody do something like that, and he looked just like you. I'm like, was that Mike?
Could be a bald awesomeness thing. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It might be.
There's a lot of us. We're actually clones. I went drones.
All birds are dead. It's just drones from the government.
No, but I do it every day. And I actually, if I can feel a sadness about somebody, I'll compliment them. And like, I really like your eyes, and just walk away. Right? Why did he say that? Is he trying to pick me up? No, I walked away. I said it because I meant it. Like, I don't know when that started driving my daily thing, but like if I go a day, we talked about a day where you're not productive, right? Yeah. You're not a drinker. I am, unfortunately. I'm not productive some days if I go out and I have a few, right? Mm-hmm. I don't feel productive in life if I'm not going out, making people smile every day, complimenting them, and just making it a little bit better world. Because right now it's a miserable world. Yeah, it is. And it's really affected me in a negative way. Like I walk outside and I can feel the negative energy. Like it's just bad. So I'm just trying to like one in a day do it. And it makes me feel good.
So, I mean, hopefully
this is probably the first time I've ever spoken about any of this. Like this is philosophical me stuff that I just have, but I don't talk about it. I mean, you don't talk to your friends like about, I leave every day and I just try to make people smile. Look at me.
No, I mean,
but no, this is interesting for me to say it out loud.
Yeah, you don't ever talk about this with them?
No. What?
No.
Who would care?
I know. I know what you mean when
But
people
my friends know.
don't know. Like
when my friends are out with me, they're like, "Whoa!" My old boss, Tom Sullivan. Hey, Tom, hope you're watching. That'll be your 52nd viewer, hopefully, that I bring to your podcast. What a dick. Anyway, I'm gonna keep going back to that one. No, dude, but we
make
talk
fun of me, Rip. I don't care.
All right, we talk all the time, and he's like, "You just need a camera to follow you around." Because when I tell him the stuff I do during the day, he's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I don't know. I'm just me, man. It just comes natural." So funny. But yeah,
make it better with Mike McGowan.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm trying. I wish the nonprofit would take off more, because the whole idea was to build a network of people expanding the community in a positive way.
Do a web series.
Yeah,
there's a web series for it.
All right, can I borrow all your equipment?
I'll do it.
See what I did there?
I'll potentially volunteer for it.
No, I mean, the world needs it.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right.
No, I think that'd be a cool project. We'll talk about that.
I got plenty of ideas. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So where do you want to go next?
Well, I mean, do you want to go into like? I mean, I mentioned how did we meet?
We're how far in? We didn't get into film related yet.
I was going to talk about, or do you want to talk about film writing, or do you want to talk about like the film 6s and 7s that we worked on, or your projects?
Yeah, I think so. Here's the other thing. I do think the world takes care of people that are good people, right? The whole karma thing, right? Mm-hmm. So I'll tell you a little story. This gets into networking. Again, common theme, maybe. I'm at Bar Avalon in Westchester having my favorite lychee martini, which I love. Didn't know what a lychee was, or a leche, or how do you say it? Lychee. Do you know how to say it, Thomas?
No.
Nobody does. Nobody does.
Leech?
No, not a leech like on your butt. Leech. It's like this little ball, and it's like a giant grape. Anyway, it's a lovely beverage. And I'm there typing my screenplay, and a couple asked me, "Hey, what are you doing there, Mr. Laptop Guy?" And I can tell they had good energy, right? So I'm like, "Oh, I'm just working on this screenplay, making some edits." They're like, "Oh, our son's a screenwriter." I go, "Well, I want a review of this and somebody to like make it more technical." Mm-hmm. I literally had an event with a couple of friends, and that night I wrote, and 17 hours later, I had a screenplay, 100 pages, right? It literally it's like one of these stories you hear, it just vomited out of me. It was like effortless, and I can't write.
Wait, you wrote the whole screenplay because right after that conversation?
No. There was an event with my friends. Mm-hmm. I wrote the screenplay. So that's what I was finishing up at the thing. But like literally in 2 days after the thing with my friends that became the basis for the screenplay, it was done. And I've barely edited it since, right? Mm-hmm. So says, yeah, Ryan, the aforementioned Ryan. I just want to say aforementioned. It sounds really smart to say aforementioned, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Pretty good word. Okay. What do you guys think? You let us know in the comments. So they said that, my son, I go, well, I need a reviewer. I need somebody to do the, hey, zoom in camera, outside shot, like all the stuff that right? The little technical aspects. What's the font and all that stuff? I bought Movie Magic screenwriting software and I plugged it in, but I didn't know all the nuances of like, if you do this, they're not even going to read it, right? So Ryan, they gave me his information. We met the next day over coffee. He's my screenwriter review guy. Overcharged the hell out of me, knowing that now. Hope you're watching this, Ryan. I got to tell Ryan to watch at the 50-minute mark. But yeah, what a ridiculous overcharge, because I've since had another review of it from a female through, Fiverr?
Yeah.
You ever use it?
I haven't used it, but I watched videos about people sending them ridiculous assignments or cool assignments.
I'm 2 for 2, right? One was to build an app, mm-hmm. which I did, and then this was $150 to go through 90 pages and give you edits. $150. Yeah. If you knew what that Ryan Hammaker charged me, Ryan, I'm looking at you. You got one over on me, brother. Nicely done. Nicely done. You preyed on the old man. But no, so we met. He did that, and he did a great job. And then he said, hey, I've got this project I'm working on called Memories. It's a 2.5-minute short. Could use some support for that, meaning producer support, meaning funding, right? Mm-hmm. And I said, I'm in. I mean, what? For thousands of dollars already in the hole, I might as well get something out of it, right?
What? How much, Ryan?
You don't want to know.
Oh my
it was
God.
Bad. No, Ryan, let's both look at it.
I was
right
expecting
now.
Like
Ryan, we're looking at you. Wait, I'm not going to. Ryan, like really? Dick. Anyway, so we became friends. We did Memories, and sure enough, first ever thing I did, I just sat there and I watched and I observed. Were you at Memories?
Yeah.
You were one of the guys, right?
No, I saw the
No.
finished thing.
Okay.
I wasn't.
There was
in it,
two
though,
other
or
people. I think
involved.
Corey was one of them. There was two other guys. I don't know, gaffers, grips, DPs. I just want to say DP because every time I just
Every
think
time you
porn.
hear that,
I know, and you use it a lot. You used it
Unfortunately,
multiple times in your podcast, and I mean, you don't want to be announcing in the world that you do double penetration. I'm just telling you that right now. Like, keep that to yourself. It's not as widely accepted as you think. The double penetration's a niche industry. You should keep it to yourself.
There's no acronym for cinematographer. We need an acronym for cinematographer.
I don't know, something equally as weird.
Yeah,
like the C word.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Ryan, we do this film, and I am proud to say that we've had 4 nominations: Vancouver Film Festival, Rome Film Festival, Baltimore Micro Film Festival. We won, and then there's another one called like Director's Choice, right? All for short film drama. 4. So our movie poster's got 4 laurels on it. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
How cool is that? Right?
Yeah.
I don't even know if Ryan likes it all that much, right? But we got 4 nominations. So first thing I touched. So I'm like, okay, so you were at the event. We are award winning. I can say that, right? How cool is that?
Yeah,
right.
that's nice.
But like, it's all karma. I met the parents. They gave me that. Like, it all just kind of comes together. And I think it's part what the kids say. You put it out to the universe. You put that positive energy out. I can't believe I'm saying that as like a cynic and a guy that would have mocked the person saying what I'm saying.
Yeah, no.
Now it's acceptable though to talk like this.
I mean, I'm that way too. Like, I was a cynic, I was like a skeptic about a lot of things, and I still am. But like, there's something to that.
Yeah.
It really is. And the more I kind of go down that route and try to do good for others and not expect anything in return, that's when things get better.
Nice. Well, by the way, so that's my first official film industry. But before that, I'll talk about one other job. Again, LinkedIn. Get on LinkedIn.
All right,
do it. Just come on.
I'll work on it.
Come on.
I'm not even on IMDb.
I put you on there, I think.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, so LinkedIn. I was done in the financial services industry. This is before that job I just mentioned, where I reached out. I thought sports marketing. I was like, okay, I've made enough money. Let me parlay that into what I really want to do. And I loved sports and I love marketing, advertising. So I'm like, okay, I saw something. The Sixers were hiring for sports marketing position, head of corporate advertising, something like that. So I went on LinkedIn and I found the guy who would be my boss. And I found his last job was the Tampa Bay Lightning hockey team. And he took them from, it was an attendance thing, took them from like 27th to 2nd in attendance in like 2 years, doing marketing gimmicks all around the stadium. He's got a giant old fashioned organ that plays. There's a Tesla from the ceiling, lightning. Now, this was this guy. Mark Gullett was his name. Hi, Mark, if you're out there. I think he works for Uber now, but that's a whole different story. Anyway, as like a driver. Yeah. So I reached out to him and I said, I found out who he was. I Googled him. The way he got the job at the Tampa Bay Lightning is he did a video, black and white video of his son holding up like cards with words without saying anything. Just, my dad just got laid off, drop the card. He'd love to work for the Lightning, drop the card, right? It was this heartfelt, heart-wrenching thing over like a fireplace. What did I do? I got out the little, what is those little DVC cameras? It's like the little tape. I don't know if you remember this. This is like 2000 maybe. I don't know. But you know, like the old idea of a camcorder. I got my son to put on a Sixers jersey, Lou Williams, and I did the same thing for a minute. And I edited together on crappy software. And I got the interview within like a day, right? It was an homage to how he got the job. I said, hey, Mark, love what you've been doing for the Sixers. I think I could really add value. Here's something I put together I thought you might like. An homage to you. Sent it to him. Got an interview the next day. I'm sitting in the waiting room. I've got World Be Free, who's a famous basketball player, one of their coaches at the time, like talking to that guy. I'm like, how did this really happen? Because I went for it, right?
Yeah.
And I did this film. So that was my first ever film thing. But then the professional one was Ryan, and now 6s and 7s. See how it took me 8.5 minutes to get to 6s and 7s? It's impressive, right?
Yeah.
Can fill time like a motherfucker. Anyway, so
dude, I only covered like
no.
2%
We have
of my
12 hours,
questions.
right?
Yeah.
We have 12 hours.
As long as you want, yeah.
Oh yeah, right. You can't handle it. You can't hang with me. All right, we'll figure it out.
Dude,
Right.
I've done a 7-hour podcast
Just 7.
with
See what I did there? Yeah. No,
You
you'll
wanna beat
never.
that?
I'm very competitive. That's another
wanna
thing. Competitive. Are you a competitive person?
Yeah.
That I think bodes well, right?
Yeah.
Competitive people are just driven to win, win, win. That's me too.
Hey, I'm full. I'm
So,
cool with going.
so 6s and 7s. So we get memories. I get a taste of award-winning. Of course, whatever he pitched me, I'm going to accept at this point, right? I'm having fun and I'm learning something new. As you get old, your brain starts to deteriorate. You got to learn something new. For those of you older people out there, the 2 of the 50 that are watching this, that are over 40, right? What do you think? There's about 2?
I don't know.
7?
Eventually, I think
It'll blow up.
Yeah.
No, this is the groundbreaker.
Yeah.
Huge numbers
Hell
in this
yeah.
one. All right, so
You're gonna take a spiral, Mike.
sponsored by
Burger
Burger King. So love the fries. So 6s and 7s, right? By the way, I still have an argument on it. And again, I can't wait. I hope Ryan watches this. He doesn't have the patience to sit through an hour, so there's no shot he'll make it this
He
far.
wants to do a 30-minute podcast and stop it at 30 minutes, even if it's going. From my experience, the best stuff happens between 2 and 4 hours.
Okay.
You know.
Is that where the delirium kicks in? You just start like
No, it's the deep work.
Okay.
It's like that's with like writing and any kind of creative thing. It's like you just you go into overdrive.
So when you're 7 minutes into this with me and you're already at that 2-hour mark, what it feels like, you realize that you're as awesome as me, right?
Oh, thank you.
We were in the deep mode in
Yeah.
7 minutes.
Yeah,
We're that good. How good are we? That good. Okay, just to be clear. Drink it in. Embrace it. It's
I
good.
am.
All right, so 6s and 7s. Remind me to get back to the name of that and what it means, because that's a controversial thing with me and Ryan, that he's not going to see this. And I haven't said this to him yet, but I have to.
No,
You're going to help me work through this. You're going to help me work through this.
Yeah.
Because he's a very interesting character. He's a great.
Can I tell you what? So I showed him one of his pieces of feedback about my film, with my sketch that I'm trying to reshoot, was to shoot it like he said that it was too wide.
It was going to be technical advice. I knew that right away.
And because he felt like it was more of a drama or a horror film, and because it was too wide, it kind of distorted things.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I get where he's coming from. I actually almost I almost planned to reshoot it differently, the way he was talking about. But I mean, I talked with people who have seen it, and nobody ever pointed it out that it was too wide.
You nailed it.
And other people
my
really
God,
liked that about it.
This is going to be the best hour of the podcast.
And
we're going to do an hour on
we're gonna
ripping
shit
on
on
Ryan.
Well, I'll send this clip to him.
Jinx. I just laughed so hard I almost sharted. I just want to say that out loud. I've never said that to anybody, but I'm looking at you, camera. Like literally, I had to sphincter up a little bit. It almost, and it would have been a mess because I did have some drinks last night. It would have been a mess.
But I mean, nothing. I'm grateful for his feedback. I think that
of course we are.
I think he's. I know
feedback accepted and rejected.
I'm gonna keep thinking about it. Like if somebody else says that, I'm gonna really think about it. But
well, did you think you thought about shooting it again though? Right?
I am shooting it again, but I almost shot it. I was gonna shoot it again with the way he was suggesting,
just to see for your own curiosity.
But I've
does
always
it
shot
change
things
it
that way. I've always shot things the focal length he was talking about, and it bores me. It doesn't look as good as this what the look I'm going for. And I want it. I don't mind my comedies looking a bit like a drama, because to me it's dramedy. Yeah. It's a combination of the two.
My favorite one was the cop with the badge. Just I mean, no, that's gold. I mean, the actors were terrible. Looking at you. No, I'm kidding. No, do you like to act in all your things?
I'm stopping.
Oh, really?
You
realized you were just a very bad actor? I mean, what really did for who told you? No, I'm kidding. No, I think you're pretty good. You're pretty good.
I realized from this sketch that I've been struggling with that I started out directing it, and then the second one I acted in it. But I realized when you act in something, it's like as soon as you call action, you shut your brain off until somebody says cut.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't. Like I am totally accountable for the quality of my films, and it bugs the shit out of me if I have to leave it up to somebody else and find out what's going to happen later in the edit, because I have to edit it. I have to do everything when it comes to that stuff, and like I do cinematography for my own films too, and for the same reason of I know that I am totally responsible for it. It comes down to like this, my favorite philosophy of leadership is extreme ownership, from Jocko Willink, this retired Navy SEAL commander. But it's like I do massive amounts of preparation on everything. I know every frame of my film before I shoot it.
Mm-hmm.
I know where I want to put my lights. I know what settings I'm going to probably put them at. And then I adjust it on the day and you know, but I'm realizing like from this sketch, I need to figure out my process and do it in a safe way. And the safest way is to make sure I'm seeing everything as a director and seeing my actors and directing them and being there for them. And also, like I realized that this sketch, I think the biggest problem was my meditation routine was different from anything else I've ever done. I have a writing routine for writing, and I have a writing routine for shooting. My writing routine for shooting is I do transcendental meditation in the morning, I work out, and then I go to write. I go to shoot. But if I'm doing writing day, I have a second meditation later where I just allow myself to think, and it gives me most creative and effective ideas possible for the writing, but that I'm in my head more and I'm not working as hard as I can. If I'm doing transcendental meditation in the morning and that's it, then I go to the shoot, I'm able to push myself like outside of my body in terms of how hard I can work.
Okay. Yep.
You know what I mean? Like I can there are moments where like if it was the other way, you know, for writing purposes, I'd be very in my head about what, you know, I'm doing. And I'm like, I can't like, you know, like it's like, it feels like you're looking through fog.
I gotcha.
And you're looking inward, but for that, I'm able to look outward and see, okay, this is working, and be very subtle about the changes I'm making to the performances. And I didn't realize that until I changed my routine, and I found that out. And so it comes down to, I want to make sure that my first feature film is as good as it can possibly be. I want to watch every minute of that and feel good about as much as possible. Like I want to feel good about the performances. I want to feel good about the cinematography. I want to feel good about everything, the sound, everything. And I want people to watch it and say that, you know, this stacks up against films that are made for millions of dollars and is possibly better.
Let me ask you this. So what kind of acclaim would be the best for you? Is it the technical aspect? So when Ryan does his movies, you nailed him exactly, right? It needs to be 30 minutes.
I love his feedback.
Right? But you also described, you're a lot like him in I know every shot before I do it or draw it up. I know my lenses. I know everything. Yeah. He's the exact same way, right? That's next level, right? Like not a lot of people are not that way. I think you guys are probably on the one side of the extreme there. But you know, what do you want them to love about that feature, right? Is it the cinematography? Is it the story? Is it you know, the whole package? Like what?
It's the whole package. It's the gestalt. When people, they're not gonna, it's like in years from now, like years after I make the film, it's gonna be hard for me to kind of, you know, separate what it was. But in the moment, it's the gut feeling about everything. You know, I have a certain standard about how my gut feels about something I make. And that's why I've shot this sketch. I'm shooting it a third time now. It's because nobody could put their finger on what it was that was wrong. And I realized it was my meditation routine. I'm going to find that out for sure, but I'm pretty sure it's that. And that's one of those weird things that's beyond comprehension. That's like, why is that affecting the performances? Well, it did. And it's like, I care about the gut feeling people have when they see anything. Now there's like, I'm a big believer in the 80-20 principle. There's, you know, find the 20% that gets 80% of the results. This is where I think Ryan, like this is where I'm going to shit on Ryan. Like,
this would be awesome. This would be fun.
It's like,
we love you though. We love him though, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, of course. We love you, Ryan. I gotta have him on the podcast.
30 minutes or under, and he has full creative control. He controls the lighting and the cinematography.
Yeah, it won't be shot on wide lens,
and it'll need to be storyboarded out 100% the whole way. We're such dicks.
Written
Ryan.
and directed by Ryan.
Ryan's on his couch watching on his nice TV, crying right now. Sorry about that, buddy.
Sorry,
Ryan. All right.
But it's like there's things you got to be able to let go, but I can't let go of when my gut tells me that it's not right.
100%. Yep.
And I have to then pull it apart and figure out what it is. I have a gut instinct about how I want my shots to look. And this is why I'm not sure if I want to have a cinematographer. For me to find a cinematographer.
You don't. Just stop. You don't. This just happened on 6 and 7s to Ryan and Adam, right?
What?
Ryan should never have a cinematographer. He is the cinematographer, right? I mean, he is. That's you, right? You're going to freak
The reason
out.
to have one is it's said to speed things up.
Yeah.
I know my process really fast. Like it will take me 2 hours to get to set up a 3-camera setup the other day. It took me 2 hours to do that. But I got it done before anybody showed up. Well before, and I was able to go to Wawa and get everybody's food and be the catering person.
Nice. Any gobblers in there? Was this gobbler time?
Not
Gobblers are gone.
Sometimes
You're gone again. I know.
No. Why don't they have that? I've never tried one, but I want to try one.
Segment brought to you by
I want to try gobbler.
The gobbler that never rests. I don't know.
But it was, that's what I've been thinking about, because for me to find somebody who can do it as well as I want them to, it's going to be $500 a day at least. Yeah. And I know
and you still might not be happy because their philosophy and their way of viewing things might be different.
I've only recently started to enjoy my own work as a cinematographer in my films, and I'm like, I can do it.
Yeah.
I mean, it might run a little bit longer, but I feel like there's going to be times where it'll run longer with a cinematographer because I have to communicate everything and not just go in knowing what I want because I did all the preparation. It's all in my head and in my notes. If I might do a video where I walk around the set recording my notes out loud, and I rarely ever go to it then because I know it once I make the note. And so it's instinctive now, and if I need to change anything, I change it on the spot and I don't have to communicate much. So I don't know. It's
no, I can tell that your personality type with Ryan's is similar.
Yeah.
You've got your niche, you got your vision. And when you try, so Adam was our cinematographer in 6 and 7s.
He's great.
He's great. Love Adam. But they just have different visions, right? Yeah. And what, right? So to watch them, and I think you picked up on this, they go at it, right? And Ryan's going to win because he's the director. He's the guy.
Yeah.
Right. And Adam's.
That's what I'm afraid of is in having a cinematographer. I know I'm going to give them very little creative potential. Yes. Because the thing is.
And a person who's a cinematographer, in my mind, Adam is not going to react well to that.
Yeah.
They're babysat. You're taking away their creativity, right? It just didn't go well. All right. So I'm going to make an announcement right now. Ryan and Adam, you will never work again together on a film.
Really?
They already know it. They know it.
Wait, really?
Yeah. No, they should not. My guidance to them is they should not. Ryan should always be his own cinematographer, just like you should. That. Okay.
Yeah.
And Adam's at a point where he just doesn't want to be the video guy or the DP or whatever.
What's he doing now?
Well, he wants to be a cinematographer, right? So he's done lead in a lot of things. And this film hopefully gets him as cinematographer with a nice stamp on it that he can use as his calling card to go be a cinematographer on a feature, whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
But Ryan and him, they have different visions. Ryan has it storyboarded out, the shots, right? Mm-hmm. He's meticulous about the notes. Mm-hmm. So he needs to hand that to somebody to just execute it. He doesn't want your opinion. He's already mapped it out. The vision is solid, right? He's instinctual. He's got a gut feel. He knows it, and he's probably usually right? At least for his vision, right? Adam's got ridiculous amount of experience, ridiculous amount. He's got so many projects he's done, right? So he's got a technical side. He's thinking about different angles, lighting and all that stuff. He might be right some of the time, but Ryan doesn't want that feedback because he's already mapped it out. He needs a good, strong photographer, or what would you call it? A good, strong camera guy. It's not cinematographer. That
the way Adam defined cinematographer was it's you're there. Your job is to realize the director's vision, and that's where I realized I'm like I know how to realize my vision. Part of my process of figuring out my vision is by doing it.
Yeah.
I leave a little bit of the room to play around on like with my own equipment, my camera, my lights. I know my lights. I know everything.
You're not going to be so inflexible that you're not going to try different things. But at the end of the day, you know.
Yeah.
So anyway, so they're never working together again. I'm going to tell them that. After this is over, we got one more day of shooting.
I can't wait to do that.
But it's just a bad fit. And look, they both really respect each other and really like each other. Like we go out for drinks, but just the the level of animosity that comes out, I don't know if animosity is friction, better word, is not healthy for the project. And it happened, I stayed away from it, but it happened that 3 days that you were there. I don't know if you were in the room for any of that.
Oh, I mean, I remember us having conversations. That's why I mentioned at the beginning of the podcast, I thought it was, I mean, commendable that you allowed it to go, because if you got involved, if you intervened, it would have, you know, derailed things.
Yeah. Well, we went over every day, right? Which that bothered me because I'm not a very scheduled person.
What was it that caused it to go over?
I just think they took so long to come up with the way that shot was going to take. I think it was a lot of Adam and Ryan, quite honestly, and lack of preparation. I think there was a lack of preparation on certain things on everybody's part. Like Ryan will map it out. So if you read what he tells you, you should have it solid, right? But you can't just partly read it and like look at the picture and go with it. And now, like to Ryan's perspective, be like, I wrote it right there how it's going to be shot. All you had to do was do it, right?
Yeah.
So that shouldn't take time, but it did, right? Because anyway, but what, you know, so prepping, like we didn't have some of the equipment on day one. There was, I stayed far away. If you notice, I was in the other room, like always. I literally was never in the room for any of the shooting intentionally. I just wanted them to know, like, look, I'm just a guy. I don't have anything, but I can observe and I can hear and I can give feedback. And I'm going to wait till the project's fully over to give that feedback. So I don't know how long it takes to edit and put these things up, but and then give the feedback that, yeah, you guys, it's too much friction.
The thing that the thing I recommend for filmmakers is do like 5, before you ever do like a big feature film project or something, do 5 short films as well as you can within your own means as soon as possible. And the reason why is doing a lot of short projects, it teaches you how to think very fast in every step of the process. The writing, the reason I've acted so much, partly for ego.
Yeah, you like looking at yourself. You are a handsome man.
But thank you.
Yeah.
Not yourself as well.
No, I was. The game has passed me by.
I gotta see this. I gotta see. Yeah, but the thing is, when I acted in my first feature film in like 5 years, like in 2019, it was my first feature. It was first short film in 5 years. I was stuck writing, and I finally through feedback was able to get out of that hole I was in. I wanted to act in it, and I instinctive, partly because I thought it'd be great, for obvious reasons.
Picking up chicks a little bit,
possibly, yeah. But after I did that film and I acted, I did so many rehearsals, I'd done so much prep work to play the character, the lead in the role in the film. What happened was the next film I went to write, the writing was the dialogue, even though on the previous one I spoke it out loud when I wrote it, I then knew how to make it flow better, way better. Okay. It flowed way better than the one before that. And so there's something about putting together film, every step of the process, especially if you stay involved with every step of the process, including like editing, different parts of the process inform each other. And so I advise filmmakers, make as many films as you can that you consider great quality, instinctively, and that's why I do sketches lately while I'm writing these big feature film projects I'm working on. I got 2 feature films I'm writing, is the one I told you about and the World War II one I'm doing. And that's gonna be interesting. I got to figure out how to put that together and find how to make it PA look like Normandy. But with doing
go to Western PA, kind of looks like that in some ways.
Well,
sorry, Western PA.
Eastern PA it's quote. I have a quote that the Eastern PA that it reminded this reporter of Eastern PA. And so that was inspiration partly that I could pull it off. And so, but doing short projects, you learn how to do things faster and on a gut level and instinctually. And so, and I forget where I was going.
Well, and it's also small enough that you can do the end to end too, right?
Yeah.
You were going, this is your advice. You do 5 short projects. I don't know what got us there, but this is what you're talking about. Trying to bring you back.
I was trying to get into...
For me to have to bring you back is bad.
Yeah.
You're worse than me.
It was... how did we get into this?
I don't know, but you were giving the philosophy about, you tell every filmmaker, And you want your feature to be perfect. We were on Adam and Ryan.
Well, the pottery.
Did I get you back?
It's a pottery example. Yes,
I won't talk.
Thank you.
I won't talk now.
So there's a study where a professor had his it was like a sculpt, like a pottery class or something involving that, like what's the word for it? I forget, but he had half of his class focus on one pot, work on making this one pot as good as you can possibly make it all semester.
Okay.
And then you had the other half make as many pots as they could.
Mm-hmm.
Ryan's a one pot kind of guy.
Mm-hmm.
Or like fewer.
Yeah.
Because and it's admirable because he does great. He puts a lot of quality into it. He cares. But it's when but what that study proved was the people who made as many pots as possible consistently put out better pots than the people who's focused on just one.
Yeah.
They produce more better pots.
What's that, analogy? Yeah, it's a great analogy.
Yeah.
I never heard it, but I love it. And it's true.
It's
Jinx number 2. First one was about like sharding, I think. What was the first jinx about?
It was
shitting on Ryan. No, it was shitting on Ryan.
Yeah, or
No, we jinxed. We both said we were about to shit on you, Ryan. Wow, this became the Ryan.
I'm so sorry, Ryan.
Cathartic.
Yeah.
All right, so here I'm going to bounce this one off you. So we got into 6s and 7s a little bit. It looks great. I don't know if you've seen any of the footage thus far.
Well, I mean, seeing it one set when they were filming it, it looked amazing.
It does look great. Yeah, it does. I mean, that's the one thing about right now. The interesting thing is, I don't know story wise, right? This is what I was asking you. What makes people love your stuff? What do you want it to be? His is you nailed it with. He's got such a detail orientation that it actually hurts.
What
the
thing
project, in my opinion. I keep telling him this. I've told you.
Here's
this
another thing I've argued with him about is.
Why is he argumentative? Is he always on the other side?
No, not argued.
No, he's always on the other side. He does it intentionally.
The thing is, this is a disagreement I have with him. Is he is very particular about his scripts. Like if this character drives this certain truck,
oh, don't get me started.
Then
particular is not the word.
Exact.
It's hyper particular. It's like beyond the pale.
The first film I made in 5 years, one of the rules I had was to write the script come up with the story and write the script was it has to be non-location dependent. Now, granted, it didn't work because eventually I did need a theater for one scene or like a few scenes. It was hard to work around that, but the goal was originally come up with a script that could be done anywhere because it's not about the location. It's about the characters talking about what they're talking about. And they're using their dialogue and their words to create to create dramatic structures. Here's some things that like Aaron Sorkin suggests in his masterclass on screenwriting. You want the character to have a relatable and strong intention. This is something that they want. And then there needs to be a formidable obstacle that will either destroy them or nearly, bring them close to destroying them. And that creates the clothesline for the entire film, and you hang scenes on it. And the character uses tactics. So you have intention, obstacle, and tactics. That is a huge theme in the Aaron Sorkin films. And he could write about anything, about anywhere, and make it interesting. And if that's all he cares about in terms of making a great screenplay, he's on to something. And that's one thing I use. I call that a limitation. And I'll jump ahead with the question of what makes for a great film or script. For me, it's the proper limitations. It doesn't matter what car the character drives. It could, but it's not as important as getting the film made. All it matters is what makes for an entertaining film, and it's not the particulars. It's the abstract. It's the overall. It's the how do you use characters in conflict to make something interesting and make people want to watch? It's like watching a car accident. You drive by, it's a horrific thing, but you like, oh, let me slow down so I can look at this.
No, that's what people are doing right now on this podcast. They're like, this is a shit show. I can't stop looking at it. Right? That's how I feel about it. I'd keep watching. I don't know what these fuckers are going to say next, but it's going to be all gold.
But that is what gets people watching. And it's knowing how to structure it properly so that they don't stop watching it like sometimes they would a car accident. They only watch it for so long. But you're trying to get somebody to watch something longer than that and to feel moved and entertained, and you're trying to stir their souls.
Yeah.
And so you have to dig deep into your soul and find something that's true and honest and real. And it takes time. It takes time. But, you know, you don't have to hold. My thing is, you can make films for relatively low money. It's just you're going to need to use more time and discipline to pull it off.
Yeah, so I think so back to shitting on Ryan, because that's the
I'm so sorry, Ryan.
No, I love it. I've said most of these things to him directly. I think just about everything I've said to him directly.
He's going to hate me for the rest of his life.
But I think that particularness, hyper particular, we had to have a steam engine train. Okay. Because the time period that he wanted, there's a scene with an old Western. One of the characters is a John Wayne type from the Western days. So we had to have movies that looked like they were filmed then, right? So it was done on film the day you were there, right? And it was a steam train. So we went to the Wilmington and Western. They were great, but that was 1/4 of our budget. Yeah. Would anybody have cared what kind of train it was? Would anybody have cared if we superimposed the steam in a certain way that it emoted that it's a steam engine?
He has an issue with visual effects.
It's particular. Well, we talked about his gun thing, right?
The thing is, it's like meditation is something that I think that that's part of the thing that makes me be able to look at something very loosely. Meditation enables you to observe your own thoughts. It enables you to observe your own pain and identify it as this is something that is happening or that is going, that this idea is a thing that is passing through your brain. You don't have to react to it. You know, people who have trouble, dealing with their emotions or their anger, if they use meditation, they can identify that thing when it's happening and choose to turn it off. The things that, we have baked in, the behaviors that we have baked into us from our parents and from our upbringing, that you can't erase that. It's data that you cannot erase about your personality, but you can identify it and choose to turn it off because you have that power. You just have to acknowledge that you have that power and identify that, and then do it. And that's you using your adult brain versus your child or your parent brain. This is a book I'm reading called I'm Okay, You're Okay, that I'm starting to read.
I'm glad that you read these books so they can give me the knowledge and the cliff notes afterwards.
I'm going to send you this.
I will never read it.
No.
I even say the audio version, I don't. It's weird for me. So I've been given more books to read. Those books that you're reading, man, this might come out egotistical, but I don't care because we all know I'm awesome. But like a lot of times when I hear what the backbone of the book was, it's been inherent to what I do already. And it's great because it gives me validation. It's like, whatever it is, a lot
of books could be blog articles.
I agree. But I feel fortunate that I don't know how I figure. I think I just absorb. You absorb a lot.
Yeah.
I absorb what I see. So I see what works and I don't need I see how people interact and I see what works and I take all the best things. Oh, I see how that guy got the control of the room. He did this. I'm going to add that to my next speech or whatever it is. So I wish I could read more. I actually, ADD or ADHD or whatever you want to call it. I had this in high school, reading comprehension.
Is it dyslexia?
No. I can read. So I can read a newspaper article or a blog. And if I'm really, really interested in it, I can probably remember what was on the previous page. But if I'm reading like Tom Sawyer or like anything like that, I read a page, flip to the next page. I don't remember what I read. It just doesn't stick. It's the weirdest thing. So I've always been a newspaper. I mean, it's the best part of the internet. It's the blog. But if it's of interest to me, I think the furthest book I just read was because every day it's a whole different project. A guy named John S. Hall. S stands for nothing. I love that. He was the lead singer of a band called King Missile. And that's another. So I've loved them since the 90s. I saw them in concert a bunch of times. They are famous for the song Detachable Penis. Okay. So he does spoken word in the East Village. It's hilarious. It's dry. I still don't know if he's a character or if he is this person, but it's some of the best stuff ever. I actually started doing performance art, stand up, lip syncing his songs and acting out the scene. So I'll send those to you afterwards. I think they're hilarious, and I'm going to send them to him as an homage to him. So he, what was my point? Where was I going? Now you bring me back. Wait, where were we? Where were we? Shit.
Reading Humber.
Oh yeah. I read his book. So I've always loved this guy. Every time I'm having a bad day, I just put King Missile on in my car and I'm just smiling. It just does that to me. And I mean, it's just classic. We're definitely going to have some stuff in the links, but I reached out to him. I found a website and it was his publicist and I said, hey, and I had 250 characters to put in the comments. Hey, been a fan. Love to help produce John with a project he's got coming up. It's my way to pay it back because of all the joy he gave me, right? And I did this on a Sunday, 1 a.m. that night. I got a response. I didn't get it until the next morning, but and say, hey, Mike, it's John. Oh, I love it. Let's talk tomorrow. This is John S. Hall. Guy, to me, he's like, he's like a Dave Grohl. Like he's a big deal.
Is that one of the projects you're doing next?
It's one of the ones I have on the list. Yeah. Nice. So 2 projects with him. One is really out there, which I can't wait to do.
That's awesome.
So we talked 8 o'clock. It was about an hour and a half. I cut it because we just hit it off. We talked about the first concert I saw him. He remembered the concert. He remembered one of the lines he said. He said, I wish people would stop calling us King Missile. It's King Missile. And it was like this most random rant he went on for like 45 seconds to a crowd of like 50,000. It was a festival and they were like an opening act. And I said that to him. He's like, I remember that. This is 92. 30 years. I said, John, let's take this in. We both remember this thing. 2 people on the planet remember this, but you had an impact. And it was because they just got back from doing shows in London where they were calling him King Missile. So he liked how it sounded. So he tried to, this whole thing. He's like, I totally remember that rant and I was just messing around. I'm like, I know, it's awesome. So I reached out to him. He called me, or we got back. We set up for that night. And now I'm talking to a guy that I look up to within 24 hours of filling out an online form, right? And we talked about projects he's got coming up. The one, it's called Sensation Play. Sensation Play is a BDSM term. You didn't think we were going to go there, but we are. BDSM term, what does BDSM stand for? Domination, sex, something. Bondage, domination, right?
Submission,
right? For those of you out there, right? Not privy to this.
I had a speech class, and there was this woman who gave a whole presentation on it, and that was one of the most interesting.
It's big now. So sensation play is that you like soft touch, soft, sensitive touch, the feather tickler, whatever, right? So he calls his band Sensation Play. He sends me a video of it. I watched that night. And it's he didn't call it performance art. It's a theme band. Every song's about BDSM in a different way. So he's got 3 female. He's got like a guitar, bass, drums, 3 females in his band. And he sends me this link. And okay, so I'll not do it justice, but we'll put this in there because it's on YouTube. And it's called The Last Time. Okay, so he sends me, it looks like they're in a church. When you see this, it looks like they're in a church. And he goes, the last time she peed on me. The last time she peed on me. I could tell she was just going through the motions. It was the last time she peed on me. And he's going to do a better job. And he goes, she didn't even aim for my face, let alone my mouth. The last time it's just this out there, like 2-minute thing. I was just like, I go, we're producing an album, John, of that. Like I was all in.
Wait, so it's an album you're producing?
His band's Sensation Play. They've done a couple of gigs. And I told him, he gave me about 7 ideas he's got. And he said, you tell me which ones you like, we'll do that. And I said, no, you tell me which one. This is about you, John, right? So we went back and forth. Really nice guy. We haven't talked about a month. I have to get back to him. But I mean, so he's got that. He's got another book he put out. But the book that I read, brought it back now, is called, oh man, can you Google something right now? Oh, what the hell is it called?
What is it?
It's a single, if you type in John S. Hall book, it should come up. It's on Amazon. This is another weird thing that I would love to get your perspective about. So I look at it and it's
daily
daily negations. Thank you.
Negations.
Daily negations. Okay. Every day, 365 pages, he starts you off with a sentence or two of a negative thought to start your day. Okay. So it's the exact opposite of what we talked about. It's the exact opposite of what we talked about.
I love that.
They're hilarious. They're so hilarious. The one is like, I'm fat. I could get bigger clothes and appear less fat, but I'm still fat. I could eat less, and then and he goes on and he goes, but at the end of the day, I'm just fat. And that's it. It's just like this random thought, daily negations. It's great. I bought it. I got all the way to October. I'm going to finish it. John, you're going to be the first book I've read since high school. I was always a Cliff Notes guy. I'm going to read it. Some of them, I've never gone through a book and I've bookmarked so many pages of like my favorite ones. So now I go to bars with it. And I ask people their birthday and I read their daily negation of their birthday. And a lot of times it's been spot on. Like my son's is like spot on. So anyway, that's the last book I read, Jenna saw, but we'll get into that. Sensation Play, producing an album on BDSM what was the other one? The Last Time She Peed on Me. That was my favorite. And the other one was about submission, male submission. That's the whole theme of his Sensation Play. So anyway, when you see this, you're going to see how out there he is, and you're either going to think it's the funniest thing ever, and be like, "This is just twisted," and it's a little bit of both. But anyway.
Yeah.
All right. So what do we got next on your agenda? Now that we're in topic 2, or question 1A.
Literally, I have like probably 20 questions.
I told you tangents. I told you tangents.
I love this.
Is this just like all your other ones?
Well, it's become more and more where I'm straying away from the questions I have and I let it do that because I love that.
That's
like,
the best.
I love,
that's where it happens, man.
The only reason I have the questions is just if I'm having a crap time.
If it sucks, you have to have something.
I'm trying to think. We haven't even touched. Oh, you haven't really touched much. Well, we touched someone on the nonprofit.
Yep.
But did you want to talk about that a bit?
Yeah. Not really. No, I was kidding. I was trying to think. No. I was trying to think. 6s and 7s. I wanted to close out.
Yeah. Let's do that.
So.
Oh wait. What about the name? The name of that.
Oh, thank you. You brought me back.
I wrote it down.
All right. So you're going to be Ryan, or you're going to at least listen, like, right. So
yeah.
What does 6s and 7s mean?
Do you want me to explain it as Ryan?
No. Do you know because he told you?
Yeah, I know.
Did you have any idea what it meant?
No, I did not. I didn't.
Would anybody on the planet?
When he originally sent me the scripts, I didn't. I got multiple scripts from him, and 2 of them were for the cowboy stuff. I read that first, not knowing what I was reading.
Yes.
And he should have just sent me the full script, with the full shooting.
Did he send you the treatment? What did he send you?
He sent me all that too. Okay, but I think I read that, and I read the cowboy stuff first. And I was thinking.
Oh yeah,
I remember Ryan. I was like, Ryan, you were a better writer. What happened? But I realized it was supposed to be like an old movie that was like kind of all like what's the word? I forget.
Cheesy, choppy, whatever. Yeah.
And I read that first, and I'm like, I don't remember. Like,
was
Ryan,
really
you were a hero.
Was he really high?
You were a hero of me. Like, what happened? Like, yeah, did you lose it? Like, and then I read the thing. I was like, oh my god, this is genius. There he is. That's and I was like, this is a guy I looked up to. Like,
that's
and
so
he
funny.
Showed me into the world of filmmaking. He sent me to film.org when I was looking for film crew. Like, that, I mean, and
that's
so
funny.
Like, I was, and then
for the audience, the cowboy western's written like really
it's
cheesy spaghetti western, so it doesn't look like a script now.
I now understand that when he said, he wanted to, if you're shooting a cowboy thing, you can't be using a steady cam. I think what he meant by that is like it's supposed to look like a movie that was shot back then. So that made sense.
Yeah. Okay. And so you read it.
Yeah.
And his name is 6s and 7s.
Yeah.
When did you ask him what that meant, or did you Google it?
We were on set one day, and everybody was around. And I was like, Ryan, please explain what the name of this movie means.
Is this at the mansion in Lebanon? Or no?
Possibly.
Okay,
I think so.
Okay.
I think so.
Yeah, and he did.
And then I was like, oh, okay.
Okay. So,
I mean, I think it was clever, but here's the thing.
Wait. I want to say it because I think I know what you're going to say.
Go for it.
So you didn't Google it, but you read the script not knowing what the hell it meant. You got through all the 3 parts and you still didn't know what it meant. So you had to ask him.
Yeah.
Okay. How'd that make you feel?
I mean, I maybe at one point I would have looked it up and then figured it out. Yeah. But I think, I want to make it when I make a title, like I think it should be obvious enough that the audience can come to their own conclusion.
I knew you were going to go there. Yeah.
You want the audience to come to their own conclusion. Yeah. not have to look up a fact.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So this
Sorry,
I have not said this to him yet, so I'm going to say
so
it
bad.
now.
I'm like,
no, I'm going to actually
but
call
here's
him.
the thing, look.
I'm going to call him on the way home just so I get it out to him, because I don't ever speak about somebody behind their back without something I would have never even said to their face or have.
Yeah.
It's just I have rules. I just say, I call it do the right thing. I have rules in life.
Yeah. You don't want to. If I ever talk about somebody, like I'm like, hey, I talked about you on the podcast. Like I probably told Ryan, hey, we talked about you a little bit.
Well, that's why. I mean, to me, I've said all these things. You're the one really shitting on him because he hasn't heard this from you. No, I'm just teasing. No, but 6s and 7s. So we're not even going to tell the audience what it means. If they cared enough, they would have Googled it by now because they're just so intrigued by this conversation.
Yeah.
But you don't want your audience to feel stupid.
Yeah.
They don't know what that is. Right. Also, it's not adding any value. It's just like nobody's going to care so much because you're not M. Night Shyamalan.
Do you ever hear how like people make these like video essays about like Kubrick and films of his, and they like look so deeply into things? Yeah. You know what I've learned recently is the audience doesn't fucking care.
No,
the audience is going
to be entertained and watch a movie.
I came up with all these ridiculous backstories for characters once, like for the sketch that I did recently. Where we had this like, this character's a murderer, this character's like, this character's sleeping with this person because their husband blah blah blah, and this person's now sleeping with this person blah blah blah. But I had all these things that weren't in the script or anything. It didn't matter. It was just to ground the performances. But then we also got carried away with like adding like rat poison on the counter somewhere hidden in the front. Nobody fucking cares. No. Nobody. All they care about is performances and script and I mean, composition to some degree,
and getting a feeling from it, getting invested in the characters. And that sort of thing.
It's the gestalt thing of like you observe a painting and you get the full picture at you. That's how it is with films. And the thing is, I care less now than I did like a few weeks or months ago about burying so many details into the things I'm making, because I realize it's that 80-20 thing. The 20% that gets 80% of the results is making the best script, figuring out the best shots, and then directing the best performances. And honestly, I used to do a bunch of prep work for directing the actors. I'm not anymore. I'm just going to wing it with them, do a rehearsal, of course, but it's better that I am not changing too much, that I'm casting right, that the casting does most of the work, and then from there it's just fine-tuning little things, like you say it like you like this or as if, and if I do too much prep work, if I get too creative with the preparation and spend hundreds of pages writing about what I'm trying to do, I get buried in the details and I lose sight of things and I can carry it the wrong direction. I've done that, and I'm done.
Yeah, that's right. The details is, so I said this to Ryan maybe 2 times ago.
It's the pots thing. When you do more pots, you realize this, and it's like, all right.
Well, no, so he's going to have the most...
You have to do more pots to find that out, though. You learn the hard way.
He's going to be the most technically sound filmmaker, right? It's going to look aesthetically amazing, right? And what about the story? What about the character? You know what I mean? Like so I said to him about doing a feature, because he's like, yeah, I want to do a feature. And I go, well, look, I'd like to do a feature with you, but we're going to be so over budget. It's going to take so long because your attention to detail is holding you back, right? Too much. And these particular things that nobody cares about, the rat poison, all the time and effort spent in the type of gun, the type of bullet, the type of smoke that needs to come out with it. It's overkill, and it holds him back. But he's an artist, though.
Yeah.
His things are going to be art. I don't know if they're going to be great from because I asked him, what about commercial success? And I don't think he cares about that.
You know what? He's recently been trying to talk me into getting cinema lenses, which are basically like these lenses are like $800 a piece.
I know. I paid for a bunch
or
of them
$700 or something.
Damn movie.
They're photography lenses, but many filmmakers, a lot of YouTube filmmakers, like, produce great work. Do use these lenses. They're great. Sigma 18 to 35. I love these lenses. I don't like. I'm right now. I'm doing the research on it, and I feel like it's one of those other things. Like, if I had like all the money to, if it made sense,
if it didn't matter,
If I wanted to get like, if I'd go with like Air Signature Primes, which is probably what we shot the 6s and 7s film on. If I had millions of dollars, I'd just spend
Why not? It'll just look better. Yeah.
Dozens of thousands of dollars on if they're like $25,000 lenses. Yeah, I'll go for that. That's it's literally, but that only takes it like 5 to 10%. Not even.
That's negligible what people really care about. Right?
Yeah. It's honestly a 5 or 10% difference than shooting on something like this to me.
Right.
I mean, I could be
diminishing returns, right? Yep.
Yeah.
No, I think, and to me, I don't know your feeling on some of my screenplay that I wrote, I think is better as a renegade film, meaning shot on some crappy thing from Best Buy, right? Because you're in the movie. You know what I mean? You feel like they just bought it at Best Buy because that's part of the thing. But anyway.
Yeah, some of your scripts sometimes I want to read it.
So, but yeah, his attention to details, because we'd be so over budget. It's just, he's so good at the art. It's like you look at his stuff and it's just insane how great it looks.
Yeah.
Your stuff looks really good.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Right?
Yeah.
And probably cost a lot less, right? And it's because I was watching the cop, right, throw his badge in the thing. I mean, like, that's what I cared about. I didn't care about the look of and the color in the office when he's turning his badge in. You know what I mean? Like, I just didn't.
Yeah.
So I think you're right.
No, I didn't even I barely color graded that.
People don't care, right?
You know, I just go for what looks as natural and not if it doesn't look pleasing, I'll try to make it look more pleasing. That's really what I care about now.
But I mean, so
or if it matches the tone, that's, I look for that. But yeah.
All right. So let's see. Did we crush Ryan enough yet?
Yeah. I'm sorry, Ryan.
No,
oh my God.
We love him. No.
Yeah. No, I love Ryan.
It's amazing.
So
I hitch myself because it's amazing, but I worry that it's too particular that nobody cares about the 90%.
I was curious if I was curious if it was just me thinking this.
No,
because I appreciate every perspective he has, and it's it's things that I don't really know anybody that thinks
we should have had him here. This would have been a good session.
I'm gonna have him on eventually.
Like a sit down. Like what's it called? Like when you're talking somebody through alcoholism.
Do you want to be on it when we have him and Sean here?
I think we should do.
We should have a four-way podcast.
You sick son of a bitch. That's why you like that BDSM shit. Literally whips and chains guy too. Do you want bondage? No. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna keep going until you.
All the there's little signs that the characters are into shit. Like
there you go.
That would trickle throughout.
That would be great. Like
there's little innuendos all throughout the film.
Every M. Night Shyamalan movie actually did that?
What?
Had little BDSM stuff in the background because he's into it.
Well, no, I mean, like,
I'm totally messing with you.
No.
But your eyes and your face just lit up like, no.
No, I thought you were serious.
I know. It's awesome.
I love it. I no, like there's little like jokes and whatnot buried it.
Yeah, I love that. That's awesome.
Yeah.
By the way, M. Night, met him a couple times. Really nice. So he lives in Newtown Square where I live.
Wow.
Yeah. He Aston is where his big studio is. I've never been, but it's Starbucks. The Starbucks I talked about earlier. He comes in and he comes with his kids, and cool. He's the nicest guy.
Yeah.
Huge Sixer fan. So we talk about that. He was the last time he was in Starbucks, they were getting ready to go to the game because they were in their jerseys. I don't know, like 8 and 10 maybe, 2 kids. And super nice guy, right? Like I went over, I'm like, hey man, I just want to say really appreciate your work. I always see it front row of the Sixers. Nice to be using your money on that. I said I used to go front row with my dad because he ran sales for a company anyway. And no, super nice guy. I don't know what his normal demeanor is, but not one of those guys that just gives you the middle finger when you walk up to him, which is always devastating, isn't it?
Yeah.
Did you ever meet anybody famous and you just got crushed by it?
I haven't really met anybody famous or let alone get crushed by them.
Yeah.
Luckily, no.
I'm trying to think of, I've been crushed, but nothing's coming to mind. All right. So wait, back to your question, which I derailed you from, was to great lengths. We kind of closed out 6 and 7. So my point is, we actually didn't close this. The title. You don't want your audience to feel stupid because they don't know something.
Yeah.
Nobody's impressed because you made them Google it, right?
Yeah.
Have it relate somewhat and maybe add value so somebody might go see it. The title matters. I'm a marketing guy, right? The title matters. So I want them to consider changing it, right? Maybe it comes up as a dialogue. I don't know what it is, but to me, it doesn't serve any purpose to have an audience feel stupid.
It doesn't.
Right? So but this will be a sensitive topic because this is his, I don't think he's ever, I've given a little bit of feedback here and there, but I always tell him, I don't expect you to take it, but I am going to give it. So if I'm your producer, you're going to get it, right? But I also want things to be more readily accessible and like it more. 6 and 7 doesn't mean anything. So now what it means is kind of like in the cowboy days, I guess, or movie or in war, you get knocked down from like, loud bang or concussion syndrome or whatever. And you're seeing all 6s and 7s, I think is what they quoted, right? So it's like the idea of you got birds like in the Tom and Jerry, or you got birds flying over your heads. You're seeing stars. Yeah. But yeah,
I mean, it's clever. It's clever. It's one of those things.
But like nobody will know the cleverness because nobody knows what the hell 6 is. Like nobody will ever tie it back. It just doesn't.
Yeah.
I get it because there's an aspect to the mind in that, but it doesn't serve any purpose. So getting too clever for clever's sake is what I think holds.
It'll be interesting for you to tell. Wait, when I'll send you this. When I send you the script, I might be a few writing days away from it being finished. And once I get that to you, I'm gonna be curious what you think about the title. But here, the thing is,
did you get cute?
It's the name of the town that the film is set in, and it's not a real name of a town, but it's a play on what they're fighting against, and you find that out throughout the movie. And
see, it ties back though. It gets clever because you figure, oh, now I know why. The thing is,
I was originally going to call it Boys Would Be Boys.
Okay,
and I realize there are people who
is that back to the foursome with the BDSM? Is that where? Is it about that again?
No, it's not that.
Boys Will Be Boys.
That's the other thing. It sounds like a porno.
Is there a priest?
It sounds like a porno. And my friend David was like, you cannot call it that. And I was like, you're right.
No, I would have.
It doesn't. It's not an appealing title. And the thing is, I wanted something where people don't know what it means, so that they have to look into it, the movie. Like they have to find out what's the description of it, or go see the trailer, or go see it, and then they're like, oh, because and I knew people were. It was one of those things where I had to stick to my guns on it, the name of it, and then let people see it or to read it and or explain. But if they haven't read it, what it means, and then they're like, "Oh, change it to that."
Well, so I think Blair Witch Project, right? Nobody knew what the hell that was, right? So that worked, right? Yeah. But it also worked because the marketing and the trailers building up to it, right?
Yeah.
So you knew what it was. So yeah, I'm not so fixated on it not being something people don't know, but if it doesn't really tie back in a clever way,
if you create a good movie, you can possibly create. You can then coin that word.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, I have a feeling that could potentially happen.
Maybe
if the film blows up.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah. Maybe 6 and 7. So maybe I'm wrong. I never am wrong. But maybe there's always that one time. All right, so to great lengths. And you know what I've been thinking about? You've got that big mug of what are you drinking down there? You got 2 different drinks. What do you got there?
Water and then coffee.
Okay, so that coffee is still warm?
I think so.
Coffee makes you pee, right? Pretty bad, right? So like, who's going to win? My 32-ounce Burger King, sponsored by Burger King, or you and your coffee?
I don't know.
Because I think you're getting a little jittery.
Yeah.
I think you need a pee break, don't you?
Eventually I will.
No, I think you do.
Why? You want to take a break?
No. I'm going to hold it longer than you because I'm competitive.
Go for it. Let's do it.
Yeah. But now that I mentioned it, you really have to go. No, I'm just teasing. No. We will need a pee break because this is. I'm getting, I can tell I've got about 23 minutes.
We'll take one.
About 23 minutes?
Yeah.
Can you make it that long?
We can go that long.
He's been doing like the little dance like the kids do it now.
It's just my jeans are
hurting you?
Yeah.
Balls?
Pulling my.
Do they move to the right and the left? Yeah, you got to adjust.
Yeah, it's brutal.
Mine are too. I should have wore sweats. Would have been more comfortable. All right. So
I usually wear shorts for these.
So 6s and 7s were done. That's what I'm going to talk to him about, the name of it. He's not going to accept it because I think he loves it and I think it's cool. But my initial reaction is usually my gut reaction, which is nobody knows what it means and what great value is that. But he gets fixated on certain shots and stuff. Like nobody's going to see it. Nobody. Just stop. Can we get an engine? Can we get it on a train that's $1,000 instead of $5,000? It's not steam.
Does he meditate? Does Ryan meditate?
I don't know. Is weed considered meditation? No, I don't know if he does or not.
You know what? Even Kubrick said that he didn't think weed or anything or psychedelics were as effective as meditation. He felt meditation was more effective because you can control it. Like if I meditate for the exact same amount of time every time I do it, and if I change it, my day's off.
Interesting.
And it's down to a science for me, like in terms of my routine or outputting things. Like I might have to change the protein I drink throughout the day.
Okay.
And right before meditation sessions, because they're changing it, the stuff I've been using for years, and I'm like deathly afraid that that's going to fuck something up. So I got to figure that out.
Well, I was going to ask this earlier, but so you've got a system that works for you,
Yeah.
right? And you grew that system based on readings, based on books, based on things, trying different things, trial and error, and you found something. I remember you talked for a while about this when we were in Lebanon, and that's great. Works for you. What is it? How do you feel? So you and I and D Wade, okay? You had to bring up D Wade. What's up, D Wade? How you doing?
D Wade.
Right. So I and D Wade,
the film we did.
Yeah, we sat in a room. This is when we were cracking each other up. You grabbed the camera. I think it was all in from the time D Wade and you came to me with an idea, and we mapped it out. It was like 17 minutes from like the beginning. We weren't sitting in a room for hours to figure out this silly thing we were going to do. Right. It was minutes. Fair.
Yeah.
Right. You picked up a camera. We mapped it out once, the walk without the camera rolling. Then you turned the camera on the first time. We did it. We did it again. I blew it worse the second time. We went back to the first time and we were done. All in, beginning to end, 70 minutes. I thought it was hilarious. I still think it's hilarious. Everyone I've showed it to thinks it's creative and funny and like odd.
And that's the thing. Those little things.
And we didn't. So that was effortless. We had a blast doing it. We all collaborated.
It's all about knowing what people care about.
We all collaborated.
Yeah.
We thought it would be funny. Once we saw it, we played it back that night. We knew it was funny and odd and perfect, right?
Yeah.
Down to the deer antler sharpening. Just so random and weird, right?
Dude, there were some really funny things in those credits. I got to hand it to you.
Thank
you guys fucking
No,
knocked
we were
that out
doing
of
it
the
that
park.
night though, right?
Yeah.
So anyway.
No,
so
there
that,
was things in there that I didn't know that
1 minute.
it was funnier than what
it was
we
like
talked
1
about.
minute and 45 seconds, right? That we filmed. And then there's like a minute of credits. Like the credits, I tried to make the credits as long as the film. That was like part of the thing. And this is me using my very sophisticated editing.
Who edited it?
Me.
Did you grade it?
Mondavi. No, I did nothing. Mondavi's as video editor I used for.
I'll
give you all the raw stuff.
Next time. Yeah.
So anyway, so we do this 1.5 minute short, and it turned out great. We showed it.
We'll link it in there.
Yeah, we showed it at the thing, and people were cracking up. They were like, "What the? Wait, what?" Even Sophia, Ryan's niece, that's in both his movies, loved it. She came up, "That was so hilarious! It was hilarious! Like, how did he get there?" Like it's just so random and odd, right? That was, to me, I'm really proud of that. Believe it or not, I thought we did something in such a short time that it was fun. And I'm putting it in festivals. I am. It's the strangest thing ever, right? It's like going to be 2 minutes long. I'm going to get you and D Wade to sign the damn waivers. We're going to put it in because it's just so random and silly.
I want you to. I'm shooting a short comedy soon. It's called A Job to Kill For, and it's basically a assassin initiation gone wrong when the wrong ammunition is loaded in the gun. Basically, there's four characters.
Alec Baldwin did. Jesus, too soon.
There's
too soon.
Yeah, right.
That's bad.
There were some jokes the other day because I had an actor dressed as a cop and they had to point the gun at like another actor, and we were talking. We were like. I was like, I kept opening it. I'm like, look, it's a BB gun. It's a BB gun. There's PTSD from people.
Seriously, yeah.
I mean, it was a horrible situation.
It is.
It's really incredibly fucking sad. But it's basically it's the opposite. They accidentally use blanks. The thing is, this is a family man. Kyle is the main, Kyle's the main character. It's a funny name, right? Kyle is the recruit, and he's he's a family man trying to support his family, and that's why he's taking this really high paying assassin gig, and basically they're trying to recruit him. Agent Daniels is the main recruiter. She's the boss, and she's trying to the assassin thing, and she's trying to recruit him, and basically his final task is in this dark room. He's got to kill his wife in order to become part of their organization. And so it's all driven from funny dialogue.
Bitch, I hope. Is she a bitch? Or?
Well, we'll get into that.
Okay, all right.
Basically,
don't give too much away. Spoiler alert.
Yeah, and then the other agent who loads the wrong ammunition in the gun, he's trying really hard to get a promotion, but he doesn't realize he was supposed to use live ammunition. And so she survives. This isn't a big spoiler, but she survives. And then the rest of the sketch is his wife tearing him apart psychologically, pulling him down.
Jesus.
And then meanwhile, Agent Daniels is trying to rein him back in to so she can hire him because she needs competent recruits, but she keeps hiring incompetent morons like the guy who loaded the wrong ammunition.
Blanks.
And he's trying to get a promotion. So all this fucking that's basically the core comedy.
And did you write this?
Yeah,
or?
I can send it to you after this.
Short? What do you got?
I think it'll probably be a 4 to 6 minute thing when it's done.
Okay, cool.
But I'd love for you to come in and be part of it if you want to help out.
No, happy to.
Yeah,
See what he did there? He took the criticism from earlier where I was giving him, carte blanche. I was like, here's a blank check, Thomas. And he never followed up. But now he's like, no, this guy's sincere. No. Now he's sincere and he wants.
I'll give you a producer credit if you show up.
No, I think it's awesome. No, but but you asking me that is impactful to me.
Yeah, I'd love for you to be part of it.
I love that. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, have you on set, and I mean, and then and so you can see like what the process is like from
I like
things.
You definitely are receptive to outside perspectives.
Yeah.
I think I've got the age and the knowledge, and it's raw in the film world, but it's also very pure to what the viewer wants, right?
Yeah.
And as you guys get so deep into the film technical stuff, I think you're starting to get it back, right? You might have lost it for a little while in the technicals, like you storyboard, but at the end of the day, you kind of want to look at it just like from an outside perspective.
That's why feedback
viewer.
is so important.
Yeah.
I spent it was after, ironically, after I stopped, after we worked together, I worked on Ryan's film in 2014, 2015. And then I dropped out of college, which I actually put that down here.
Twice now. Twice, yeah.
I basically, no, I didn't drop out twice. No,
you've mentioned it twice. Yeah. It scarred you. The dropping out scarred you.
No, I'm grateful I did. It was one of the best decisions I ever made.
Good.
And I basically, spent years just working at a server job and all this sorts of stuff. And then while working on this, what my friend called the Great American Screenplay that Tom's working on. And really, when I finally, after years, I spent a year and a half developing it, and then couldn't figure out how to write it. But then just was and I read some books and stuff that triggered me to be like, I just have to write it. I just have to go and do it. Wrote the whole thing in 8 months. My brain just turned into something else. I started having anxiety and panic attacks for some reason, because it was just such an intense experience for me, because I had spent all this time working on it, developing it, and thinking about it, but not being able to write it. And then I wrote it, and then just, I don't know what happened. But then I think what happened was I knew it was garbage, just absolutely unusable garbage. And I had to finish, though. I forced myself to finish.
Okay.
It was 400 pages after it was done. And I've reread it year after year after. It sucks. It's unusable. I pitched to friends after I wrote it. They immediately picked up on, this isn't registering for any of you. This is not good. And that pain I never want to experience again. And because of that, I always I ended up getting out of it because I worked on a short film, just a really manageable short film. And I pitched the idea to somebody. I pitched the outline after that idea worked. I pitched the script after based on the outline, where I worked through each scene with friends. I was like, well, what if this happened? And it's like, no, that sucks, Tom. And from doing that, now when I come up with ideas, they're automatically built in with all the wisdom I learned from doing that, from getting that feedback. And so, that feedback that even if it's feedback on one project, that feedback sticks with me forever, because when I go work on something in the future, I know it's better to end something like this with a kind of an open-ended ending, maybe allow the audience to kind of figure out, or, give it some, I just learn every step of the way. And, sometimes I do things less as well as the previous time, but then you get better. You kind of, it's peaks and valleys, but you generally improve, especially if you're getting feedback. But this feature film, my script I wrote, I spent the other year going back on that mistake of not getting feedback. And I found out that my writing routine was off after months of not getting feedback. And then I had to restructure all sorts of stuff. It started going too controversial and too, it was going against my own thesis of the film. And we got it back, and now it's to a point where my friends who believed in it in the beginning as a short film are like, yeah, this is gonna knock it out of the fucking park, dude. And so to know that other people, outsiders, can look at it and say, this is good, and for me to feel the same way, that's what I look for. Okay. And another quick tangent is I I did a little after doing a film that really just knocked the wind out of me, because it just I was too ambitious.
Was it one of yours?
It was the Rusty Spade, the 12-minute one take thing.
You know what's weird? I had seen that before you sent it to me.
Really?
Who would have sent? Would Ryan?
Ryan possibly.
Because did he help on that? He wasn't in the credits.
I think I sent it to him before. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I would now spend 36 hours shooting something like that. I had 8 to shoot it, and that's where I had the white hair from.
Okay.
It was kind of like a experience that fucked me up for a while.
Really?
Like and because it was such an important project I'd been working on for 7 years before that point. And so to see it get demolished the way, or I felt like it was demolished. Other people, say it wasn't, they liked it. But I never put it to festivals because it just never felt like the way I wanted it to be. Plus the battery died during the best take.
Really? Oh, man.
7 minutes in. And that's when the energy just went down for the rest of the day. But then, after that, I did a 3-minute Lego animation, which
is awesome.
Did you see it?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that made me realize.
You did true stop animation. Or no? How did you?
So I did it over there. I had a table with a green screen.
Yeah.
And I animated several, character like a few characters at once, or one character at once, and then composited it all together in After Effects. Had the lighting consistent throughout, so that it looked like it was for real. But people say it looks like a little bit like the Lego movie, and that's what I was going for.
But were you up there moving the legs?
Yeah.
Okay. So my son at 5 years old on this crappy camera made one, and he's an animation major at University of Central Florida. 40 kids get in the major of 1,000.
That's awesome.
There's 100,000 in the college, but 40 get in this major. He just got in a sub-premiere. He just sent me his first animation. I'll show it to you when we pee break maybe.
Yeah.
And his first 3D design of something, but. He knew at 5 with his stop animation. We knew it was good too. Adding his own audio. What's really cool is he knew at 5,
so
but he's now at 20. And he stayed with it. Like that's
awesome.
What he still wants to do. And he's going to have a job in what he wants to do. I'm so happy
I started
for him.
doing that. I started making animations. And so I regressed doing that like animation, but it was things that I thought about doing for stop motion for years. And I got to apply all of it. And I was like, it works.
Yeah.
It works. You can composite everything together. And what it allowed me to do is like, if I needed to control the, how fast this character, moved to this, like turn, and then, and I could basically, I could do things that would have taken years. To do. Like it would have took me years to do that if I did it differently. Yeah. But it worked, and I didn't need a lot of. Well, I did just destroy my computer with that, because the bar scene was a one continuous shot. Took 20 hours to like render. Yeah. Yeah, because of all the layers of it.
Wow.
But
I'll bet my son would be really intrigued at how you did that.
Yeah.
Right, because
possibly.
he did it. He had this little camera, put it on a little stand, and they would walk over, take a picture, walk over, take a picture, walk over, and
I think he would understand it intuitively.
I think, and now with the technology, he'd probably understand the lettering.
Yeah, like I could just say, like I could just tell him, like every character is animated separately. Yeah,
I'll send it to him. I'd be curious to see if he knows how you did it.
Yeah, I want to find that out.
That'd be interesting. Yeah,
but
anyway,
I storyboarded all of that, and I didn't stop until every single shot was funny. I also didn't stop, and I didn't start animating until I did all the sound design.
That was a comedy?
Yeah. It was
See what I did there, people?
It was a drama. it was a documentary.
Dark comedy.
But it was like it was a horror comedy. Yeah. I love doing that. But it's basically like I felt pride in that more than any film I've done before, because I spent the time that I wanted to spend on it.
That's good.
And I want to feel that for my feature film.
Gotcha.
So
we're going to do this last question. Again, this is Take One, Mike McGowan podcast interviewing Thomas Prophet on the filmmaking.
We'll call it Take 16.
Filmmaking industry. No, this is
Take 16.
This is on you.
Yeah.
This has been an interview of you. I turned it around at the very beginning. You just picking up on that now? What do we get? 2 hour mark? A little slow there. No wonder he dropped out of college. All right. So anyway, My
learning
buddy D
disabilities.
Wade. My buddy D Wade. You're one of 3 people, right?
Yeah.
You did, and by the way, great job. Like you, did you Steadicam that or no? I forget.
No,
we didn't have the
wait, which
Steadicam.
one? What?
Just the short we did.
No.
D Wade, right? But you just great job. Like it looks really good. Like, and you had to follow my fat ass. God. By the way, when I saw myself on that night, oh my God.
You said you were dieting because of that?
35 pounds from COVID. It's brutal. I can't get rid of it.
You lost. Wait, you?
No, I gained.
From that.
Sitting, COVID, sitting on the couch for a year and a half, not going to the office where we have a walking trail, gym being closed, drinking to cope, 35 pounds. Mm-hmm. It's disgusting. I hate my body right now. But anyway, you followed me around. We did the thing. I put that in festivals that we color grade it, right? We take away the least funny credits and add some more funny credits in because the credits are fucking funny. In my mind, I wrote them, so they better be funny. We put that in festivals and it gets nominations, right? Let's just play this out. How do you feel about that?
That'd be interesting. It wouldn't surprise me because that happens. And I'll tell you why. When ideas come forward very quickly, very rapidly, often it's not because they came easily. It's because they were from all these ideas and things built up within you that finally had a way to manifest themselves in the world. If you said you wrote a script in 24 hours or something,
17, give or take, yeah.
That there's something about that. There's something about when you've had these things lying dormant inside you, and then they all just come out rushing. A lot of times they're better than the things that you spend years on.
Yeah. No, that's why I was asking, because you've labored on some of these projects, right?
When we shot that thing, I was tapping into muscle memory of shooting that 12-minute one take film I did. I felt that I was in that again.
Oh, wow.
It brought back the PTSD, but I was like, all right, let's do this.
Yeah,
shit.
No, we did. It was all in one take. It was impressive. For all 3 of us.
And the thing
all
is,
3 of us.
We improvised.
Yeah, totally.
We scripted a bit, but we improvised.
There was the one, I'll never forget. I still hold myself accountable. The one bedroom scene where I'm like talking about the kids and the pillows, and I forgot to do the D Wade at the beginning. And I had to come back to it. I'm like, oh, there's D Wade, right? Because every room that I went in, I said, oh, it's my buddy D Wade. He used to read in that spot. But that one, I forgot to do it. It was like the 3rd room. I forgot to do it. And I came back to it right before we left the room. Ooh, but anyway, but I have a feeling, so you're right. So why I asked that is because I hear you with the laboring 8 years on this or 4 years on that, or, 20 hours on that. And then we pick up the thing and do something that's really funny, in my opinion, just odd and funny, right? It was effortless, right? We just went into it. We did it. We're done. We did show it to people. They seemed to enjoy it. Were you there for when people were watching it? It was pretty late night, and you couldn't really hear it and stuff. But like, I think people
enjoyed it, even though they couldn't really hear it.
Well, you got to the credits, and they really enjoyed that, right? So even just that, like, because what happens in the film, like, what the hell? What? Like, you don't know what you're doing, but like that can get in, and that's one of those bolt of lightning moments. That had no prep.
This is the same reason why like it bugs me, but it's true that like things like TikTok and things pick up because
it's what people enjoy watching or whatever.
It's so easy. It seems so easy, but then again, it's like there's some truth to that. Like if you can have all these, like if you can just reduce the amount of effort and time it takes to,
well, that's why your 80-20
start
thing.
to finish. The comedy shorts I write, my feature films, I write like a traditional script. I'll come up with ideas and I'll write them, put notes and develop it normally like any like writer would, and then I'll go have labor on writing it for years. My sketches, I write them through naps. I don't write a single word until it's completely written in my head from memory.
Okay, gotcha.
The reason why, you want to allow yourself to forget. You want to figure if it is good, it is going to stick. The good shit sticks. Remember that. Yeah. Good shit sticks. And when if you think of an idea that's funny for a sketch, I'll if I can't think of the full idea, or if I come up with a bunch of stuff for it, I'll go the next day, I'll keep thinking about it.
Sit with it. Yeah.
And it might take a few weeks, but it'll come out. And the thing is, every idea sticks together like glue. Like, I remembered every single word of it because I found it so interesting and funny. And when I do that, that's how my best sketches have been written. And I'm getting better at it now. And so that's what I do for sketches. But my feature films, it has to be a combination. It has to be a hybrid of writing from memory. Yeah. David Lynch comes up with his process for coming up with ideas for feature films. And I recommend this. Have a box and put index cards in that box. Now, first, have the first idea. You write it down. Okay, this is, idea comes to you. You have the desire for an idea. The idea comes to you because of a desire for that idea. You write it down. You don't know what it means yet. You don't know how it's going to fit into everything else, but you put it in the box, close it, create that distance from yourself and that idea. Mm-hmm. Let the memory of it. Now, you will be able to go to that box and reread it and see what it exactly said. But when you do that, you're planting the seeds. And then it's like his fishing analogy for it. You're catching a fish when you have the desire for an idea. You catch a fish, you examine it, and then by writing it down and putting it in the box, and then you put the fish on the line. You cast it back out, and you catch another fish with that fish, and you keep doing that until you have 80 or 300 index cards in that box. He says 80. I did 300 for my World War II film because my ideas combine or improve on past ideas. So. And it's probably still going to be 90 pages, which is shorter than most feature films. But it's going to be so densely packed with things that are inspired by true events, but different enough that I can make it my own and fits within an outline. It started as an outline, a rough outline. I'm like, how am I going to turn this? Is amazing. If only I could just turn this into, something really compelling and flesh it out. I don't know how to expand on something. And I heard Dave Lynch's method, and then the next day, and then I started doing this and spent 9 months or so developing that, filling up a box with 300 index cards, reading everything about World War II I could find, about D-Day, all this stuff. I heard all sorts of horrific fucking shit I read about. And I'm like, and it gave me different ideas related to the characters and their situations, things like a guy witnessing somebody parachute into a barn and or parachute, they're parachuting down and they dumped gas. The Germans dumped gasoline on barns and stuff, lit it on fire so they would light up the sky so they could play target practice with them. And this one was screaming as he was listing towards the fire because it sucked in all the oxygen. And the German officer said, "Let him burn." Guy goes into it, and as soon as he hits it, the screams are silenced. And it's this in my script, it scars the guy mentally. Now that's just one of many things that I got from doing hard research on it, letting it inspire ideas that fit the narrative I was telling. And it's going to take me probably a decade to make a film again that is going to scar and be as real as that film. I mean, I'll do. And
where is this film now?
The World War II film?
Yeah, like what stage?
It's at a stage where I don't want to show it to anybody yet. Or I'm showing certain.
You filmed stuff.
No. I mean, it's the script.
Okay, gotcha.
I'm still writing it.
Okay.
It might take me a year or two to finish writing it, but it's it's going to be tough for me to beat.
Nice. That's good.
Yeah.
Now, how great is that to have a passion about something that you know is going to be good?
Yeah.
And it's funny. It might be a niche that only several hundred think it's the most amazing, but that's okay. Yeah. Because you love it, right? I mean, clearly. Yeah. All right. You ready for potty break?
Yeah. Let's do that.
Right? Are you worse than me?
We'll come back on take 16B with Mike McGowan.
Take 1, interviewing Thomas Prophet. Out. Brought to you by Burger King. Let's get back to rapid fire. That wasn't very rapid, was it?
Okay, yeah, no, it doesn't matter.
All right, no, 30 seconds. We're sticking to 30 seconds.
Fucking fantastic.
You shut up. Don't tell me it was great. I'll tell you it was great. It was barely average.
Your purpose in life. So we're back, take 16B with Mike McGowan. You asked me an interesting question. We were talking about multicam shooting, and I've mentioned that I do a lot of that now. the thing with shooting multiple cameras, it doesn't necessarily make it faster, for whatever reason, you know. But the reason I do it is when I've learned from editing my films a lot that I hate cutting together multiple different performances for some reason. It doesn't feel authentic to me. And so that was the reason why I did my film Rusty Spade all in one take. It was an experiment to see how it was. And there's something about it. Like I didn't want to cut together multiple different performances. There's something different about each performance that only works for that. And when you're shooting on one camera, you know, you're going to get the best angle and the best lighting for that angle. Mm-hmm. And that's why cinematographers love shooting single camera. Like you ask Roger Deakins, he talks all the time about shooting single camera. And I believe that, like, when I'm a cinematographer on a film, I want that. But when I'm a director and an editor of my own films, I love getting that single great take with everybody. Yeah. You know, it doesn't come very often. And also the actors, they can't be like half-assing it. They're all in. Yeah. And you get something,
because they know if one of them didn't work, there's another backup, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I tell my actors when I do that, I'm not planning on cutting multiple different performances. We're getting one solid one, like from beginning to end take of, you know, what we're getting on these multiple cameras. And so it's just, there's something about doing that way that I'm loving more and more. And I'm learning, this is part of why I want to just stick to DPing my own films, is it is really hard to do multiple camera lighting setups. Because literally, like, I'll show you later, and might add this in to the podcast, the behind the scenes of what this one set looked like that I was shooting on, that I did in my dining room. I had like a light over here, this big china ball over here on the table, kind of mimicking light from the window. I had I just had light, like spotlights shining light at the ceiling behind each of the actors. I had a black curtain to block the light from there hitting this actor's face and block it from this character's face. I had cameras on the table mounted from C-stands, like all just, and it was cluttered and chaos. And there's shotgun mics for each actor, or each set of actors, and it's hard. It takes time to set that up, but once you get it set up, you can get I think you can get an Oscar-worthy performance from amateur actors, because you can do a shit ton of takes that way and get gold from people who, you know, they don't even need a lot of experience acting. They just have to have a drive to work hard at it. And that's why David Fincher does 60 to 30 takes. I mean, I don't know if we did that many. And I plan to actually, after this sketch, just go until I get the one good take and then move on, because I don't want, if I exhaust my actors before we get the whole day, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Right.
It doesn't matter that the beginning was good.
Yeah.
You might want to get more than one good take of, you know, the most important scenes. But you know, I'm going to have to learn how to let go. That's something I have to learn after this other day's shoot. Like, I need to learn to let go sooner than I have been. And I'll know when I take my notes, like, that was a good solid take. We don't need a safety.
Yeah.
You know, just go do the next thing. But then again, I was going for I wanted to be laughing at every single part. Like, that's what my goal was. Like, I want to be laughing from beginning to end. Like, oh my God, like really, like as a director, feeling like an audience member, forgetting that I'm even shooting a film. But then of course, like, you don't want to be that director who just forgets that they're making a movie. They're like letting a movie happen in front of them. Not that, but
let me ask you something. So you're doing all this. You got your actors. I like that you saw that they're exhausted. So there's something better you can do, right? Yeah. So like, I'm not going to do that again. Took you one time to do that. You realize you weren't going to get much out of them because they're exhausted. I love that. I mean, that's important. When do you ever get feedback? Do you ever ask for feedback from your cast and crew after you do a day, right? So I went around religiously every day. What can I be doing better? What can we do, right? And I heard something from the stupidest thing about there wasn't enough pancakes or whatever the hell, right? Like the trivial BS stuff.
Come on, Mike.
John Drouse. Can we rip on John Drouse? Yeah. Do you know John Drouse? He was the guy with the big truck and all that stuff. He was just bitching about the stupidest stuff. I'm like, dude, come on, man. Like,
is that why he wasn't out there at the second one?
No. I just think it was he had other people.
Should we cut his name out?
No. But anyway, but to like really good feedback, like Elizabeth, Kira.
Yeah, I've had her on.
I saw some shoots. You had her as a grip and a something and something. No, that's awesome. What a rock star.
She's fun to work with.
Yeah, she's great. She's a great person. But no, the feedback I got made me better for the next one. Like I welcome it. I took Elizabeth, one of the female actors, out for wine, and I just wanted to hear because she's been in some real movies. She was the one with the Adam Sandler a few days before. She's an extra, but she's been doing it for 40 years. So why would I not want to pick her brain over the best experiences she's had on set? Because my job, I view it as making people happy on set. We're going to get the most out of them, build a camaraderie, build a teamwork, positive energy. There's people I won't have back from Civics. I told this Adam, I won't work with this person or that person ever again because they brought a negative energy. They were a dick. They were, We'll
have to talk afterwards. So.
Yeah, we'll see if we match up. I mean, you were one of them. No, I'm kidding. No, but there was a couple people.
Yeah, damn it, Tom. Fuck you.
This person just focused on all the wrong things and just bringing me down. Like when I hire people, I have a no dicks allowed policy on my team, and I say, we don't want you, right? Negative energy just spawns more of it, and positive, same thing, right? So that's a big deal.
Is that gnat on me? Fuck, there's like a gnat flying around. It's like I feel like it's on my neck now.
Let's talk about that for a minute.
Yeah.
So let's get Thomas on the couch now. It's the gnat that wouldn't go away.
It's a fly.
New short.
Sorry.
This is another short we're going to be working on.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be distracted.
No, it's good. No, I actually almost distracted you when you said Dave Lynch earlier. And I said, oh, it's Dave now to you, not David. Okay.
Did I say Dave Lynch?
You said Dave. No, like your buddies.
Oh, yeah.
But you were so in the flow that I didn't take you. I didn't take you down because you're like me. You would have got distracted and I would have ruined it. Yeah. But yeah, you and Dave, good friends.
He feels like a friend. It's funny that I learned.
I'm putting my glasses on. You know what I'm doing this for? My eyes get tired.
Yeah. My friend had sunglasses on because she has light sensitivity. So I have to add
I used to have that. I got over it for some reason. Anyway. All right. So where were we going? We were going somewhere and I derailed you. This is what we did. This is the podcast.
We're talking about multicam filming.
Oh, yeah.
And
it made sense. Everything you said actually made sense to a layperson like me.
As a cinematographer, it's hard because fitting two cameras, you can't put two cameras in the same spot and you can't put them in a place where they can see each other.
Right.
And if you're framing it or putting the cameras in a place where they don't see each other, it doesn't look as good as, and that's led me partly to starting to shoot wider, like on a really ultra wide lens that still doesn't seem too distorted. Ryan seemed to think it was distorted.
We both feel the same way, right? Because he's so particular. He's so particular, right?
He's like, it's making me get horror vibes.
Oh
I'm like,
my God,
damn it,
funny.
Damn it, Ryan.
Ryan, I can't wait to watch this with you.
I'm sending that clip to him. But
shit.
he'll look like at every pixel and like you know what? We need people like him.
Pixel. It's what makes him great. I always tell him it's what makes you great, but it's gonna hold your ass back, man. You gotta find a balance. He needs a better balance.
It's the gestalt thing. It's looking at the whole painting.
Yeah.
And he's good at that too. Yeah. And it's just not getting caught up in the details. And because you got to think about who are you making the film for?
Yeah.
And how do you scratch your own itch? Yeah. And I mean his itch is
I think he would say he makes the film for him in a lot of cases, and that's okay, right?
Yeah.
But as a producer, the guy with the money, I can only do so many of those that helps your ego and does what you want to do.
Yeah.
I actually like the masses to enjoy it, right? I also like the artsy indie film.
My favorite filmmakers are Nolan, Christopher Nolan, Quentin Tarantino, and Andrei Tarkovsky. Now, Andrei Tarkovsky is a Russian filmmaker. He's different. he's kind of Ryan would probably, you know, he's kind of like a Ryan, but like, or not, I wouldn't say that. When I first saw one of his films for the first time, I was in awe for the first 40 minutes because I was like, this guy's on the level of Kubrick. And then after 40 minutes, I was angry because at that time I thought I knew everything about filmmaking. I thought highly of myself for the fact that I felt like I was really smart because I could pinpoint what the filmmaker was trying to do to me. I could see how they were trying to affect me. I couldn't get a beat on this guy. Right. I couldn't understand. I came to the conclusion he doesn't know what he's doing. I was wrong.
Yeah.
Because I've studied his work for the last few years and read his book. I'm on the second time reading it. I've watched his films at least 3 times, or I'm on the third or fourth time or fifth time. I have no idea. I lost track. Every time it's different. And the reason is he's trying to create a film where the audience has to put in work to interpret it for himself. You just
nailed it. Yeah.
Because it's not about what he wants you to think, it's about what you want to think.
Yeah.
And that is the ultimate film, I think, for the soul. It's not the ultimate film for commercial reasons, and that's the reason why I don't know if I'd make movies 100% like him, but it's encouraged me to make movies in a way where I let the audience come to their own conclusions more. And that's for the reason why I lately have not done a film with music. Because music, and my film Rusty Spade taught me this, when you put music in, you're telling people what to think and feel.
That's right.
I made that movie without and didn't add music because the sound of the woods just killed the net.
Did you get him?
Yep.
Nice.
It was a very experimental film. There were so many things about it that were very abstract, and I wanted the audience to come to their own conclusions about it just because it was really interesting. And that taught me there's something about that. And I read in John Tarkovsky's book, he thinks the ultimate film is one without music. The best way, but he does use music in his films occasionally, most or all of his films. The way he uses it though is he uses the same piece of music, like sprinkled in as motifs. It's the same piece played at different situations and different periods in the film. And when you listen to a song that you love, it reminds you of how you felt when you first heard it, or other times when you heard it. It brings back those memories. You're not fully conscious of them, but it does. It triggers that. And the way he uses music is it's kind of like like a motif or some he uses, I can't remember what the word is, but it's playing the same piece of music. It's a good piece of music that is very emotional, but when it's played in a different situation, it brings a new meaning to it.
Interesting.
I love that, but so I don't think I would do that. What's his
name again?
Andrei Tarkovsky. I'll message.
Would I know anything?
Possibly not.
Is it in Russian or?
Yes, Russian with subtitles.
Okay,
but you can go on Criterion Channel. It's like cheaper than Netflix, and it's basically a lot of art films. You'd love it.
I see. I like trying new things, so I've never heard of this gentleman. So I'll bet Ryan has. You think?
Yeah, I think I talked about it.
Because I think there's similarities. He wants you to have your own journey and what it means to you, and keep it open ended a lot. Which I kind of like. There's certain areas like I think about some areas. Sopranos, the end of the Sopranos. You see the Sopranos?
I watched up to a point.
Open ended, didn't like it. I needed finality.
Yeah,
I needed for people to get what was coming to them. Did you watch Breaking Bad?
Love that.
Perfect ending. Greatest ending ever. Everybody got what they should have got.
That's how you make a television
show. They wrapped it up perfect. There was not a throwaway episode of that television show. Like a lot of the other good TV shows, there's always like, all right, that was just character development crap.
Yeah.
That was the greatest show ever in my mind. And the characters that they evolved over time, and God, just seeing them on the screen, I would get in a mood.
But they got what it just paid off though. Like they gave them their, I guess the word is arc. It gave them,
there was like
an emotional
different characters
conclusion.
that had an arc. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And I think, the way to, Game of Thrones. That
ending killed me, unfortunately.
I thought it was because they just ran out of material from the original author who was the genius behind it. But I've recently learned that from hearing from interviews with him, they were just done with it. They wanted their lives back.
Yeah.
And they could have kept going because he could have kept feeding them information, and they should have done that.
Yeah.
But now,
Yeah, that got so rushed at the end. What a bummer. And I just read an article with Peter Dinklage. Is that it? Dinklage?
And doesn't he like
Tyrion Lannister?
Doesn't he fight for it? Like he believe like what is it?
No, he thinks it was the perfect ending because it caught people by off guard and went against the grain. I'm like, nah, easy excuse.
It exposes.
He told people to move on, but no, we were invested in that show. We liked it, and
Yeah.
it went against the grain too much. And by the way, who gave a shit about that guy in the chair and flying over? You know what I mean? Like, I never got invested in that kid. I thought he was a terrible actor, by the way, but I never got invested in him. I was invested in everybody else. Anyway.
I mean, it kind of just goes to expose like that he doesn't. Either he's just trying to do it for like not to like offend anybody,
not upset the people that worked on it and all that stuff. Yeah, no doubt.
I understand that.
Yeah, no doubt. We actually had him do a voiceover for one of our commercials at the company I work for now.
Really?
Pretty cool. Yeah,
Oh, that's
pretty cool.
awesome.
I actually never saw the final product, but it should be coming out soon. Anyway,
Oh, cool.
all right. So I wanted to ask you. So you covered the multi-film thing. So
Yeah.
you like these short comedy things, somewhat absurd, like a little bit not traditional comedy, right? Is that your thing? Or do you have a thing? And why I ask is I have an idea on short comedies that I want to run by you.
Oh, of course, yeah. So they started because I was trying to think of something that would get possibly viral. And I feel like short comedies. Now I love making people laugh if I can. I want people to feel good. But my World War II film is. I mean, there might be some comedy here and there, but it's really a dark film.
It sounds dark.
It is.
Yeah.
I mean, it is. There's a book I read about that kind of makes you realize that good people did do terrible things on the Nazi side. Like they started out good.
Yeah.
And I'm the bad guy is going to make people. It's my goal with the bad guy in that film is to make people realize that they could potentially be him if something similar happened in this day, in today's day.
Yeah.
And it's true.
Are you finding a lot of correlation with today's day?
Yes.
You might have to move the thing.
What?
You have to move the thing, remember? The thing?
Oh, yeah.
Right? No, because
our sign.
No, because I was, there's a correlation with what's going on today. So we'll cut this out, but I want to have this conversation.
Yeah.
So here is
this is where we start.
All right, this is it. Here's my thought for you. So I like making people laugh too. You do. That's why I asked about the shorts you've done.
Yeah.
Are there comedy festivals? Are there I know you could go to a short festival that has different categories. But here's my idea. Not idea.
I plan to submit some of these new shorts I'm doing to festivals. But yeah, I'll let you finish.
So if there isn't one, I'd like there to be one.
Yeah.
I'd like to create it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Watching the whole film freeway to all the festivals and how it works. Right? It's not a huge money maker.
Go for it.
But
it is a business.
I know it's a business. You apply. It's like $25 for this one, $50 for that one. You got to put it in there. But it's easy. You set up a site. They load their thing up. They pay $25. They're in, right? I want to be able to, what I get out of it is I get a bunch of short, funny filmmakers. Maybe there's some features, maybe not. It's just comedy, right? Because I think the world needs more of that now. It's such a dark place, right? That's why I'm trying to just improve lives one at a time, but I want to do it in more scale. But if we can help filmmakers, right, and get the word out, and I can start producing the winners, right? Like I want to do that.
That's a fucking good idea.
I want to do that.
Yeah.
I want to get these people in. I want to make a festival out of it. It'll probably just cover the cost of the festival, right? That's all I'm looking for. I'm not looking for a moneymaker. It could be a moneymaker. Some of these are filthy that I can tell, right? It's just some guy in a garage doing it.
Dude, yeah. From putting my when you'd mentioned festivals earlier, I was like, I don't want to break his spirit about it because I have a beef with festivals because I realize from not knowing much about them and then going into it, I realize I wasted a lot of my time and money doing it because
applying to them,
especially during COVID, because they were shut down. Like a friend of mine, she had done a film that was, for like it was it was a proof of concept for a feature film she wanted to do, and now she can't do it because she put it out to festivals, and then COVID happened, and then they all went online, and the whole point was to go talk to investors
Network
in person.
people, yes,
Yeah.
yes, yeah.
And now she wasn't able to do that, so now she has to work on a new film, and it's like that. That was my first experience with festivals, with doing that, and so I have the only festivals I'm going to put it to are the ones that where I really think that it's going to do something, and I'm going to meet somebody there, or something interesting is going to happen, or I'm going to meet distributors. You know,
has to start somewhere, though, right?
Yeah.
So the comedy. Think about, you are one of the board members for this comedy festival that doesn't exist yet, right?
Yeah.
There's other people in the industry, you know, to do it right. Like, what would a festival look like, right? Like,
that's a good question.
You got to be in person. You got to have it. I like the idea of a good location. Done the right way. There's a bunch of stuff going on. I've done the Philadelphia Film Festival a few times. Not bad, but, you know, Sundance and all. Like, you want to have a destination place that people want to go, because I know if you applied and you got in, I don't know, Austin, Texas, or New Orleans, or like a fun city, you'd probably go if you got nomination. But I wanted to do the right thing. I want to allow the filmmaker to get access to people with the funds to help them grow, right? I want to help distribute funny stuff. It's not a money the nice thing about, if I were to run it, it wouldn't be about making money. So it would be pure to what it should be.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Right?
Yeah.
It'll happen to help others in a broader scale than right now. I'm just doing it one by one.
Yeah.
Right. It's not scalable enough.
Yeah. You need to scale it.
I want to,
like that. I mean, that kind of comes to like what my goal is, you know, when I'm successful at this and I have the money to invest in other people's films, I'm going to invest all the best filmmakers I know. I want to invest in their films. That's my goal, is to one day not just be making my own films the way I want to make them, but also help other people and be the kind of producer who has done everything, who has done everything well, hopefully, you know, at that point. And, you know, and then if somebody needs help, be able to guide them, but also know how to do it in a way where I recognize when I'm stamping out their flame. Because I've had that happen to me.
Yeah.
I was once working on a film with somebody, and they told me how to do everything, and I listened because they were more experienced than me, seemingly. But I realized, like, I started hating myself, losing my voice as an artist, as a filmmaker, and you know, I lost a friend, you know, because, or the respect of a friend because of that, and I lost respect of myself at the time, and it spawned the first feature film I'm doing. The idea of it's basically about men who are just like emasculated, because I was trapped. It's a film about not just men, but men and women who are trapped in a world, and that they're fighting against, that they don't believe in. And so,
well, no, what I like, so what you just said, hit on, you want to create something you want to do when you're successful.
I want to scale.
Well, but when you're successful, you're going to take what happened to you and have that not happen to others, right? Like, so that's a big part of me. Like, I was bullied as a kid, or I had a couple of really shitty bosses, and I've always said I'm going to be exact opposite. My dad, not that he's going to watch this, but like, he used to come down on me for being too sensitive as a kid. I was the exact opposite. My son ended up being a theater kid, super sensitive, turned out perfect. But if he was yelled at, stop being such a pussy, stop crying, you're a pussy all the time, he might not have turned out like that if his dad was, you know what I mean? So I like to take things that have a negative effect and then I flip it. Right. I am not falling into the trap of what other people become. If somebody says something racist to me, I'm going to flip it. I'm going to turn that around. Right.
Exactly.
So like, I learn, and let sound like you now have a good sense of, you don't want somebody to have that happen to them. So you're going to provide that outlet so it doesn't have to happen. Right?
One of my favorite books is the Tao Te Ching.
Okay.
And it kind of sounds like what we're talking about. Like, that book is something that's inspired me. Like, I listen to it every day on the audiobook. I just re-listen to it all the time. It's like an hour and a half. And I could send it to you, the MP3 file.
I wish I would say I'd listen to it. I'd like to.
The thing is, you let it.
It might be now that I'm a podcast.
You let it soak in.
If it's something I can listen to with the car, I think I would do it, because I really enjoyed the podcast driving here. But anyway,
you might like
other than XM satellite 80s new wave music, which is my staple.
The thing is, the way it works is each little like minute or so of it is like a repetition of an idea that it presents to you, and it brings, the thing is, each of those brings you closer to a feeling of inner bliss, inner zen. And the same thing of, like earlier you mentioned, not caring what other people think, or not caring about, you know, whether people, there's a part of me that, I hear people talk about, okay, what matter. I ask people what matters most to them. That's one of the last questions I ask people, or the last question, because it's such a deep question. It gets a lot of interesting answers. But they a lot of times talk about being remembered, and honestly, it's not that important to me to be remembered. It used to be. I'd like to be, become a famous, successful filmmaker, but now it's more so I can scale and grow and continue to do this and have fun with this and live my best life, but also help other people, make their films and pursue the same path. And then, and also, with the podcast, help teach people, this is what, this is how I did, this is what did and didn't work, but you don't have to listen to me. It's, it's what you want to do. But I want to, I want to be understood more than I want to be revered.
Okay.
At the end of the day, it's like what Marcus Aurelius says in my other favorite book, Meditations, he wrote, which is a war journal he wrote when in some of the most troubling times of his life, when he was the warrior, he was the philosopher king of Rome in like 100 something BC. And he was just constantly bombarded with all these political things and had the weight of the world, the literal weight of the world on his shoulders. And he never wanted to be, a philosopher, but it was brought onto him. He never thought he was going to be he was never raised that way until like later in his childhood, I think. And, he wrote this to console himself and never meant to publish it, but it ended up becoming this big hit because it just, and when I read it for the first time, it just soothed my soul. Same with the Tao Te Ching. He mentions applause is just clapping of tongues, applause is just clapping of hands, and praise is clapping of tongues. It doesn't matter if people are going to remember you for in 10 years or 100 years. It just matters about the people closest to you, that you're helping them and feeling that you're, doing good things for them. And so these two books are a way from, I listen to them all the time now for the last few years, because more I listen to them, I realized the more it made me happier, and led me to, it was a constant reminder of a way of thinking that leads me to the happiest way of life, which is, you're not caring so much about certain things that, are out of your control. There's things that are out of your control that, all that matters is that you do your best. And it also matters that you take extreme ownership, which comes back to that philosophy from Jocko Willink, that Navy SEAL who looks like what you'd think a Navy SEAL would look like. And sounds like what you'd think a Navy SEAL would sound like. Extreme ownership is probably one of the best leadership philosophies I've ever come across in all the books I've ever read, for me. And it's basically, this is all your responsibility, even if it's not. Take responsibility of everything that you can, because when you do that, you look for ways to fix it and make it better. And you do find things that you wouldn't find if you didn't take responsibility. And so, and that's my favorite thing with leadership is like, I will, like you do, I will ask all of my cast, my crew, like, what could I have done better? I felt like I did terrible at this. And a lot of times they're like, dude, you didn't, dude.
Wasn't that bad? Yeah.
Dude, you're better than most. This was actually a good project. But then again, like a lot of them don't work on the projects that I want to move towards, reshooting this sketch that I'm doing for the third time, each time that I fucked up, I owned up to it immediately. I told him, look, this is what I think was wrong. I failed you guys. Like I screwed up. And this is what I think I can do to make it work. And also the third time I was like, look, when I heard that morale was low to reshoot it, I was like, look, you know what? You're right. Let's not do it. But then I thought for a few days, I'm like, no, I can't release it as it is. I have to keep going. But I will release it in I shot a behind the scenes documentary as we did it. I had somebody filming BTS, and I'm going to be doing I actually wrote the script.
I think that's a good exercise for everything, quite honestly. Yeah.
BTS documentary?
Yeah, I do. I'm
doing that from now on.
You probably learn from it a lot.
Yeah, dude. I wrote this. It's going to be called How to Screw Up Directing Comedy. reshoot it and still fail. And then hopefully the third time we do it, it'll be right.
See, I would watch that. That would be good.
It's going to be funny. I'm going to make sure it's funny. But it's going to be informative too. Like it's so like it's literally going to come to the conclusion of this was fixed by me fixing my meditation routine, if it does end up fixing it. But and also just, other things. But
would you call it extreme ownership?
Yeah, extreme ownership. There's a book by
accountability.
Yeah, basically.
Right. So
take accountability.
So if I would take empathy as my number one attribute that makes people say, accountability is another one, right? So that's part of my leadership. Like I have all these things and I've always wanted to write them down. But accountability, every time I own stuff that's never been my fault. Mm-hmm. People respect that so much. And I have so many people that worked for me that would run through a wall of fire for me because of these things, taking the ownership, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's so many little attributes that if people had, they'd be more successful. My favorite one is I in the financial services, I got this job working for a guy named Mike Barron. Hey, Mike, how you doing? You're never going to watch this. So
you never know.
He's too lazy now. He'll never watch it. But I worked for him in sales, and then I left that job to go somewhere else to expand my horizons, to do marketing and other stuff. And he stayed in the job. Mm-hmm. And I did 7 other things, took my skill set next level. Then I joined another company and I needed to hire out a team. And I said, hey, Mike, you want to come over and work here? He's like, yeah, why not? I'm like, would you be okay working for me? He's like, I'd fucking work for you any day. Right? Because the respect. I mean, that's real respect.
You have to earn respect from people. You can't just expect people to respect you.
Yeah.
You can't demand respect. No. You have to earn it.
No, that was one of the prouder things. And to this day, he's like, that was, you're
commendable to you.
Yeah, no, but we both were mature enough to handle that. Right.
Yeah.
And I've hired, so the nice thing about when I was, I'm an individual contributor now, but I had about 10 people. I want to hire people that can do everything I can do and better. I want them to, a lot of people hire people that get nervous that people are going to expose that they're better. No, hire them and get them out of my group because they can take on, but I've been successful. I've been lucky, not successful, lucky that the people I brought in that were my peers or higher than me that came to work for me, right? That's so rewarding, right? That shows their maturity, my maturity.
Yeah.
I love that. And then they all just go off, they learn a little bit and then they go do their own thing. I love that stuff. I love some of the people I've hired going on to be industry leaders is like the most rewarding. Like I want them to be better than me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just don't think people think like that. Like so many people are so self-conscious and nervous.
You do win from that. Not just knowing that somebody you like helped out or a friend of yours goes on to bigger and better things than you. Like my hope is that like with the podcast, I want people to know anything about my routine or my process, anything I can teach them, because most people aren't going to be able to do it as well as I do, but there's going to be a small percentage of people who can take what I do, make it better,
next level.
I get to learn from them.
Yeah. Well, and you seek out how to get better at things.
Yeah.
So that you're giving people the opportunity to see other things, hear other things, and make them better. And
like listening to, like back when I used to like listen to Tim Ferriss podcasts and read his books, like when I was really trying to shape my routine, my daily, my everything, and that inspired the crap out of me to pay razor sharp attention to everything I figured out about my process every step of the way. Pay very close attention to it. And then figure out, how do I verbalize that to somebody so that when they hear it, those words, they can replicate that exact process and get the same success that I got. That's what the podcast is all about.
Cool. Yeah.
And at first I didn't know how to do that when I started the podcast, but after so many episodes, we're at 16 now, and I re-listen to each one, I now know, oh wait, that's how you say this thing. That's how you say that. It's like writing. It's like writing and then revising. When you write something, you brain vomit. You write a shitty first draft. You make it really terrible. That's good. And then you reread it after a day. You've sobered up from it.
Yeah.
And you reread it and you reread it completely. And then you're like, that's good. This sucks. Yeah. These are the things I want to rewrite it based around. But I wouldn't know them if I didn't write that. Like that script, that 400-page manuscript, I reread it, reread most of it, hated it. Nothing was usable. I couldn't rewrite that. But But because I wrote that, I remember loosely, this comes back to distance. I remember what I thought I was writing, because when I was writing through it, what I thought I was writing is still in my head.
Yeah.
And
you just didn't get it out the right way.
New Year's in 2021, I had the idea on how to make it into a 12-part series, and I then spent 9 months developing it. And that outline, I just got to reorganize it, but it's all finished.
Gotcha.
And it's going to be the thing. It's going to be my big Hail Mary project.
Okay.
It's either going to be a 12-part miniseries, or it's going to be like a 4-hour epic or a, several hour epic broken into 2 parts, like Kill Bill. That's like the. And then I recently had but I was like kind of like the World War II film was like, this is going to be something that's going to be hard to top, and because it's like there's so many interwoven complex characters to it, and like a small example of that is like my sketches, where each character like kind of has their payoff and a flaw that they're fighting against through the story, by means of the story that they're engaged in and that the audience is engaged in with them. That applies to all 12 characters throughout, and then each episode also has a mini backstory of each character for that 12-part thing. And it's one of the hardest projects I've ever put together, but it's like one of those things that if you can just pull it off, people are gonna be like, "Dude, how the fuck did you do that?"
That's cool.
Like, and it's like Inception. Like, people watch that and they're like, "How the fuck did you do that?" 10 years of developing it.
Yeah.
And this thing's not 10 years, but it's. Well, no, I started back in 2013, so we'll be getting there eventually. But it's where was I going with that?
No, we're the same.
Yeah.
I'm trying. This is really hard for me to do this because I like to be the talker. I think I'd like to hear my own thoughts out loud or something. No, but this has been really good for me to let you riff and go and talk. No, it really has. Yeah. It's freaking challenging as hell. I can't tell you how hard this has been to just sit here and not speak and listen. I
appreciate it.
That's just a side note. But can I change topics?
Go for it.
Did you see the new Spider-Man?
Not yet.
Are you a Marvel guy or no?
It with somebody, but I like watching movies if they're art films or blockbusters. Yeah. I don't care.
I don't.
I mean, but I'll
like some of the
dish on them.
Marvels. Yeah, I like some of them. I don't like some. But I'll tell you, that was the best there was. I
got to see it.
Yeah, I don't want to give you spoilers. No spoiler alert. But you should go see it in the theater.
I'm going to go see it.
And because a lot of the Marvels are like really CGI heavy and not as much, like, all right, they're fighting again. And this was really well done. Somebody was really cute and creative with it, and that's I'll leave you at that.
All right, because I've been hearing so much. I'm like, I got to see this.
No, it's definitely worth seeing. I hope it's not hyped up so much, but I'm not a huge Marvel guy. I like the few of them. I take or leave a bunch of them. I'm a Deadpool guy. I love Deadpool. Deadpool's my favorite. Probably my favorite. Is that I don't know if that's an action hero movie.
I see why you like that.
It's just it breaks all the rules. Ryan Reynolds is hilarious. He's walking around with a little baby penis. I mean, it's freaking ridiculous. It's absurd. Look at him go. He's just shirt cocking it. Look at him go. Like some of those quotes, like who wrote that? Somebody wrote, look at him. He's just shirt cocking it. What's that guy's name? JT with the tall guy.
TJ Miller.
Yeah, he's fucking hilarious.
Dude, so fucking, I love that shit.
Oh, so good. God. And then even in that room when he's got the little baby penis, and then the old lady's like, why is your hand so small? It's not my hand.
It makes it feel
so much bigger. Like somebody wrote that. Like that's amazing. Anyway.
Yeah, I want to write shit like.
My god, so funny.
I think you'll like my first feature film script I've got.
Yeah,
it's gonna be funny.
We're gonna be sharing scripts. So
yeah, I want to see yours.
Let me get back to the festival thing.
Go for it.
Okay, so
I like that idea. By the way, the festival.
I'd like you to iterate this idea with me over time because I think.
Yeah, let's work on
if there
this.
already is one. I don't like to I'm not as excited. I like being the first of it. So there might be some comedy stuff. I mean, it's usually in bigger festival of comedy.
We got to figure out what's the different thing that we're doing. That's not.
Well, when I think about it, I keep going back to what the world needs now is to smile, right? So it's born out of a very miserable world right now. Everybody's at each other's throats. So we create this festival to put the smile back on people's faces, focused on comedy.
So It might.
That's the mission
something
statement,
that
if you will.
utilizes social, like something where we're gonna have a festival for it, and the best stuff we're gonna put to a social media and YouTube and put it out there.
Yeah, yeah. No, like we promise you as the filmmaker, we're going to get you on all these platforms, right?
Yeah.
There's ways you can pay for social media influencers to like promote it. You can offer that because you pay the social media. I didn't realize that, but you can pay the social media influencer, somebody who's got 1 million followers. You pay them to plug and show one of your things, but you just pay it, right? So for $2,000, I could pay a social media that all 1 million other people are going to see this thing. That's a big deal, right?
Yeah.
Your cop, what's the name of your cop one?
Non-committal cop, yeah.
Yeah, non-committal cop, right? If you knew you could pay $5,000 to get 1 million people to watch
how do you do it? Like if I
there's
knew.
agencies that do it for you.
Oh,
yeah, no, it's crazy. I never knew that, right? So if
I got
if I
trapped
really
in
believed
Facebook
in something,
ads.
I did a little bit of that.
Yeah.
I tell you, I got a lot of hits.
But
I don't know if they're real hits. I don't know what they are, but it's pretty cool the analytics you get. Like only somebody in Sweden watched this. But no, the Facebook ads. I'll tell you, they for the price they worked for me because it was like $8, and I got all these views. Right. I don't know how great the views are or not, but it just felt good. Right. It felt good to see the number because you could say, well, this thing got 1,000 views. Your Lego thing got 1,000 views. That's a big deal. Yeah. That's not an insignificant number.
I posted it to Reddit or I posted it to a bunch of different places.
Right. Well, and that's a niche one. So if you ever want anything to get viral, you got to find there's like Lego and Lego animation. You're going to, my friend that does a podcast, they want me to, that'll be my second podcast. It's called What's Wrong With You? So they interview interesting people that are a little bit off base and they just probe their questions like, what's wrong with you? That's probably the most asked question to me that I get. Dude, what's wrong with you? Right? Because I just do random weird stuff. Yeah. Right. And I just don't care what people think of it. So anyway, so they did a thing on pro wrestling. It was the first ever pro wrestling videotaped event. There wasn't even ring ropes. It was in like this field. And it was like mostly headlocks. It was like the most boring thing ever. They got so many people watching it because wrestling is like a niche thing, a cult thing, right? Harry Potter, like, you know,
like Legos
is a niche. Absolutely. Like people love it, right?
So you got to know what people are looking up and searching, the keywords.
Yeah. So anyway, but the comedy festival, like, I want to do it. The mission statement's to put a smile on people's faces. What I'll do the initial research, but what I was going to offer here is that, you know, you've got filmmakers watching this, you know, all 49 of them.
Yeah. I'll
big number.
Know.
It's a bit
50 if you count me
individually in a group chat. No, but hey, bring it. And we're going to give, so we want the one we won $500. The Baltimore one, $500, nothing. Right. So I'd love to get 20 to 50 different pieces of content in. We can put them into categories. And I'd love to give them a nice $1,000 reward, $1,500 reward, $2,000, something that's meaningful for them. They'll buy the next lens that they need or whatever it is. Yeah. They get the laurel, right? That shows recognition of something that was reviewed. And I think they win, I win. And then
the goal would be
we network, we meet other people in the industry.
And we also build a platform.
Yeah.
And that platform that we can then use to distribute our own work.
We won't know what it's going to become until we do it.
I know. Yeah.
Right. That's the fun part, right? Like I have a general sense, but it's going to go a different direction and it's going to be awesome.
Like I didn't know, like I still don't know what this podcast is.
Nobody does.
That's
why all 49 of us watch intently.
The real reason is, you know, aside from what it could become, is what I get to do here, sitting talking with someone like yourself. Like a lot of this stuff I wouldn't have known if I didn't sit down and talk with you.
This is one-on-one networking. You've done it now 15 times, right?
Yeah.
Well, 14, well
16.
15, because one's you. One's just you.
Two of them.
You can't network yourself.
14, yeah.
I know you want to.
Hey, Tom, how are you? What's your
But look,
your experience
you build
with
a network of filmmakers. It starts as comedy, but everybody does different things. But I want to do that. So I just want to make sure that there's nothing like that. That's specific. I know you can do a comedy in any festival, and I don't know if it's short. Like you could have dark comedy short, you could have regular comedy short.
I say who cares about what specifically we're doing that, you know, anybody can replicate. Let's do it our way.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
The reason why it's called it's got my name on the podcast. I didn't know where it was going to go, you know, at the start.
Right.
And I spent for years, I was like, I want to do a podcast. And then what got me to do it was just to name it after me. Eventually, I came up with the name Tom Profit Take. It was originally started as Tom Profit Podcast, which is a shitty name, but
I think it's really ingenious.
It got me started, but it gets you started.
Yeah,
we make the festival something to, with the goal, like you said, make people laugh, and to, create a platform, and with the goals that we can think of at the moment. There's a book called Rework, and it basically redefines business as, business plans are just best guesses.
Absolutely.
And it's better to it's better to come up with the best plan you can and get started, and then learn from starting, and then you
got to do it. People get paralyzed by never doing it. I'm big on doing it, right? So so I write business plans as part of my job, and to me this would be a 3-page business plan of what we think it's going to be, right? And just let it run, right? And we think it, I think about unifying the world through comedy. I think about these buzz phrases that would be good, right? And then just let it roll. Get some submissions in, see what happens, see if we meet people. But like, I'm in a fortunate enough position to be able to help people make their movie, incent them with money to help fund their project, which is what most of you all need, right? Am I right? I mean, you've got, I don't know how you got this equipment. Mom and dad are probably in a lot of hock now, right? But no, this is an expensive set, right? So, but not everybody has this. Some people have to rent the equipment and you get gouged. Like, it would be great to help pay some of that forward to people that because you get there. To me, I would want to meet the person and see their product. I wouldn't blindly say, okay, that 4-minute short was the best of all of them. I also want to meet the person. So I don't want to give money to a dick. That would not be cool, right? A person that has attitude, thinks their shit doesn't stink, and I don't care about that person. They're just a douche.
We can find the right.
I have a no douche rule.
I love this idea because, I mean, it gives me this. I mean, I'd be able to, like, I'm looking for other filmmakers like that would introduce us to. I have thought before about the idea of one day maybe doing a festival, as for the same fucking reason you're talking about, is a way to meet the people. You get your own festival as opposed to having to go to Sundance not just
or whatever.
To create a business and make money from it, but you're getting to network. You're meeting these filmmakers and you're seeing their work and like.
And by the way, I love doing special events as my first job. Exton Square Mall, special events coordinator, hired Santa, Easter Bunny. 19 years old, I'm interviewing Easter bunnies. That was awesome. But no, that's fun because then the actual event of the festival is I love that. There's nothing like after an event, seeing it was successful. You were at our small event. I didn't put much of anything into that other than Saloon Girl.
It was a good event.
People showed up. I was so nervous building up to that nobody was going to show up.
You did great, man.
No, we packed the house. They made money. We got the word out. We lost money. How funny is that? Now, I miscalculated the events I go. I mentioned the Michael Barkan Foundation, but that's pretty well off. People go to that, right? Because it's like $100 a head, but you're also getting a hobnob with celebrities and feel like a elitist for a night. That wasn't who we invited to our thing, right? We had starving artists, people that are so like they're not going to go deep pocket and like. So we lost money, but it was, I wouldn't have changed it. It was awesome.
Yeah.
But I love doing events. So putting on a festival to me would be fun.
Yeah. The thing is, like, my feature film I want to do is I want to have an event like that. I want to be able to throw like a premiere. I almost had a premiere for my one feature film that was like the first film I did in 5 years. I almost had a premiere for it, and then within a few weeks of it happening, COVID hit. And that was, like, we had dragged our feet about planning it, and then we finally got it done, and then 3 months ahead of time, and we planned it 3 months out, and then date came around, COVID hit, and so we had to cancel it, and then the venue actually closed since then, so which is sad. They were really nice people, but that, like, I feel like I missed out on that, and I planned to do that for my first feature film,
Which were you going to premiere? Which were you going to do that closed down with COVID? You said you were going to do
Feeding the Fire.
Okay.
It's a romantic drama about a guy trying to break out of the friend zone.
Yeah, I watched I think I watched the trailer only of that one. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm intrigued by that one. That's why I was doing a lot of this morning. I'm like, I'm coming back to this one because I was I'm a friend zone guy, man. I've lived in the friend zone.
Yeah.
It's a rough place to be.
You know what, though? That film, this is the beauty of making films for me is I made that film because I had pitched this, like I told, like some people well, at the time when I was like, I wasn't as passionate about things as I am now. I've gotten more passionate about things as I continue making films. I'll be more passionate in 5 years than I was 5 years ago, or now or today, I mean, but that back then, we'll get to passion. That was one of the things to talk about. When I did that film, the thing that was most searing to me at the time was this woman I met at a restaurant or something, and
Chuck E. Cheese
and
Applebee's.
no, like it was actually, it's like 5 minutes from here. But it's basically like I got, like, I ended up having a crush on her, and she ended up getting back with her ex before I could, and so, and then I had to work with her for a while. Then we both left the place, and then started talking with her, thinking that, something seems different. I think she's like not seeing it, but turned out later I found out she was still. And I don't know, it was just something to, I mean, it was just that, and that became like a basis to inspiration to do something else on, and kind of base it off of loosely. And it was basically, this guy who's, friends with this woman, is, he's trapped by the fear, and the feeding the fire, the whole meaning of that, which kind of, it comes to the whole thing of titles that don't make any sense to people, or people were always usually wrong about what I'm really meant about it, which is typical. It's when you're doing it was like the first poetic title I've ever done.
Okay.
But it basically was, he had to feed the fire that would break him through his fear. The passion was the fire.
Okay.
So the whole film was about him building up the need to break through. And at the time I was trying to build up the passion to get out of the paralysis of analysis of making films, and doing it. It was just by doing it. Yeah. It was by acting, or I mean, like you're engaging in action, you have to do it. Yeah. It's so simple yet so hard. If you want to make films, make films. Yeah. Don't go to fucking film school, spend thousands of dollars just to have a bunch of ideas that aren't.
What marker we, Johnny? This is my buddy Johnny. I'm going to tell you about in a minute.
Yeah.
He'll love this, but yeah.
I'll let you know. Right? Yeah, I'll let you know. I'll let you know, like when in the timestamps.
Is that what you do?
Yeah. But and at the time, because I made that film and I got over the paralysis of making films, and also just, I made a film where I'm supposed to have an on-screen kiss. I'm basically saying all this, rehearsing all this, talking about all these ideas, and been in that headspace of, you need to just break out of it. This person who I'd crushed on for years, I didn't say anything to. I told her, I just came out and told her, like, this is I mean, I told her. It's hard
to do, man.
And I haven't been stopped being friends with her. But
yeah,
but that was the most freeing thing in the world.
Yeah, you have to do it, man. And I'm with you.
Ever since, whenever I have feelings for somebody, I let them know.
Yeah.
And I have to tell them. Yeah. And in order to continue to being honest with them, being honest with myself, I can't, if I get trapped in my feelings for somebody, thinking in my head, what if I end up becoming I start to hate myself because I can't, I'm trapped by this thing. And what I'm trapped by is my own fear.
Yeah.
Now I do it in a way where I don't want to make the person uncomfortable.
That's right. Yeah.
That's important.
You like the person, right? Yeah.
I just have to let you know this.
Yeah.
And honestly, part of it is to say it so that, you can give me a yes or no, and then I can move on with my life.
Yeah.
Because I learned from that. That was something that I struggled with for years, through elementary school, through high school, all those years. I would like someone.
Yep.
And think, why can't I get with them? Because you're not fucking saying anything. You don't do anything. You just, have fear. Feelings, and
it's
then
fear. I had the same thing.
You're trying not to have them know.
Yeah. So I just had an Anchorman moment. I don't know if you're a fan of Anchorman series, but as you were saying, you just got to he says that's one scene. I'm just going to throw this out there. You could throw it back. Do you remember this scene poolside? I'm just going to throw this out there. You could throw it back. You could take it, whatever you want to do. I want to be on you, right? That was the scene. I was just right. That was such a classic. I'm just going to throw it out there. Okay. Anyway, no, but that's a tough thing to do. I'm actually, I'm in a great, fear. I wish I had no fear like I do now back in high school. Mm-hmm. I mean, I was paralyzed by fear of girls and asking them, and I would write them notes and I would throw it away. Oh, I can't do the fear of rejection was huge. But now I don't have it. So I do say what I'm thinking at all times, which is nice. Anyway, all right. So I have an idea for right now. You ready?
Yes.
Rapid fire. You've got questions. I've got little to no answers, but I'm going to try. But you have questions. Let's do a rapid fire round. Not the meaningful one, not the what makes a great film, and not what do you want to be not remembered for, but what was the one you were saying? It's at the end you like to ask people.
Deep rapid fire questions. You want to do that right now?
Yes.
Also, how long?
And then me to you.
How much longer do you want to do this?
It's up to you.
I can go for as long as you want.
All right, we're just going to go until we exhaust ourselves.
Go for it. Yeah.
All right, and then I'm going to pull up my questions. I might hit you with some.
All right.
So wait, let me get my list down here. Let's see here. First thing I wrote down was DP. I wanted to make sure that I got out there that you just got to stop. He said DP just twice. I thought you were going to say it more by now. Would you like to explain to your audience? It's
director of photography.
Okay, so not double penetration.
DOP. We'll just call it DOP from now.
That you should. Right? You can't have an acronym.
Go on film.org. It's all the
watch. There's like a film thing that's spelled ANAL, and then you all just keep saying anal, right? Like you can't have something from the porn world be the same acronym. You just can't. Because children like me just think DP. We go into Beavis and Butthead and we're like, he said DP.
Deep rapid fire questions. Let's do this.
Ready and go.
Oh, wait, are we going to do it?
You hit me and then you're going to retort maybe if you don't like it.
Who are you and what is your value that you provide others in the world?
Oh man, I make people laugh. I'm a life coach. I've always been a life coach, not having any expertise in it, but I like to coach people. Ryan doesn't know he's being coached. He's being coached. Adam was being coached. That's the role I
feel like
take.
I'm being coached.
You absolutely are. I didn't want to say it until I left, but no, but just little nuggets here and there to try and help good people grow and that sort of thing. But I was very creative and artsy younger, not artsy. I was a jock. Then I started doing spoken word. You know what spoken word is? Yeah. I did that end of college. I got in a band. I faked backing vocals and I faked keyboards. Mm-hmm. Best acting I ever did. By the way, I'm a hell of an actor. I just don't look good.
You should make a film and act in it.
I actually,
I'll shoot it.
I took one acting class. I think this is in 1 year thing. I took an acting class in college and I scared the shit out of the teacher because it was about a disgruntled cop. It was this, and I just went zone. I went in the zone and I scared people.
I'm not kidding. Let's write and you write and direct a film. I don't want to be. I don't need to be credited as director or co-director. I'll basically help.
I want to see if I could really do it. I knew I could do it on stage.
Watch my film, Feeding the Fire.
Okay,
we'll do that.
All right,
write a non-location or a film that's easy to put together.
Okay,
and I'll DOP it.
Yeah, I want you to DOP me, but I want. It's too easy. But comedy's hard to act. Right? See? And in his head now, every time he does a podcast and says DP, an image of me is going to be in his head. I'm in your head, DP boy.
I will. I'm just going to think about that.
All right.
Sorry, keep going. Yeah.
So I think comedy acting is really hard. It's one of the harder ones. But I like to stir somebody to emotion. So I just want to do a scene that I want to see if I can do it. I've never done it, right? I did it on a stage.
I'll write something with you in mind.
I just want to do something to just say, dude, I was fucking scared. You know what I mean? Just to see if I'm right. Because I think I can do it. I did it.
What kind of role do you want to play?
I don't know. I think something intense, Something intense. But anyway, we'll get back to that. Okay. Where was I? Oh, wait, the question. Who am I? I'm just a fucking guy. But I tell you, so the spoken word, so I was creative and then I went to financial services and I was making $30K at 30 years old. I don't know how old you are now, but that doesn't go very far these days. And I just wanted to have a family and a kid. So I just dominated the industry. And I went from 30 to 35 to 50, and I just kept going, right? I found it was easy to dominate the industry because I think I'm a good listener, right? I hear what the customers want and I play it back to them, and they then appreciate that. I have good personality skills. I have pretty good intellect, so I can pick up and absorb a lot of things. Not anything at a very deep level, but everything at a level that makes me dangerous, if you will.
Yeah.
And crushed it in that industry to the point of beyond what I ever thought I'd be. And now I'm getting back to the creative stuff, right? So now I'm spending all my non-working hours on a series. I have like 15 projects. I'm actually having my friend Mary, you met Mary, Saloon Girl. She's going to come sit with me and hear me talk about each project and see if she can see which ones I should focus on based on if she hears more passion or if she thinks it's better. Because my goal right now is make people smile. You talk about, I want to leave a mark on the world, right? I've had this weird thing since I was a kid about being a hero syndrome, kind of. I don't know what I would call it, but like, I want to save the world. Like, it's the weirdest thing. Like, and
kind of same.
Yeah, the last 2 years, it needs saving more than ever.
Yeah.
And I firmly believe most of us agree. 80%, we agree on 80% of stuff, but it just doesn't feel that way. So it's really affected my mental state. You know why it is?
It's the algorithms.
The algorithms
a lot of it is.
They don't help.
They show.
They don't help. The constant repeated narrative in the face of facts is weird too. You hearing something in there?
Yeah, I didn't know if they were opening the door or something.
But no, and the constant narrative, like, I can't believe I'll watch a politician say something with a certain phrase, and then I'll see it on this news channel and that news channel, and it's all repeating the same thing.
Yeah.
That makes no sense to me, right?
Yeah.
So I started questioning things. The last couple of years have been really weird, and really, I was down for a little while. Now I'm back, but because I was getting all this negative energy. I lost a lot of friends over the last couple of years, whether it started with political stuff and then COVID and all. I just realized that not a lot of people are independent thinkers anymore. Critical thinking is lost. Now they call them sheeple. People are just following their thing. And I get it. And some people don't want to get political or whatever, but like, to me, critical thought, my son, he's in college now, and there's all these stories about like colleges are teaching you certain narratives and certain this and that and that. That concerns me. I want him to have critical thinking, right? So he hates it, but I break down issues to make him, what do you think about this? Not what they're telling you to think, right? Because that's what, you mentioned it. You were saying things and you're like, that's not even me. That's what I heard because I don't have the time to research, right? So my point was hero mode. I want to fix it. I actually developed an app. It's called Voices Heard, but the whole concept to that one was, this was the political one, was that where do you go for your truth? Where do you go for your news? Name one journalist that you know is not giving you spin.
Matt Taibbi, who goes on the Joe Rogan podcast.
Yeah, doesn't count.
Yeah.
No. Like, you can't go Substack. You can't go any of these other outlets where independent people go. Give me a journal. Dan Rather, Peter Jennings, Tom Brokaw, Walter Cronkite, Bernard Shaw, Wolf Blitzer back in the day. These were all places that you went and you watched. Sam Donaldson, you watched, and you just took them at their word of what they were reporting was factual, because it was called journalism. Name one now.
I don't know. This actually reminds me of I watched the masterclass by the guy who uncovered Watergate.
Okay.
What was his name? Bob Woodward. Yeah,
Woodward and Bernstein.
Woodward and Bernstein.
Yeah.
His masterclass on journalism and investigative journalism, and one of the things he talked about is that they used to you had to find multiple sources for every fact.
Yep.
Now they don't.
No, your source can be Twitter.
Yeah.
A guy on Twitter. No, it's embarrassing. Yeah.
Yeah. And like, it's because they're trying to compete with social media.
Yeah.
Like, I think if they just went, what if there was a way to go back to the old way and create a media platform, a news agency or whatever, in modern day that is built the way that they should be, or they had been in the past when it worked. You know,
facts let you determine kind of what you think of it, right?
Yeah.
But facts. So anyway, start with that. So the app is called Voices Heard, and basically it's issues of the day. So what are the top issues of today? You got COVID, vaccines, inflation, build back better, right? I don't know how the buzz of the day. you go there and there's curated articles of all ilks that are telling you the facts.
Mhm.
What you're going to mark this one down at your timestamp.
I'll re-listen to this and write it
In the
down.
last couple of years, you're hearing the word existential threat. That's 2 words, actually. Existential threat a lot,
Yeah.
right? Everything's an existential threat to put fear in people's minds, right? So the one I'm going to tell you right now that's going to be 2022 is voting. Disenfranchisement, Voting Rights Act. So the whole narrative keeps changing. It was the green energy. That one died now. They're going to put that one away. We're going to go voting, right? We're going to go vaccines. We're going to go so they pick this narrative, they, meaning whoever the global is, and they just hammer it.
Mhm.
You watch this. 2 months from now, everybody's going to be talking about voting rights. Just mark it down. I know because there's strategists already saying that here's what we're going to do. And it's meant to divide people. It's meant to raise money on the fringes. Pro and con, both places benefit. We're going to raise money to fight it. We're going to raise money. But everything's an existential threat to our democracy. How many times have you heard that? Right?
A lot.
It's insane. It's
Yeah.
insane. How hard is it for you to vote?
Not very hard.
Right? How hard is
Yeah.
it for anybody to vote?
Not very hard.
Maybe easier to cheat than ever.
Yeah.
Maybe. But what's existential about voting rights right now? So not to get political, you're supposed to do the thing. But so it curates art because I'm
Trying to make a
independent.
sound.
Well, this is what makes it better. I'm independent, right? So
Yeah.
I go where the facts are and I formulate my own opinions. I go to about 10 different sources. This is a new thing for me because of the way the world got divided. So I'm passionate about it because it doesn't need to be like that. And we're all losing friends and we're all losing family members.
Mhm.
I know multiple people that won't talk to their family because of whatever is Trump or vaccine or whatever, right? It's insane. It's insane. Family, right? That's supposed to be the one you never get. So curated articles, you read about it, okay? You decide your own opinion. Then it actually goes to the next page and says, see what your politicians are saying. So your local and your national, they're right up on what they think about it. Now I get to decide how I want to vote or how I want them to vote. In the old days, it was representative democracy, right? You hire a representative that go votes on the behalf of your district. Sounds right. They don't do town halls anymore. They don't come ask us, right? But this way, there's an app that creates, so vaccine mandates, do they work, right? Don't know, right? But everybody votes in the district, okay? Then it shows you how all your other peers voted. It shows you how the local representatives voted, and it scores the local representatives' vote when they do it in Congress against what their people did, right? So, because politicians are just voting with special interests and all that. So now you're giving a scorecard of how often that representative of your district is voting for or against what the people want. And it makes them accountable for the first time.
Yeah.
They're not accountable right now. So I developed this whole app. It turned out great. It was a $5, maybe $200. I'll show it to you after the thing. But to me, it's educate people so they're not just repeating the narrative. Let them formulate an opinion. Let it be curated independently. The hardest thing is going to be an independent writer. Like you couldn't name a journalist. Who was the guy you named?
Matt Taibbi.
Okay, so somebody that you think is down the middle, just reporting facts, right?
Yeah.
I want the Matt Taibbi's to write it up. I don't want any bias in there. And you can smell bias when you read. I read these articles. I'm like, oh my God, this is the most biased article ever. Anyway, so what got me on that? I have no idea.
We were on rapid fire questions.
Oh,
we led down.
passion.
Did you want to go back to
Hero mode.
hero mode?
I can make a change. If I get this app made, I have a couple of politicians that are going to be on board as beta testers.
Yeah.
That can make a real change in the mindset of people to get back to, because critical thinking is gone. It's gone.
Yeah.
And it's hurt. And people just come off stupid. Like they're not thinking for themselves. So I'm trying to reverse that trend.
Yeah.
So that's my last, what am I passionate about? I also want to be happy day to day. So I found this other thing. I sat with myself to say, what makes me happy? Right? Bunch of different things. I like to go out and talk to people, so I'm doing that. I miss relationships. I haven't dated in forever by choice, but I don't miss the sexual stuff or anything. I miss going on dates and just having fun and laughing and maybe holding hands and snuggling on the couch. I don't require anything else, right? So you don't necessarily have to be in love or dating somebody to do that. I've actually hired a cuddler.
I've heard about those.
Twice.
Really?
Twice.
What's that like?
I realized through a therapy that I need human touch.
Yeah. Was it the 5 love languages?
Yes.
Yeah.
While touch might not be my top, it's important to my mental health. I went to a therapist, said, try massage. It was a game changer. Having somebody just kind of,
wow.
I could feel the energy. I felt better. Human touch. I wasn't in a hugging household, kissing household.
Yeah.
I don't remember if I've ever hugged my mom or dad. I don't remember. If I did, it was a kid. We just don't do that, right?
Yeah.
And then in my marriage, married 19 years, we grew apart. So there wasn't love there for like the last 10, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I realized that was through therapy. So I did the massage. That worked. She mentioned cuddling. I'm like, I'll try anything, man. I will try. And by the way, my one friend says, you should never say you'll try anything once. You should say you should try it twice. Because the first time you were probably drunk. And the example she uses.
You should try 5 times.
The example she uses is anal.
Oh my God.
She's like, because the first time, how do you know you liked it? You were drunk, right? And the answer's always been yes. I say this to people all the time. I'm like, you're right. I don't know. Because a lot of people just do it once. They're like, I don't know. Did I like it? Well, you were probably drunk. Anyway, so you should do everything twice. I love that. That's Mara. That's the podcast. That's the other podcast person, Mara. So try everything twice because the first time you're probably drunk. Anyway, so, human touch cuddling. I paid for it. Cuddle Comfort's the name of the app. It's completely legit. There's nothing sexual about it. There's all these ground rules. Wear your pajamas. I did it. I felt great for days because I'm just laying, just like the one I watched.
But how long was it? Like an hour session?
And you pay hourly. You don't want to know how much it is. It's expensive.
Yeah.
But they taught me different positions and stuff. I like her head on my chest, my arm around her while we're watching a movie. That's my go-to.
Wow.
You could spoon, you could reverse spoon. There's all these other, it's hilarious. But I learned something new, but I knew it made me feel great for days. So I'm seeking out all these things that are going to make me feel good.
Yeah.
This makes me feel good.
Oh, cool.
Helping people makes me feel, this is me, separate. Helping people makes me feel good, right? Going to a wine tasting and trying different stuff and like feeling sophisticated and eating it with cheese makes me feel good.
Yeah.
Just, I'm doing things that make me feel good. So that's I'm make myself happy, help others, leave a mark. Like you said, legacy, people want to leave a mark. As you get older, you'll get into that. Sounds like you're already there now a little bit.
I'm 20. I just turned 26.
But
Christmas.
like leaving like you already said something about like helping others. And
yeah, I want to be able to help.
You're finding that
peers,
very early. Mine was
yeah.
about 45. I started thinking about legacy. Like I got a great son. That's my main legacy, but I want to leave a mark. I don't know if it's being remembered, but I don't want this. If I am digging up worms, I don't want it to be for nothing. I want to have left something that was impactful in a broad scale. I felt that way since I was a little kid, and I don't know why that is. So now that I have the means,
I felt that, and I'm acknowledging that more and more, and people.
That was my nonprofit, and I have the means to help people because I busted my ass, right? So I've got a little bank in, money in the bank where I can help people. So that feels good. Like I definitely did that too far. But anyway, so those are kind of my main things. Let's get back to rapid fire. That wasn't very rapid, was it?
Okay, yeah, no, it doesn't matter.
All right, no, 30 seconds.
We're
sticking to 30
that was
seconds.
Fucking fantastic.
You shut up. Don't tell me it was great. I'll tell you it was great. It was barely average.
Your purpose in life.
That's it. I just kind of got into it.
Yeah,
I think now it's helping others. It's spreading joy and making sure. So my son's going to graduate without any college debt. How great that,
fantastic,
right?
dude.
Right. That's a big deal. I feel really good. He's also learning about networking, getting on LinkedIn. Easy.
I'll work on it.
No,
eventually.
but if you don't, I'm going to hurt you. I'm going to stay on. No, I'm going to be your accountability buddy. I might even do your first one. Do you have a resume?
No.
Oh my God. What do you do for money?
I'll get into that another time.
No.
Well, I'll cut this out of the podcast.
All right. You'll tell me afterwards.
I'll tell you afterwards.
No, because I mean, you have a skill set that could be making a lot of money. I'm curious, do you do anything? You like to do your projects, right?
All right, I will cut this part out.
Okay. Clap off.
The studio thing with Ryan?
No, studio. So to me, Ryan for editing, right? So he's got all his stuff there. You've been to his house, right? Mm-hmm. Getting out of your house and going somewhere and going to work.
Oh, I bet it's helpful.
It's really helpful. I'm missing the shit out of that right now.
I probably still do this because it's convenient.
Well, think about it. Editing equipment, right? Your podcast, but you mentioned if you have to tear this down and bring it back up because you're using the same equipment. Yeah. What if not? It's just there.
Invest in equipment for that.
Yeah. You just show up and be handsome.
That's the plan eventually.
And be handsome. Yeah. That's it. Not funny or intelligent, just handsome.
But the thing is, I use cinema cameras that are meant for like filmmaking and for like, so this is overkill for a fucking.
You don't need all this. That's exactly right. But
I like using it.
Getting into the idea of a little side business that's paying the utilities, which is people can use that space. You get to sit there and watch them. But I could tell, like, so with Ryan, he doesn't like to work on other things other than his own because he's passionate about it. I get that, right? And that's now it makes sense.
I'd love to get involved in other people's things. But
you have the ability to focus on what you want to focus on, which is super rewarding. You're in like you're a 1%er in the
pretty much.
So you're doing what you want to do. It doesn't matter that we're in the parents' basement, which was hilarious. When I said it.
Yeah.
Anyway, when we were on set, I said, "What do you like working in your parents' basement?"
Pay for my stuff. I'm like, no, they don't.
No. Okay. So anyway, all right. So enough of that. But yeah, I like the festival idea. I like the studio idea. Yeah. I like the idea of getting somewhere and going creative.
You know, here's the thing. My friend Darlene, you would fucking hit it off with her.
Really?
You like you. I mean, the three of us would be just talking about a million things. Okay. Like the conversation we're having now. She's one of the people who holds me accountable most for the last few years, like since I met her. She's and she probably like agrees with you about a lot of things, like
okay, accountability buddy.
But she's the one who talked about the studio, so she might want to get in on it.
What's
as well.
She do? Is she in the business or
no? She's I think she's. I forget what she does right now. She's working at a church or something. Okay. So, but she does act. She's an actress. She's going to be she's going to be the one of the lead female role in that my next feature film.
Gotcha. No, I love that. I mean, so there's two things with legs. So we have two takeaways, as we say in the business, two takeaways to keep going. So, shit, I had a thought and I lost it.
Sorry,
no. Where was I? Let's just sit here awkwardly silent.
Yeah.
And see
silence is fine too.
See the views go down. No, I learned this in public speaking. So I've spoken in front, side note, spoken in front of thousands of people. Biggest one was Raymond James conference. It was by 3,000 financial advisors, giant room. And I get to tell people that I opened for Clinton. So I was on the same microphone, the same stage. I passed by him in the hallway. I was right before the keynote and he was the keynote. So that's pretty cool. But like speaking in front of that room, I've taken Toastmasters classes and how to speak. A pregnant pause is really helpful. Let people catch up. Like you and I have been going nuts right here.
Yeah.
But like when you do public speaking, it's like, let them think. It's the hardest thing to learn. It's so hard because you're just going and you got your presentation on the teleprompter.
The same is true with films. It's like, and that's, if you see a Tarkovsky film, there's a lot of, there's a long pause.
The thing is, people absorb and take it in. It takes people time.
With filmmaking, his films, the shots absorb you.
Okay.
Because it's just a lot of it's silence. A lot of times, like it's just, or sounds or specific sounds, like not the real sounds that you would hear in a place like that. But everything is Foley, and it's so meditative, and it just I highly recommend.
I will. I'm definitely
go check out his film. Have
you ever talked about him on any of your podcasts before?
All the time. Okay. I do all the time. Okay. And I realize I'm a broken record about it because it's just such a. I mean, it's shaped.
If it wasn't so impactful for you, you wouldn't be talking about it all the time.
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
So. I mean, it's just been an obsession the last few years, like learning about a filmmaker that in the beginning of watching his films, I hated him because he showed me so much I didn't know about that film could be.
Gotcha.
And I mean, I don't know if I'd go his route completely because there's a part of me that I love Christopher Nolan and Quentin Tarantino because they're writer-directors and they're very successful at it. And they've been very successful at it.
Who's the guy? Do you know the movie Green Knight that came out like a year ago?
Ridley Scott. Or wait, no, it's somebody. No,
I don't know why I was thinking Chris Nolan.
No, he has a Night movie coming out where some guy.
It's like
gets
one of Ryan's favorites because we keep talking about my boyfriend
Green
Ryan.
Knight, I get it.
It was one of the more disappointing things, but then I was just out with people and they thought it was the most amazing thing. It's one of those super artsy. I just didn't get it. I think and even Ryan was disappointed with it, and he loves this director. Anyway. I just wanted to see if
I gotta see it. I gotta, yeah.
I don't know if you want to see it. I thought it kind of sucked.
Really?
But it was visually stimulating.
Did you see the Lighthouse?
I did not.
With what's his the guy who's playing Batman now and Willem Dafoe.
Oh, Dafoe. You gotta love Dafoe.
Yeah, the great movie. I mean that movie kind of one of the things that was really cool about it, and this is just a tangent. It was almost 1-to-1 ratio which I've started doing for like Instagram shorts, like the sketches I've been doing for Instagram, just like or just TikTok, or like posting them there. It's there. It makes it like for a, in terms of narrative storytelling, they did that. And I think so that it felt like claustrophobic, because when the movie started, I'm like, why is it in square? I don't like this.
Yeah.
But then you get immersed
intentionally,
but it puts you where the person is, because he's on this island with a lighthouse, and it's kind of claustrophobic and trapped, and he's got to deal with this other fucking guy who's out of his fucking mind. And that's the intention of the filmmaker, and that was why that aspect ratio, I bet, was chosen. That's what I think.
That's pretty cool.
And I mean, for similar reasons but different reasons, my World War II film, I think I want to do it in 4:3, kind of like how Golden Age movies work, because I love Golden Age movies, especially since I got immersed in all these classics. CriterionChannel.com. I'm telling you, dude. Okay. Sponsor me. Check it out, dude. I'm telling you.
Brought to you by Criterion.
When
and Burger King.
Martin Scorsese, I took his masterclass years ago. I took 40 masterclasses from masterclass.com. I'm not kidding.
Did they work for you? Because I'm about to pay for it for a new mentee of mine.
$180 a year to watch as many of those as you want.
Unlimited.
I stopped the subscription because they stopped making filmmaking classes and screenwriting classes and acting classes, it felt like, since COVID started. But I learned so much from people who were successful, not just from people who were wannabes. Yeah. That's a big fucking thing.
You're seeing a real name. So it's different credibility.
And one of the things I learned from him...
Not just a teacher, by the way. You know what I mean? Like a professor who's never done anything teaching you about screenwriting.
Not just a professor. You're getting taught from the cream of the crop. And there's a big difference to that. Like when I talked about earlier, intention, obstacle, and tactics. You don't have any idea how many bullshit things I've heard and read from screenwriting books from people who... If you look up on IMDb, there's nothing about them anywhere. But you learn from Aaron Sorkin, there's only 3 things he works on, that he thinks about when he's writing a script, and it's that. Or that's an over exaggeration, but those are the 3 principles. And you realize it's about simplicity over the few things that get the results. Right. And so Martin Scorsese is one of his things where it's like, and the theme of his was, you have to find your own way. You have to find your own way. You have to go about it and navigate and find. Nobody can tell you how to make a movie. You got to figure it out. And nothing is wrong and nothing is right. And some things are better than others, but you have to decide for yourself. But he advises filmmakers to watch a lot of great films. And Criterion Channel, and it was before that was Filmstruck. Before that got taken down, and then people got in an uproar about it. Cinephiles all over the place, all over the world, got up in arms about it. But basically, it's a platform, it's a place to go where you can bet this is a masterpiece of cinema that is either so underrated or well known or hard to find. So many of them are hard to find, like so many foreign films. Right. I've seen hundreds of foreign films.
I just started getting into foreign films. There's some great films out there.
Amazing. And not just the ones that are being pushed to the top. I was always like, I can't
do it because of the subtitles, but now I can.
You get immersed in it.
I think my brain couldn't handle subtitles and can now.
Wong Kar-wai, I recently started watching his films. He's I forget what country. Was it Japanese? No, I forget. But his films he's my new favorite, one of my new favorite filmmakers. Like, it's like Tarkovsky, man. Like, and you watch their movies, and you are being brought to a world that is so intensely and intimately thought out that you just are like, this is what filmmaking's all about. This is what cinema means. You don't know that until you see it. It's like wine. Like it's like, when Martin Scorsese got into hot water about saying that Marvel movies aren't cinema. Yeah. Right. Most people thought he was saying that they're not art. They are art.
Yeah, I know what he was saying.
What he's saying is, it's like going to a wine connoisseur and saying that Bud Light is the best alcohol.
Yeah,
okay.
No, right, yeah.
It's not.
Yeah.
You're a jackass for thinking that. Right. It's not to say that it's not alcohol. Yeah. It's just like Marvel movies aren't art.
Yeah, it's a different category. Yeah.
But he's right. It's there's a roller coaster ride. I haven't seen the new Spider-Man, but like the thing is, these movies that you're going to some place that you're going into the deepest, darkest crevices of the filmmaker's mind and your own mind when you experience them.
I like that. Yeah, that's good.
It is
so
transformative.
I'm going to throw a couple movies your way. I feel like I could do 2 hours on just naming movies and wait.
Dude, we'll go as long as you
Have
want.
you ever seen
I'd love to make this.
Project X?
Yeah.
Okay. How about My Date with Drew?
No.
Okay.
No.
And you saw Blair Witch?
Yeah. I think, yeah.
And I'm setting this up because if you were be kind enough to read my screenplay, I have the biggest. So
absolutely.
I'm gonna
send it my way.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
It's been 8 years in the making. I wrote it in 17 hours, but I've been like doing a real job. I'm doing it, right? I'm doing it. I'm paying for it. I'm going to make this movie. But there's two ways to make it.
If you need any help from me,
well, there's two ways to make it. There's make it as a true cinema, feature film, or a renegade film like Project X, right? Where you felt like the actors were real, right? And they had the camcorder. And only when you're watching it, like I have trouble with movies like that. I love that movie, but I have trouble because I'm like, oh, that scene could have never happened if they were really just holding the film. You know what I mean? Like, there was flaws to it because you got to pull it off. But in mine, I want to do it renegade cheap, like on the cheap intentionally, not because of the money, but because I think it would be more
authentic. Like on an iPhone or something?
No, like My Date with Drew. So My Date with Drew is it's about an hour and 20 minutes. It's about a guy who went on a game show, and the answer to the game show, and he won, was Drew Barrymore. Okay. And before that, he had a crush on Drew Barrymore from E.T. So it was very surreal for him to have had a crush, and he won this money on a game show with the final answer being Drew Barrymore. He comes up with the idea. It's like, I'm going to get a date with Drew Barrymore at whatever cost. He has no money, just this random Jewish kid from New York, right? So he and his buddy go to Best Buy and rent a video camera, and they have no money for it. So they're going to return it in under 30 days, which is Best Buy's policy. So then you go through all 30 days of him reaching out to her hairdresser, her agent, people that worked with her, through all the 6 degrees of separation type stuff, to culminate in a date with Drew Barrymore. Doesn't get it in 30 days. Gets it in like day 37, right? But he's already returned the thing, so he had to get another one, right? So the whole thing, she found out about it. It's a great movie. Spoiler alert, I just gave you all over the place. But the way in which that's filmed is very authentic because it's really just them, because it is them, right? It's not like fake them making this movie. No, this was his journey, his documentary of everybody he called, showing him on the phone. You can't even hear the other person, right? Because it's just him.
It's kind of like, would you say that the 3-minute thing we shot on while they were doing that?
Yeah, a little bit.
Basically kind of like that.
Yeah, but I mean, you've seen Blair Witch. You think, I don't know when you saw that frame of mind, but I saw it without knowing anything about it. It scared the goddamn hell out of me, right? Made for what, $17,000 or something?
That's the thing that inspires me most is that, is I want to find out how to make films for as little money as possible. But now a friend of mine convinced me that I should be paying people, and I'm like,
Well, that's the one thing. Yeah. No, you don't want to take advantage.
I don't want to.
But if they're all in with you, right, and they're part of it, that's different.
It was just that I had so many people I've worked with, I came from the frugal mindset, and I also had friends who also were from the frugal mindset, and they're like, you don't have to pay us, like actor friends, and they're like, but you have to convince those types of people. Yeah, you do need to be paid.
No, I could see that in
but no,
your circle. So this renegade film style, I want somebody to say, I see the vision if it's renegade. I see the vision if it's full, because I think it would work renegade style. I think it'd be done in under 6 months at a pretty reasonable budget, and I think it would be better. Only that, because I could go either way, but I think it would be better, this raw Blair Witchy.
I'd love to read it.
Think it's real.
Yeah.
Right now, spoiler alert. Maybe we'll cut this part out, but part of it is that the audience is tricked into thinking it's real, right? So there's a whole spin at the end. But yeah, I'd love to pitch it to you. That's the one I won for the comedy award thing.
You need a cinematographer for that?
I got nothing. I just got a script that I want to make it.
Hey, I'd love to read it. And
if I would only want you in if you really loved it, like, because to me,
I agree.
If somebody doesn't,
I'm only
really
going to do it if I really like it.
No passion, right?
This is going to be my second time as cinematographer on somebody else's film than mine. This January, I'm going to be in New Jersey filming this short film for these guys. Honestly, because I don't need the money that much, I get to work on other people's films and do for them what I needed several years ago. I get to come in with I'm like, yo, we're rolling cinema cameras. This is a legit film. We're gonna make it we're gonna make it look and sound like a real movie. And I don't know, I wonder if after I leave, they're like, holy fuck, like this is happening. Like, because I mean, I would be doing that.
Happen.
That's how I would have been.
No, they're geeking out. You know, they're geeking out on you.
Yeah, no, I see it like they're like, wow, he's like literally doing it the way we want it to.
Yeah.
I'm like, but that's because I know as a writer director myself, I care more about what their vision is. But I'm going to tell them like, you know, it's okay if we shoot it. You know, we could shoot it this way. But I mean, my suggestion is, what if we also shoot it this way so we have depth in the background? It looks good. We can light it from the back end, make it look cinematic, and but you know, it's up to it.
You haven't done this yet.
Like shot their thing yet?
Yeah, what you're just describing. You haven't done anything with them yet.
No, but I mean, I location scouted with them. We're going to be shooting it soon.
What you just described with giving them input of what you think might be another option, it'll be interesting to see how they take it.
Yeah.
Like, do you know these folks well?
Well, no. The thing is, I told them like, this is my thought, but we're going with your thing.
Okay. Yeah.
But like you know, if we shoot it this way, it looks like their like back is up against the wall in the situation. But you know, it's. I mean, I don't care. Like,
but you don't know how it's going to turn out yet. If they take your advice, that'll be interesting. I'll be interested to see, right? Because
I mean, I did this for like. Here's the thing. I'm not forceful. I care more about what their vision is.
No, because you would never want to be on the other side of that. Right. I mean,
see, they don't seem like Ryan. I could be wrong, but you know, they're pretty
the flow more.
Yeah, they're pretty go. I mean, but they have been good about sticking to their guns about things that matter. Like we're debating on whether to shoot this one scene out in the outside on shoulder rig or on Steadicam. And I told them like, I do have a bias towards my Steadicam because it's something I want to use. I haven't used yet.
Yep.
But like, I think this would look, they're going for like a Paul Thomas Anderson kind of style movie. And I get that. I watched the movie that they recommended me to watch, and I checked out. I was like, yeah, like I thought that when I read the script, it could be shoulder rig, and they're agreeing like that's what their original vision was. But I'm like, when we went to the location, I know from doing enough things where you're backing up on a shoulder rig, that it's going to be bumpy and distracting, and the audience is going to be like, you're not going to be creating the effect of tension. You're going to be creating distraction, and so I told them that, and so that's something we're debating. I mean, I think like, I mean, I went with them and took pictures, like sample frames with like the exact frame line, the exact like an app that mimics like what these cameras and the lenses, exactly what the frame line is going to be, and that's how I plan all my films. And I showed them exactly what we're going to get, and so it really is up to them. Like I don't care. Like I mean, I hope that we go with the version that looks better and or tells the story better, because that's the thing. They are closer to the story than I am. Right. So it doesn't matter to me whether I'm going with their vision.
That's right. That's right. Because it's not your story.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
I have 5 principles for cinematography that I taught myself.
Hold on, Paul. Yeah. Hey, Thomas, tell me your 5 principles of cinematography, please. I do weird shit like that. What's wrong with me? Like,
I love it. No, I love it.
Somebody will say to me, hey, let me tell you something. I go, I'm not ready for it. Now I'm ready for it. Go. Okay.
It's story, framing, light sources, light wrapping, and then simplicity.
Light wrapping, like Flavor Flav light wrapping? No. I was just trying to be an ignorant.
It's wrapping the actors in the set with light.
Okay.
But also in that is like how to wrap it with shadows, how to, and also I learned from Adam, light spaces, not faces. Basically, you start with story. Story's king. Everything has to be dependent on the story. Framing. You figure out the framing of different camera angles. Generally, I like to match. If I'm shooting coverage of one person, I like to have it match in focal length and distance from them so that it seems so jarring. But I also think about where they are in relation to the background and the foreground and in the space. And I create the best. I don't just think about each composition. I think of each composition in relation to each other and the whole scene. I think of all of it. Mm-hmm. And the next scene, like the composition of the next scene and the previous scene, where are we, what are we cutting from and to, and all that stuff, and 180-degree rules, all the principles of cinematography that make for continuity and shit. Then I figure, and also framing matters for where's the light coming from, where's the biggest light source? If it's coming from, if the light source is coming from here, it's generally not as cinematic to shoot it from the direction where the light's coming from. Mm-hmm. Especially with digital cameras, it's generally better to shoot towards the direction where the light's coming from, and then use light for what I call light wrapping, or well, it's termed as light wrapping that Roger Deakins does. It's like you know, there's a light source. So say there's a lamp right behind me. There's a light source there, or it's right here or something. You can cheat it a bit and have it wrap around you. See how this light is wrapping around our faces? So like, say there's a lamp right here in the shot. That light, if it's the same color as the lamp right behind me, it can we can make it, it'll trick the audience into thinking that that light is coming from here. But if it was just that light on, it'd look like shit. You wouldn't see my face. It would just, my face would be in shadows. Plus, you see how this light right here is kind of casting a nice soft like glow onto us. If you make it look the color of whatever the color temperature the moonlight is, and you pick the moonlight and you have light shining in the windows from lights outside, not the actual moon, but the lights outside that looks like moonlight, and then you have this or something like this, the same color temperature shooting at the ceiling, so it's casting a nice soft glow throughout the room. It'll illuminate certain shadows. So it's just like a digital camera, it'll just show up as blackness, but it'll illuminate certain things in a way that the audience will think it's moonlight. And then you have like a different color, like primary source of light. That's generally, if it's coming from the opposite side of the camera of where the actor is, it generally looks better because shadows are nice. I'm especially after working on Ryan's film, I've been working with shadows more, and I'm like, oh, I love shadows. You know, like I love having this negative fill that's like a piece. Like I never use negative fills because I was always focused on the lighting things, like the non-committal cop sketch. You see, it's full of light. Now I'm trying to work in shadows in my work more, you know, and I find that really cool. And so, so it's story, framing, light sources. And a lot of times you might want to change the framing because of where the light source is coming from. Also, you can create artificial light sources. Say, you know, there wasn't a light in here. You want to create color separation or create a certain mood to serve the story, which is most important. You can add a light that's this color or red or blue or anything. Like these lights can change to whatever color I want them to be. And so I can then make like I can add the light source like a practical in the scene so it makes sense of where it's coming from, and as long as it's for the story and how I want to affect the audience, I then use like a light like this, whatever color it needs to be to match that color, and use it to like create a soft like to make it seem cinematically like lit from that light. It doesn't have to be realistic, but I'm
thinking of the audience right now, and it's like you're giving such good knowledge, but they can't see what you're looking at. I'm so sorry, like, guys. No. It's me, but he knows what he's talking about. No, it's really, this is really interesting.
Check out the video podcast. It's in the link.
It's funny.
It's in the description. But that is something that, I'm thinking about now. It's going to evolve into more things in the future, especially as I shoot more things. Like I'm always learning something new. Like the shadows was something new. Like the soft moonlight or the soft shadow lighting, like using shadows plus like some lighting to like illuminate things, but not too much. Right. You know, it gives it a certain vibe, and I'm always looking for more things like that. And that's why I like doing the cinematography in my own films, because I get to learn more and learn more about my look. And know how to always get it when I'm shooting my own films. Gotcha. And then so it's story, framing, light sources, light wrapping, or shadow wrapping, and then simplicity. Don't bring all your equipment. Bring as much equipment as you think you'll need in the car or the truck, or trucks. But don't bring it all inside until you know you need it. Right. Have a good simple system, and then if you can get away with one light, go for it. Mm-hmm. You know, there's nothing wrong with one good light, you know? So story, framing, light sources, light wrapping, and then, or wrapping or lighting, and then simplicity.
You needed that to be a better acronym. You change the words just to make it like
spell out. It'll evolve.
Spell like poop, so everybody could remember it.
I'll evolve it.
Or actually shart, since you liked when I said that earlier. You really enjoyed. That's a fun word to say. All right, so I'm going to bounce another thing off.
Yeah, go for it.
So To Great Lengths, the nonprofit I talked about, is really very broad intentionally, because it's all about investing in the person and helping make their dreams happen, right? So some people have helped you out along the way, right? Mm-hmm. So through Ryan, Johnny bald guy from Liverpool you met on the train.
Mm-hmm.
You were at the train set, right?
Yeah.
As an extra bald guy on the train.
Mm-hmm.
Liverpool.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I got his
He was
number.
the one with the English accent. Yeah.
Yeah, I got his number because I'm gonna get him to read my World War II script to help get like the English
nice.
this English pilot to sound more. I'm writing him like his advice was write him just like normal, like don't put anything into it that's supposed to be,
and then let him take it.
Yeah.
So I've become a good friend of his since this. He works at that place Slow Hand, and I didn't know this, but he wants to be a filmmaker, right? So he's 20 years old, turns 21 in February, and he looks like he's 45, which is hilarious. I love you, Johnny. We watch Liverpool matches. I like Liverpool soccer, and we go tomorrow. I think it's at 11:30 at Kildare's in Westchester.
That's awesome.
So we can, but I just learned that. So, he's still living, I think, with his folks or whatever, not, barely paying the bills or whatever. I go, well, and he doesn't want to do school. He's like, I don't want to do school. I don't want to have all that debt. And all. I go,
That's
well,
smart.
you rang true a lot of things. I go, just do it. So I would be curious to see what you think of the advice I gave him. The advice I gave him was just do it. Michael Jordan. And
or Shia LaBeouf.
I said, what part of it do you really think you're going to like? He's like, I think screenwriting. I go, okay. He wants to learn the end to end though. Right?
Yeah, no, what was
So let me finish and jump in.
Yeah.
Don't forget your thought though. Write it down if you have to, because you're old and you'll forget things.
I know.
No. So he wants to learn end to end, but he thinks screenwriting. So I said, well, I'd love to help you evolve, grow, do it. Right. And I talked to Ryan about it, and I said, well, here's what my plan would be. I'm going to get you a few master classes, okay, about screenwriting, because that's your one focus.
Aaron Sorkin's.
Yeah, I know. Yep. And there's another one called Skillshare, right? That I've done my research. I didn't know what either of these was, but Masterclass has the big names, which benefits because they're real people who did it. The other one gets into more the how-to at the nitty-gritty level. Like literally, there's screenwriting, how to go into movie magic and make it work better for you and all this stuff. So I think there's probably a combination of the two that might help them. But anyway, so I'm going to get a masterclass, right? Watch as many as you want, right? So that's one. That helps him kind of understand and a lot of the stuff you've done.
Yeah.
Then I said, I want you to write something. I want you to write a 2-minute short about anything. It can be about using your pencil. I don't care. But you're going to write it. You're going to do the screenplay, the official screenplay, and then we're going to film it. We're going to do it, right? And then I came up with, and I could tell he was lukewarm because I was throwing too much at him, right? I do this with people. I give them an opportunity, I overwhelm them, and then they never respond. So I said, this should not be a stressful thing. I could tell. I could see the stress in his face. I go, look, I'll write a 2-minute short. I already have 3 that I could do like right now. But you're gonna do the screenplay, and you're gonna do the editing and the filming and everything. And we're gonna use all Ryan's stuff, right? And Ryan's gonna help you through every step of the process from the beginning to the end.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you need me involved,
right?
I'd love to help.
But is that a good idea for an upstart? What would you add or change to that if you were doing the same thing? Because I just created that on my own out of what I think could help them.
No,
instinct.
that's smart.
Do it, right? I'm going to fund you to do certain things. I'll get you all the equipment. I'm trying to think of what else would be smart to help a guy like Johnny. Honestly, you would be a great mentor.
Yeah, I'd love to.
That'd be another thing. Like, you come for a day or whatever, and we have lunch.
I mean, if and I don't mean to do this like as self-promotion, but like the podcast, number 15 that I just did before yours, that is basically for someone like him.
Perfect. That's great.
Who is, looking to get into it, especially.
Yep.
And it's basically, it is me revealing 14 years of being obsessed with this and trying to find out what is the smallest percent of everything I've ever learned that has enabled me to get over the biggest hurdles. And it's really designed for somebody who is looking to get into it to save the most amount of time and headache and heartache and pain.
Yeah.
Because
you're welcome, universe. Brought to you by Thomas Prophet, saving you 14 years of angst.
Yeah.
Right? No, that's great.
No, I fucking spent like years of thinking I'd never be able to get to where I am now. I spent years thinking I could never write a screenplay that I wanted to write as well as I wanted to write it. But in a few you know, in a few more writing days, it seems like I'm going to be done writing something that I am finally a feature length that I'm finally fucking proud of.
Nice.
Like I like it. I feel like it stacks up against a lot of my favorite films.
That's awesome.
Like
That's
I
awesome.
can't even fucking tell you how hard it's been to do that.
Okay.
Incredibly hard, and thanks to like the people I've met who've been able to give me feedback and help me along the way on that, and just everything that's helped me.
Yeah.
Like it's just, I mean,
you're at the tail end of it. It's got to be rewarding. You got this.
But then
you
again,
this,
it's the tail end of writing it, but it's the beginning of making it. And
don't let fear take over.
No, I'm not.
I need you to get. I wish that spiritual lady was there, because losing fear is the most insane feeling ever. I want everybody to have it. I don't know how I have it. I thought it was going to go away by now. 2 years strong, just like
that's awesome.
Not a care in the world, man. It's freaking great.
See, I don't know. I don't know if I'd want to do it because just for the sake of, I know when I change my meditation routine.
Like right? No, it might
fucks
change
me
everything.
Up. It fucks me up. So I'm like, I'm glad having enough fear that inspires me.
Yeah. Now, fear for inspiration is a good thing. Yeah. Fear for paralysis is not good.
No. Yeah. It's important to be able to blast through the obstacles, the fear. Yeah. But I think I don't want to. The thing is, it's like, it's whatever I have is working right now, and if I lose that fear,
stay with it.
Because the things I make feature films, you know, they might be just things that I fear.
Yeah.
And I'm making the film about the guy breaking out of the friend zone. Yeah. I feared that.
Yeah.
I feared telling a woman who I'd liked for years, who I was friends with, about how I really felt. Yeah. But I needed that to grow, and I did it and made the film.
It's
and
an interesting concept.
That helped. Dude,
you make films on all your fears so that you can overcome them. That would
Martin Scorsese makes films about things that make him mad.
Yeah.
You know, you have, if you make films about things that are real to you, they'll be real to somebody else. Yeah. I'm telling you. And this is the advice to Johnny is Johnny. Make a lot of short projects. Yeah. As well as you can within your own means.
I'm glad
as
I had
fast
that right.
as possible.
Yeah.
And then do you know, I'd say, like, and to you as well, write and direct something. I'll shoot it for you. Like, I'll do everything production wise. I'll help you produce it from everything I know, and I'll even help you co-direct it. But I don't want to be. The thing is, I don't want to be credited to as director on anything unless it's something I wrote, just because. It's a consistency thing.
Yeah,
I want people. It's like
it's yours. It's your brand. Yep, understood.
When people see it directed by Thomas Prophet, they're gonna know it is something that I spent a lot of time.
Right. Yeah.
And went through.
That's
all
what your brand.
It went through all the filter. You know the scene where Denzel in American Gangster, where Denzel Washington is talking about his. I don't
think I've seen it. I don't think I've seen it.
Well, he's talking to his friend who's trying to sell his product, his blue something. Blue Magic or something, and they're selling it a watered down version as the same thing, and he's telling them, call it whatever the fuck you want, but if you call it Blue Magic, you're fucking with my brand, and he ruins a friendship because of that. But dude, he's fucking great in that movie. It's fantastic. That's a great scene too. So many fucking great scenes.
I have one more Johnny for you. So to close it, Johnny. So yeah, I'm on the right path. Sounds like you don't hate my suggestion.
No, I don't.
And he doesn't have.
I'd tell you if it wasn't.
Well, I appreciate it. I just hate when people don't give honest advice, right? Or honest conversation. So I could tell he doesn't have anything in his that he's wanted to make, which kind of surprised me. If you want to be a screenwriter, usually I think you'd have an idea too, but he clearly.
It's hard to figure out, even for me.
Yeah. So I came up with this last thought. I said I can give him some of the stuff I written, but I like the idea. So have you ever heard of Monty Python, right? I don't know if you're a fan or not. I wasn't younger. Now I'm a super fan because the humor caught up to me. So dry. Ministry of Silly Walks. You familiar?
No, but okay. It sounds.
So I'll send you this 2-minute skit. I said, here's what we're going to do, because he's from England, right? So it's an English thing, and it's my favorite skit. And I've thought. I don't know what the rule is. In music, you can do a cover of a song, but like if it's over 10 years, you don't have to pay a royalty. And there's all this stuff, right? Mm-hmm. I'm familiar. Like if somebody re-releases, I don't know, "Start Me Up" by the Stones, and they redo it. Like Maroon 5 redoes it. After like 10 years, you don't have to pay any of the royalties or something like that, right? I was curious on sketches and skit comedy. If you redid it with different actors, do you have to pay anybody for it? You know what I mean? or is it just a redo? There's got to be something there. I haven't been able to find it.
I don't know.
But anyway, but my concept is take Ministry of Silly Walks, which was probably never storyboarded, never written down. Michael Palin wrote it. John Cleese did the acting. It's the greatest thing ever. I did a whole charity event on silly walking and a contest.
Oh, I think I saw something.
Yeah,
like
that was, and Ryan did that. Yep. So I said, we already know what the skit is. You can watch it in 2 minutes. Write the script back into the script of that silly walk. This would teach him the structure within a screenwriting. What do you use? Do you use Movie Magic? Do you use
when I write, when I finish writing, I'll copy and paste everything in the Final Cut and then format it.
Okay.
I don't write formatted. I write bare minimum. This is probably because I wrote my 400-page manuscript this way and it stuck for me. I write very minimalist. I write in either Word or Google Docs, and I will write the actions, and then I'll write in quotes the what's being said.
Right.
I don't even say who's saying it.
Right. Okay.
Because by the time the scene's finished, I know who's saying what, because everybody's objectives are clear to me just by what they say.
Yep. Okay.
I know what the voice is like, and occasionally there's a line here and there. I'm like, wait, who's saying that? It's like once every 20, 30 pages,
right.
And so it doesn't matter. Right. If it can work for either character, it doesn't matter.
Well, because you're making your own stuff, right?
Yeah.
So if you were,
but eventually, if you want people to take it seriously and make it, you have to do it in Final Cut, or Final Draft. I mean, I go to Final Draft.
It's like 2, right?
Yeah.
So you have to. So I wanted them to learn that, because if you're writing something, you're going to submit something, it's got to be the same font.
I recommend trying that where you write without formatting, because when you write formatted,
I wrote on paper. Mine. Yeah. I wrote on paper and I had to translate it. I didn't have a Movie Magic. I just wrote
that's good.
an entire notebook, and then I moved it into it. But so I thought, if he takes something that already exists and backs into the screenplay, he doesn't have to worry about the creative side. Just write it. Camera zooms in, guy on a street.
Well, here's the,
he could use some of the concepts.
You don't have to. All you have to write in the script is, I don't know what Ryan does, but this is the way that you have to do it. Is you just write what the story, the actions and the dialogue, and of course the scene headings and whatnot. Maybe or maybe not cut to, doesn't matter.
Yep.
You don't have to write anything about the shots. That's the cinematographer or the director's job to figure that out.
I think he does both because he's playing both roles, but I got you.
But I believe that if you want to have better writing, don't think. You're thinking about the shots and shit while you are writing that down, you're trying to make decisions about that while you are writing. You're putting the horse behind the carriage.
The stories first.
Right? The story, the dialogue of the character. If you are spending any amount of brain energy on anything else except for that, anything else but than that, you are taking that energy from the from creating the best story and dialogue and characters.
I think I got lucky because I didn't know how to do any of the other stuff. All I knew how to do is get the story out and the dialogue.
That's all you need to do.
So I thought he would learn the structure. He would learn how to use the screenwriting software, right? That would be a benefit. He goes to the masterclass, he does that, and then we film it, because I want to redo the skit, because I want to do a 30-minute episode or 22-minute, whatever, of my favorite skits of all time redone. Okay, so Silly Walks is one. Another is, you probably don't know this, MTV show called The State back in the day. It's Louis, and Louis just wants to dip his balls in it. That's the whole episode. Is that avocado dip over there? Yeah, it's avocado. I want to dip my balls in it. It just keeps repeating it. It's the most ludicrous, insane thing ever. But it was a huge hit back now because it's just bizarre.
You ever hear of there's a concept of comedy writing called it's not the straight man. It's called straight line, wavy line, and it comes from this book I have over there. I could give it to you after this.
No, I won't read it though.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, no.
Oh, I'll just explain it. It's basically
thank you.
You have
Cliff notes, please.
The straight line character and a wavy line character. The straight line character, they are gung ho for this one objective, this one course of action, this one path of action, and that is causing this other character to weave around and have to deal with it, and it's making life hard for them, and it's seeing that wavy line character not know how to properly solve this straight line character's issue that makes it so funny. I forget the exact terms but that's basically a summary, and I think about that all the time when I'm writing comedy. Is what is this character's, what chaos is this character causing to this other character?
Yeah.
That's how you make character-based comedy, not just on jokes. It's one thing to write jokes, but it's funny. It's funnier when you're writing characters that are saying things and they don't realize it's not to be funny. Right. They don't realize it's funny. Yeah, the audience realizes it's funny because I mean, then again, there's things that you don't understand why it's funny, but like it just is funny, and it works. That's all that matters,
So I'm thinking I want to do 4 skits redone. Right. That's why I want to find out if I could release it or not, because of, who do I have to get permission to? I mean, that skit from Monty Python was probably 1972. Right. Yeah. And I want to do 4 of them. I want to redo them because young kids have not seen this stuff. Mm-hmm. And the Monty Python Silly Walk one is interesting. I was dating somebody at the time, and we would walk down the street and I would just start silly walking. Oh, this is you just start walking weird, right? Just random, just whatever you're feeling. And this kid cracked up. He's like 11 years old. So he started doing it. And then I started doing it, and other people started doing it. I'm like, what the hell's going on? Now, if I do it, like, oh, Monty Python, right? So, and everybody smiles. And kids love it. I'm like, I think silly walking's a thing. It's fun to do. People get caught up in it and they lose track of what they're doing, and it's catharsis. So this whole thing, I'm gonna pitch to Rose Tree Park, which is right near me in Media, that I want to buy from them or rent from them a space. It's the Silly Walk Zone, and I'm gonna have my signs on each of the 4 sides that says you are now entering the Silly Walk, permission to walk silly, right? Mm-hmm. And there's gonna be a camera from the tree 24/7, just like you never see like a bar camera, right? Yeah. Just 24/7. Anybody can go with their kids and just silly walk. And then they're going to see it the next day on Instagram or whatever it is. The joy that silly walking brings to people blew my mind. It was beyond what I expected. And it's so stupid and so simple. Mm-hmm. And then I even thought of, if you go for a walk and you wear your Fitbit or whatever, it's going to tell you your heart rate. It's going to tell you how many calories you burned and all that stuff, like a sophisticated one. Then you do a brisk walk. It's going to do the same thing. Silly walking's hard as shit. So there's even an angle to it being good for you, like getting your heart pumping. You know what I mean? Like there's an angle to you're going to a nice park and you're walking around and you're exuding your energy. So there's a concept there. Seinfeld book that I was given and I never read is called Is This Something? Mm-hmm. And it's this idea that with his comedy, he knows there's something funny about something, but he can't write the joke. He can't place it yet. Mm-hmm. I've thought about, I didn't know that that's what I did, but there's something there to, this is a great idea. Now I just have to put it all together in a nice package. So I'm getting close, right? So the idea is the Monty Python skit gets redone. I pitched to Rose Tree Media this block of land. I think they would want people at their thing. I could give them a sponsorship or whatever. We could have people on the sponsorship on the sign, brought to you by Sunoco, Silly Walking, whatever. And it's just fun and joy. Stupid thing. But I get to leave that behind, and then other parks could take it. And I think it could spiral. Mm-hmm. If you Google Silly Walks, you will see a lot of people in front of their houses have done their Ring doorbell and set up Silly Walk zones. So at my event, for people that wanted them, I paid a lot of money for these signs. It said, you are now entering the Silly Walk zone. Please continue. And then when you leave the Silly Walk zone, you are now leaving permission to walk normally and boring again, right? But in front of their yard, people with their kids, their stroller, they see the sign, they read it, and they just start doing it. So there's all this like raw footage. So funny. You could watch it for hours. It's all over the place. In England, there's one walkway that's a Silly Walkway. Like it's an intersection. Yeah. It's just so stupid and so great. So anyway,
I gotta look this up.
That's one of my ideas. No, I'll send me, just like you're gonna send me all these directors and stuff. But so anyway, that was my long jump. But I want to do a skit show and I want to reinvent it for kids that haven't seen these, like The State or like Living Color. Did you ever watch Living Color? That was before your time. Fire Marshal Bill, another great one. It was Jim Carrey's first big gig. Hilarious skits, right? So I want to take some best ofs and redo them because nobody's going to watch it. If I just take all 4 of them and put it into a YouTube, what is that? Mm-hmm. Right. And that's probably copyright. But if I redid it, had fun redoing it, I think there's something there. So that's something that I haven't like got up to my top 5, but something that I thought could help Johnny with the process. And then I just think kids, they've missed out on so many funny things. Whether it's, and I didn't watch Mary Tyler Moore or some of those shows you hear about. Or I Love Lucy. I Love Lucy, right? You haven't seen these, but
no,
Betty White.
Dude, I Love Lucy. Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh,
my family.
I Love Lucy.
We watched I Love Lucy like every dinner, like this whole year or something. Like every I watched
like the one where
episode.
she's eating like the bonbons.
Fuck yeah, dude, the fucking chocolates.
Like everybody needs to see that. You know what I mean? Like there's some classic stuff out there. And
Airplane's
one of my all-time favorite movies.
I was watching that a little
all-time
while ago.
favorite.
I love it.
It's funny because it doesn't hold up as well as I thought it would for young kids. For me, there's just so many. That was the first of the
I laughed at it
silliness.
all the time, like when I was a kid, and I still laugh at it. I'm
1980,
like, Then again, my dad had to explain it to us like when we were kids, and
you liked it just because of the one booby scene, right? Just to be clear, where she's jiggling,
just, like, they're just
jiggling. It does come out of nowhere. I speak jive. No,
dude, I was watching that on YouTube the other day.
I did this the other day, and I was with Ryan the other night, and he always knows every movie I'm quoting. He didn't know Airplane. I was really pissed off at him. He handed me some piece of paper. We were writing down our top 3 movies, and Johnny was there, and we were just writing down our top 3 movies. He gave me a piece of paper, and I crumpled it. I go, oh, I can make a hat or a bow or a pterodactyl. And that's a Johnny line from the movie, right? The bald guy and the tower, Rapunzel.
Wait, what was the deal with him? Was he like some famous like comedian or actor?
No, he was nobody. He's still nobody. It was just a random character that said random weird things.
I was watching. I was like,
this is
got to be some famous guy.
Never was in anything before that, ever. No.
Really?
No, nobody.
What?
So nobody. He's been in nothing probably before or since. We'll Google it later.
That's amazing.
No, nobody.
Like, why did they?
Because they are weird, twisted minds that just wrote weird.
That's great. I love
the wrong week to stop sniffing glue. I mean, they just wrote so many bizarre lines.
I know. I love, dude.
They are out there. I mean, and even too, like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in the cockpit. You know, you try and drag Bill Russell down the floor, son. Or what was the one line? Have you ever been in a Turkish prison? Like, I mean, that was so disturbing and like weird. Dude, their minds. Who did those movies? Jeff and Zuckers, I think maybe the Zuckers. Anyway, there's twisted minds. But Naked Gun came out of that. If you remember the Naked Gun.
Yeah, you know why it got canceled? Is because it was so much visual humor that they wanted the studio wanted, the network wanted shows that people could watch without watching the TV. They wanted things that they could have on in the room and
just
listen
hear
to.
it. Okay.
Yeah, that was so stupid. But
like
then again, we probably wouldn't have Airplane if it weren't for that.
Yeah, that's funny.
So,
some of OJ's best work. I mean, other than killing a couple people and getting away with it, which is his top work. He's really good. Hey, sponsored by OJ.
If the glove doesn't fit,
the orange juice that never gets busted. Oh my God. All right, so. Can we rapid fire again?
Yeah. So this is actually something you probably touched on.
I'm going to try and keep it under a minute.
The legacy you'd like to leave behind or the destiny when you're done here?
Yeah, I gotta leave a mark, man. I go back and forth on the spiritual thing. If there's not like, if I was so sure there was something else after this, I could relax a lot better. But I don't know that for sure.
Yeah, I mean,
so I want to leave something behind that.
And you know what?
30 years from now, and you said it remembered maybe. I don't know.
How do we know that like heaven and hell aren't just something that a reality we create for ourselves in life?
You got to just go all in and believe it or not.
Yeah.
I need to see everything. I mean, heaven and hell, it could be like South Park. I just watched the South Park I got back to South Park. I love
Human Centipede or
no, that's disturbing. But no, and I've seen Book of Mormon like 5 times on Broadway.
I haven't seen that.
Dude, we're going. It opens back up in February. We're going.
We'll do it.
We're going. I promised Ryan too. It's the best show ever.
Fucking down.
It's unbelievable. So I'm watching South Park the other day and they're in hell. I was like Saddam Hussein's always in hell and the big red guy's the devil. Right? I don't know how much you watch South Park, but the scene is like they're all up in this kind of, it's not heaven and it's not hell. And they're in the waste area, whatever that area before, right? You had decided. And they're like, no, you're all going to hell. And the whole crowd's like, what? We're all going to hell. Like, but I'm a Presbyterian. I'm a Catholic. I'm a Jew. Well, who's not going to hell? And he's like, they're like, who was right? I'm like, it turns out It was the Mormons. The Mormons were right. So it's only Mormons in heaven, right? But it's like the funniest thing. It's like, because everybody's got a different belief. It's like they were right, and they just get all the other people get shipped to hell. And they're like, no. It's so funny. It's just so.
Dude, I've heard about it so much, and I'm like, I want to, because I heard it's just so savage.
It is the bigger, longer, uncut movie was great. Did you ever see Team America with the puppets? I mean, that's pretty savage too. It's great.
Yeah.
But anyway, what was my point to that? Mormons?
We were talking about
legacy.
Yeah, legacy.
I still don't know how I got there. No, leave it in mind. Oh, because I'm not sure, right? Is it the Mormons? How do you know it's the Presbyterians? Is it the Quakers? I was raised Quaker for about a year. But like, what is it? Is it the atheists? Were they right?
You know what I think? I think when we create artificial intelligence that transcends us and then transcends that artificial intelligence, and then that artificial intelligence creates the next one, and that one creates the next one, and it becomes God level intelligence, they'll be able to reverse entropy and reverse particles and things, and then bring people back from the dead, and then like I feel like they could turn back time, like the time of certain particles, so that they reverse entropy, and then bring somebody back to life, and then use the medical and then reverse, turn it back forward, and then.
Are you pitching me a screenplay right now?
No, this is shit I've read about, dude.
Funny.
Did you see Tenet, the movie Tenet? By Christopher Nolan?
Just came out like 2 years ago, like right at the beginning of COVID.
Yeah,
I did not see it.
So it's about something that's actually real in physics. It's about reverse entropy. It's basically that the concept that if you put an egg on the counter, it rolls off. Mm-hmm. This is incredibly rare, but there's actually a potential that it could reverse and then roll back to where it started, and it could shatter and then come back together and roll back. What causes it? But it is, and we're talking about
is that why Tenet is?
We're talking about
it is because it's before
exactly.
How good? How smart am I,
dude?
I just put it together.
No, that movie.
I'm that smart.
Yeah, you are. That movie. The second half of that movie is incredible.
Okay.
Fucking incredible.
No, I heard it was good.
Jaw-droppingly incredible. Now, how emotional it was compared to his previous work and how much it affects the audience emotionally, I don't know, but it's one of my favorite Nolan films because it's one of his most well put together in terms of the details.
Okay.
And I when you watch it more than once, you really realize how oh my God, I totally missed that. Yeah. It's incredible how much is baked into it, but I mean I appreciate that.
Well,
I mean,
and so we both believe that we don't know what happens after.
But that's the thing. What if?
Right.
What if a super AI? What if it's not a super AI, or what if it's us, a more intelligent version of us that influences us from the future, and that is our God?
And what if it's nothing?
Or what if it's nothing? What if it's a combination? what if in the future all intelligence is united into one intelligence? Kind of like, in a way, it's like the Earth is with all the humans in it. It's like a bigger version or a more complex version of or a meta version of how there's neurons in our brain that are firing messages back and forth and communicating just like we do on Earth, and eventually though the bandwidth will be expanded by technology and by something akin to telepathy, the way that we're Elon Musk is trying to connect people's brains, and then it'll be so intelligent that like I said, they could reverse entropy certain particles, certain things to bring back people from the dead, and then to bring them into that, and maybe that is what people are tapping into when they have inspiration, or they find God, or they go on drugs, or they go into meditation. They're tapping into that thing that hasn't happened yet but transcends time.
I'm with you. Or is it, are we just in the Matrix?
Could be.
It could be just in the Matrix.
Or that Matrix is created because all the intelligence comes together and creates.
But again, it could be nothing. Could be all random events, anything. And we're digging up, we're pushing up daisies.
Clapping of hands and clapping of tongues, as Marcus Aurelius would say.
There you go. No, could be.
Dude, and got really fucking deep. Dude, I've always wanted to verbalize.
That scared the hell out of me. That scared the hell, not the conversation, but I'm just digging up worms scares me. That's why I get back to legacy. What if that's the answer? Fuck.
Yeah.
I better enjoy every
So
minute and try and leave something.
You know what?
that
We're all
gives
in.
people joy.
Let's
There you
make
go.
a legacy.
No, it's like that might not be it, but I have to go to the lowest common denominator of that might be the only thing I'm afraid of, that there's nothing else.
Yeah.
Right. So anyway, all right, rapid me.
So rapid me.
Question
your
3.
most meaningful failure.
Oh, I read that one earlier, and I had it. I bombed so bad doing comedy once.
That's a good thing to do.
It was awesome. It was so fun that I bombed. And it proved to me that nothing's going to deter me. Like literally, one of my mentees, Jason, videoed it. I still haven't watched it. It was so bad. And it turned out that drinking before doing it to excess is a bad idea, especially when you wrote your bits down on your iPhone, like all comedians at open mic do. They put it on their little iPhone or iPad. And then you got lights blasting in your eyes and you can't even read your phone. So your whole bit is gone. And now you just are up there alone. It was horrible. But that's on a small scale. And that was about a year ago. But I haven't, I would say marriage a little bit, but that's not a fail. 19 years, great kid, got out of it. And we get along great now. Like we
That's awesome.
we never didn't get along great. We just fell out of love. So, but most people view that as a failure, but I don't.
What's that like, falling out of love? I mean, if you want to answer that.
I think I got resentment came up a lot. Like, so with me, I felt less and less appreciated, and it doesn't mean this was real, but in my mind, I felt less appreciated for what I was bringing to the table. And there was no, it was just becoming friends. It was like the roommate scenario, right? So if you're with somebody for a long time, I had thought that it was normal to not be together sexually for a long period. And then I started talking to friends about how often we got together and how often and I realized I was on the standard deviation to the 9th. And I'm like, oh shit, this isn't normal. Because you watch these sitcoms of like, Everybody Loves Raymond, like, oh yeah, we don't do that anymore. Like, it's not normal, right? So I thought, I'd like to get back to that and feeling like somebody that really digs me, right? That I lost that feeling, and it messed up my mental state. So it wasn't really falling out of love. It was just time. Just like, I don't know. I'm starting to think nobody should be with just one person. I think it's abnormal. I think we do it because of the kids and society and family. It's becoming less and less. People are picking the types of relations. You see the polyamorous thing. There's all this stuff out there.
There's
now.
a book called there's a writer called Neil Strauss. Now I realize it's a book, so you're probably not gonna read it.
Never gonna read it.
Neil Strauss, he went from this journalist back when journalism was,
a real thing.
Yeah. And
why do I keep leaning in to say like
sounds cool? That's why.
Did you ever watch Joe Biden? He's like, because it's not inflation. He whispers. Have you seen the whispering?
No.
When he does that, it's so creepy.
Oh god.
Google Joe Biden whispering. It'll creep you out.
Right. Basically, he had an assignment where he was supposed to investigate pickup artists.
Okay.
And he went from investigating them and being this guy who had no luck with women. Like he investigated. He was like a journalist who worked with like rock stars.
Okay.
And he thought that, great, finally I'm gonna get sex. I'm gonna get all these things. Didn't happen. But he went when he
really ugly.
When he went into he's bald.
I know, it hurts. It hurts.
He basically he went into the world of pickup artistry and became one of the most renowned pickup artists in the world.
Wow.
And he's an incredible writer. And like his writing is fucking top notch. And he went into that world, and he became a god in that world. And
I didn't know there was a world.
They had all these fucking sex clubs they would go to, like having massive orgies. He writes about all of it. There's an audiobook version, I think. Just as deep as you watch Wolf of Wall Street, they got nothing on what they did.
Gotcha.
They got nothing. Like they just I can't really remember what exactly but it was. And the amount of detail he goes into about it is fucking astounding. And then
where's he from? Is he US?
Well, like I think Los Angeles.
Okay.
But like then I think is I don't know why, but I think I've never finished one of his books. I don't know why. It's not that they're bad. It's just for whatever reason, I felt like it was infecting me in a bad way, and I had to put it down. Like at the time when I was reading his book, The Game, about pickup artistry, I just started going to a bad place with him because it was so influential that I was like, maybe that's the thing. And I realized, no, I don't want that.
No, you know,
but the thing is, what I hear is like his books end with him arriving at that same conclusion that it's not good. I just haven't gotten there. And then he wrote a book kind of like that called The Truth, about relationships. And basically I think it's the woman he ended up with at the end of The Game that caused him to leave that world. He ended up cheating on her a lot and didn't know why. And it was like sex addiction. And so he's going to therapy for that. And then, actually I'm trying to embrace the world of polyamory, and he's trying to like try all these things, all these, relationships. And he's trying to cultivate his dream relationship, which is like a society of people that all these women that he fucks, and it's like a group relationship thing. And what, I think what he ends up learning through the course of it, and you realize it as you go, because he's taking you along the journey with you, whether you like it or not, in detail. And it's all stuff that happened to him. He arrives at the conclusion, and this is a spoiler, but he arrives at the conclusion that it doesn't work. It's all narcissism. Just because of, but he starts out, like a brilliant fucking salesman on every one of his books, because he was sold. Yeah. And he's selling you the way he was sold. Yeah. And you are like, oh, I'm totally in on this. And that's why I couldn't read his fucking books, because
you could tell what it was doing
you go down that road, because it, there is nothing more powerful than the truth. And he tells you the exact truth, the way he experienced it, and you feel going down that road as well. And so I got to get back into that book, The Game. But
so before I forget, Michael Douglas, The Game. Ever see it?
I love that movie.
It's a great movie,
but it's a different movie. But it's different. It's not about the same thing.
No, it's not. No, but that's a great movie. Underrated.
Great fucking movie.
Every time you said The Game, I'm like, oh my god, I forgot about that movie. I have to watch that.
Dude, I watched that again.
Dude, that was a creative. Who did that movie?
David Fincher.
Really?
Yes.
What a great movie.
Great movie. And it went on. Did it go under the radar?
Totally. Nobody saw it. It was great.
Somebody at my restaurant told me to watch it years ago, and I was like, "What the fuck? This is great."
It is a great movie. It was such a twist. It was like before Fight Club. Yeah, it was a twist. Like Fight Club had a big twist. And so you were saying that, and then little known fact, you were talking about sex clubs. I've actually been to 2 of them.
Yeah, what's it like?
One in Philadelphia, one in Liverpool, England. This was my experimental post-marriage phase where I just wanted to try everything. By the way, I think I've tried everything, not the like crazy stuff, but like experience to know whether I like it or not. So there's one in Philly. Have you heard anything about Philly?
No. I'm not interested in going into one, but I'm interested in hearing about it.
It was an interesting experience. So it's called Pleasure Garden Club. I knew about it because an old friend of mine started bartending there. So I asked her about it, and I wasn't going to go by myself. So I got my best friend, Amy, and I'm like, I want to check this out. Like, what's this like? You go in, they check your phone, then you go in, so there's no cameras or anything. And you go in, it's like a dance club. Bartender, bars, happens to be a stripper pole. Nobody's really on it. It's 9 o'clock at night. And then 10 o'clock at night, like you start looking around, people are shedding clothing a little bit. And now people are working the pole and just having fun like amateurs. And then 11 o'clock, you're like, I think he's getting a hand job in the corner. I think that's what's going on. And then by midnight, it's like everybody's naked and just like stuff's going on everywhere. Now, there's people there to observe. We didn't take any clothes off, but like there's like a cross where you can get whipped on, right? So you put your arms up and somebody just wants to get whipped on the cross. Then there's like a straddle pony thing that's meant for women to be pleasured. So they are perfectly aligned with this straddle horse thing, and a man could just stand there. Like it was in truth. There was a rope person getting tied up with like really fancy ropes. There was a voyeur room where it's just a room with a bed and a window with 10 people watching. Like it was just all this stuff. I thought it was an Eyes Wide Shut. It was really surreal, right? I didn't know this really existed. Like I really had no idea. But an experience I wouldn't trade. I've never gone back because I don't want to partake in that. It felt dirty, like not just dirty, but like physically dirty. Like I don't want to get a disease. I grew up in the AIDS era. I ain't touching that shit, right? No STDs here. Hey, ladies, if you're interested, I'm totally clean. Never had anything. I was always protected. But so yeah, that, and then Liverpool was really cool. Liverpool was with my friend and TJ, and she'd never been with a woman. So when I went and visited her, I'm all about helping people with their bucket lists, whatever kind of bucket list, things you've never done. Yes, this was her. She had never been with them. So we thought, all right, we're going to go to a strip club and I'm just going to pay a couple $100 to ever go back and make out with a chick or whatever. But then when I was looking at strip clubs, I found this other club. They don't call it a sex club or anything. I forget what it's called. Maybe swingers or something. You go in and you get a bracelet. And it's just a bunch of different rooms. It wasn't the same as the one. You get a bracelet that says what you're into. Yellow means bi-curious. Green means there just to watch. Red means gay. Purple means threesome. This means submissive or dominant. You know what I mean? I thought that was genius. So now you're going and you're saying what you're into. You don't even have to talk to the person. They just look at you. It was genius. So we got her a yellow. I found her another girl yellow, and there you go. Right? It was like the easiest thing. I thought it was really.
Is there like one for straight or what?
It was just observer, or like you're not going to partake in anything. I was green, whatever it was.
Or like straight, like straight sex.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay. Yeah, no, there was everything. There was threesomes, swinging, so there was everything. I was just there. Mine was I'm not going to partake in anything. I'm there to just experience, right? So nobody came up to me because they saw the green, right? They knew, like,
that's smart.
Or like another green would be like, yeah, this is pretty wild, huh? Like, I can't believe what I'm seeing here. But anyway, that was much more private, where you could go off in a little separate area with the people of your choosing that matched your criteria. That was pretty cool. But anyway, little known fact. I just throw something your way, edit it all out. But an interesting experience. That pleasure garden. It's not bad. It's not. Are you fine
with me keeping that in?
Sure. Yeah, I don't give a shit.
I mean, when we talk about things that we'll leave, I'll send you this thing. Matter. So if you want, there's anything we need to cut out, let me know.
No, I'm good.
But
fire, go.
What's the hardest thing you've ever?
Oh wait, I thought of another failure. Wait, I lost it. I had it when I was talking. And I lost it. My not instinct. What I wanted to do coming out of college, I went to school for marketing with a minor in communication, advertising. I love marketing. I love the idea. It was because the guy worked at Campbell Soup that was my professor, and he created Campbell Soup, marketing, right? Okay, we're doing really good with the age bracket 40 to 60 because they like soup and their teeth are rotten or whatever it is. But we're really struggling with the 8 to 15 soup. We're not selling to the 18, 15, or they're not using it. Right? And then he took it and he changed the colors of the Campbell Soup and he added Dora the Explorer to it, right? Because now the kid's going down the aisle in the seat and saying, Daddy, I want that. Mommy, I want that. SpongeBob, you see on the stuff. Like, I just love that concept of getting people to try something different because of marketing and advertising. And I always thought ads suck. And 90% of them, you're like, what are they even selling me? You watch these Super Bowl ads for $2 million. At the end of it, like, what? Really? Cheetos? You spent your money on that? So I always wanted to be in that, and I never got in it. I actually, right out of college, I was writing letters to ad agencies. You had to be New York, Chicago, or LA, and I didn't like any of those cities at the time. So we moved to Phoenix, which was growing. I thought I'd get a job, and I was writing letters like, I will work for free for a year if I could just work at your ad agency. Everybody must have thought, I learned later, it's like you were giving it away. They think, what good are you, right? I was so confident, I knew I would crush it. And I still know I'd crush it. But I was giving it away, so there was no perceived value in me. I learned that later, but never getting into advertising. So I've done it on my own. I've done bar marketing for people. I'm doing stuff for Liquid Alchemy in Wilmington, Slohan in Westchester. And then out of college, I did a bunch of bars. That was my calling. And then I ended up not getting into it, going to financial services, which helped with money. There's my failure. Go.
It's not much. That's the good failure.
It wasn't that bad.
Yeah. What's the hardest thing you've ever done? It's up to you if you want to answer.
No, I mean, stand-up was really hard. Like, because I took it for granted speaking in front of 4,000 people. The nerves when you're standing up in front of 30 other comedians.
Yeah.
And the crickets was so freaking hard. I can't even describe how hard that was. But that's not, I don't think that's good enough. I should have put more thought into this one. What about you? What's your hardest?
I mean, the hardest thing would be, I mean, I mention this every time, but it's like my film, Rusty Spade. It was a 12-minute one-take film. Honestly, this answer might change to this new sketch I've done, but actually that's the hardest thing, because that was something I had wanted to do for 7 years. And it was always this project that was my ace in the hole, as you know, the Joker put it in the Batman Dark Knight film, one of my favorite films. And it basically, it was a film I called my ace in the hole because for a while in high school and in the college, it was that film that was that better project. I was working on it back when I worked on Ryan's film, and it kind of gave me the confidence boost that I would make a great film one day. You know, I'd be a great filmmaker. It's having something better that's in the works that you're working on, you're going to release eventually, so that you can suck now at what you're putting out. I don't really need that anymore. I mean, but then again, I do it kind of automatically. I always have something better I'm working on in the moment. But you know what? Actually, no, it does help. It still does help me. Having that ace in the hole, that better and bigger project that you're going to do next or eventually, so that you can create projects now and fail now. And you know, when you release something, whenever you release a project, you know, it's never as good as, you know, what you thought of, how you thought it up, you know, how you built it up in your mind and your emotions. Nowadays, I'm much more realistic. I'm much more practical, because I know that's going to happen. I know that when I release this thing and get people watching it, it's not going to be the magical effect. They're not going to be like, oh, bravo, you know, like standing up fucking bleachers. Not that I think that's going to happen, but like, you know, it's not going to be the you know, it's never going to be as great as what you thought. But that's how you build up that's how you feed the fire to blast through all the fear and the things that hold you back from doing it and making it. Is you have to have that enthusiasm, that passion for the thing. And once people see the film, that passion, you know, it's still there, but not as much. And you realize, you know, your expectations, well, sometimes sometimes it does, it can transcend expectations. And I hope to do that. But I mean, the best thing is I've released projects that I was super proud of, like that, like even that animation thing. To this day, I can show that to people and get joy out of seeing them laugh at these Lego people getting slaughtered. I'm telling you, dude, I want
splatter, man. Hardcore.
I want that for my feature film.
Right.
I want people, my feature films, I want people to watch them and be so 100 times bigger than that animation, 1,000 times bigger. I want them to walk out of that theater being, Tom, you fucking changed me, like in a way. Like you took a part of me went into this movie that I'm not leaving with in a good way or a bad way, or not a bad way, but like a good way. Like they feel like I affected them on some deep level.
Yeah.
So
I got about 4 hardest things as you were talking.
Go for it. I didn't even get into like why it was so hard.
Leaving the marriage was hard as fuck, because I didn't want to have my son working the pole because he had divorced parents. Right now, like literally, a lot of my friends that have divorced parents are not healthy mentally. They're just not. I think there's a direct correlation to have a good, stable parental unit. So that was hard. I actually waited many years beyond I should have, because I wanted I waited till I thought he was mature enough to handle it. And I think I did the right thing, but I also feel like I wasted 10 years that were good years, right? When I had better hair, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Another hard thing is talking to my son. He's been so good. He never got in trouble. He's just a really good soul kid. But he's starting to get into groupthink a little bit. And we talked about critical thinking earlier. That bothers me, right? So when the whole, we might have to move your thing up and down.
I'm
Whatever
real
you
quick.
need.
I want to cut back in just so that we can say we'll cut this take 16B and we'll go to take 16C next.
Okay.
And now, and then we'll talk more. We're off record. Let me stop these and we'll continue talking right now.
Okay. I only had about 30 more seconds.
Well, it's just because there's a limit to the length of
Fair
file.
enough. Am I blowing away your 7-hour thing?
We're gonna do.
Did you challenge me?
I want to do a third part. We're gonna do a third part to this. You down for that?
Yeah, whatever.
And we'll take a break while we're talking.
Oh, why you need a break? Let's see. Yeah, let's see.
that's the way I see the world, and that's why I want to make my films very wide, and I want to make it look dark because it's a dramedy. You know, I don't mind it. You know, I don't believe in genre like Ryan does. Sorry,
Purity.
why am I talking fucking Ryan?
You're a dick.
Yeah, I am. Sorry, Ryan. No, I don't believe in genre.
You think he's still watching it, hour 6?
Yeah. It's gonna be a few hours.
I don't have that in me. I can't do that long.
No, you
Meanwhile, it's 9 o'clock.
I know, right? No, dude, that would be
I'm
like
just hoping Burger King's open so I can get fries on the way back.
Fucking 5-hour meeting. You know, Applebee's the other way.
Fuck Applebee's. They do make a mean martini.
All right, let me
bang bang shrimp. All right.
So we are back, and I think we were rolling on everything. But all right. So yeah, I think we're going. Yeah. So it is take 16C. We're on part 3 of Mike McGowan's episode, or is it take 1 with Thomas Prophet?
Yes, I think it is. It's take
I will
1,
not title
A,
it that
B, and C.
for consistency's purpose.
Just for the record, if anybody ever watches this, we've already lost 49 people's down. You know, you can see on the Google Analytics when people are watching when they tuned out. That's going to be fun.
No, one day, people are going to treasure this.
I'm leaving it behind. This is legacy for me.
This is legacy.
This is going to be somewhere out in the
This is a hell of a legacy.
But I'll tell you, 49 viewers is down to about 6 right now. And God bless you, 6.
God bless you.
But what's been really rewarding for me is that we got to hear him speak and his passion. And I'm pointing to him.
Yeah.
His name's Thomas. Prophet, 2 F's, 2 T's. Very cool name. I always like that. But I've enjoyed this, right? Because when I was driving here, I was thinking I'm turning this on him. And you've done it a little bit. I watch all your things, but you throw it. But you've been doing mostly straight interviews and questions and letting them roll. And I've been trying to let you roll.
My friend says the otherwise.
Really? No, I think I've been letting you roll.
No, she didn't say the otherwise. I said that when I was talking to her. I was like, I'm talking too much, and she's like, no, you're not. You're fine. Like I'm always thinking that.
No, I just let you run, and I like that. That's what I kind of wanted because from a film perspective, I'm a newbie. You're more of a pro than I am, right? I just come at it from a different angle. That's all. And I do want to help young filmmakers, right? So for the people out there, we're going to do this comedy short thing, send it in, make some money, have fun. There you go. All right. Rapid fire.
Rapid fire.
And I'm ready with my extras here too.
What are you most excited about in the future?
God, I go kind of day by day. The future right now, I guess it depends. Do you want me to go to a specific topic like movie making or whatever? Movie making's bad right now. I have to explore some of these indie movies and foreign films because it's been, well, I guess COVID didn't help.
Dude, I'm telling you, Criterion Channel, man.
Okay.
There's a reason why, like the reason why I started watching it is because like Scorsese, there's a life to his movies. I'm like, where does he get that from? How does he put that in? And I think for me, I get the life that's going in my movies partly from watching so many works of cinema from there, and it changed me as a filmmaker. You know what I was making before I started watching those movies? I was making this really stupid short film. I was writing at the time, and it was basically about these dudes who are trying to get this woman's number in the library, and they start breaking into a gunfight and with silencers and shit. So stupid, right? The stupidest fucking thing in the world. I'll be the first to say it.
Now you're in World War mode.
Now I try to make films that are about drama and personal relationships and things that are more like relatable, and that before then I realized that was mostly inspired by bullshit I saw on YouTube.
Yeah.
But when you garbage in, garbage out.
Yeah.
Watch a lot of like movies from all over the place, great works, and that's the reason why it's probably Criterion is there's a criterion for it to be on there.
Yeah.
Or to be made into that.
I think it's rare.
Or remastered.
So what I like about Scorsese, I love because his films are artistic and they tell a great story. Like he gets both out of me. Mm-hmm. Usually, if it's too artistic, I'm like, I was just too artsy. And sometimes it's like, but
there's a lot of that.
Goodfellas is my all-time favorite movie. I don't know if it's in your top, but Goodfellas, unbelievable movie. Pulp Fiction's probably number 2. Mm-hmm. Number 3, I don't even know who the director is, but I just love it. Usual Suspects. I guess twists and uniqueness. Yeah. So Goodfellas scene where they're going through the kitchen and Henny Youngman or whoever it is playing, and it's a 2-minute 1-shot Steadicam scene. Blew my mind. Blew my
Have you
mind.
seen Magnolia? Not Steel Magnolias, but Magnolia.
I have.
Dude,
Yes.
that's great.
Artistic, it lost me a little bit, but
Yeah.
great. Similar things. And then Pulp Fiction, just the way he moved around time was just really fucking cool.
Fuck yeah.
There was nothing like that. Nothing like
Yeah.
And then Usual Suspects, you talking about a character, Kaiser Soze, and a twist at the end. Forget about it. It's fucking great.
Yeah.
Didn't see it coming. Anyway, my point to that was, I don't know. I just wanted to say what my favorite 3 movies were, I think.
That was actually a question I had. So
Okay. But we were
2 birds with one
well,
stone.
what was your question?
Because
I think I was
good
ready
question.
to answer. I think I was ready to answer.
What
it,
are
too.
you most excited about in the future?
Oh, yeah.
And then you shit on movies.
No, I think, I
Which
did.
is-
I did because I'm
Which
not happy
it will
right
lead me
now.
to my next question.
Because it's been a lot of Marvel stuff. It's been a lot of big bank stuff. And Hollywood just drives me nuts. They're so arrogant and egotistical, and I just get really turned off. So I'm running out of actors that I don't dislike.
Mhm.
They're all so political and so condescending. And
Yeah.
it's just kind of, oh my God, Bette Midler's lost her freaking mind. She wants people to die. She's insane. Anyway.
Jeez.
So, but from and I'm thinking the world is bleak, but that's where I'm going to save it. The hero complex. I don't like where things are going, and there needs to be a change back to like common man and love thy neighbor and like listen to people and have conversation, as opposed to just where it's going. It's going south fast. So, future, I'm not as hopeful as I want to be. I'm trying to make it better. It's weird, but I can feel it in the air, and I've lost friends, and it's just sad. So, trying to turn that tide, one person at a time, but trying to scale it. Anyway, all right, what do you got next? Go.
Let's see. What is your? Well, we kind of just touched on that. How do you feel about the state of filmmaking today, and how could it be better?
Sucks.
Sucks.
But you're watching watching films I'm not watching probably.
Yeah.
Like, so I do want to watch Tenet.
But a lot of them are
I
films
knew Tenet was going to be good.
that like were from the past.
Yeah.
From,
Well, I saw Invisible Man. I thought that was actually pretty good. I was expecting not much out of it.
Wait, the newer one?
Yeah. I was actually surprised by that.
I haven't seen that.
I thought it was
I saw
going
the
to be
trailer
garbage.
for
It's
it.
actually pretty good. But no, I haven't been to the theater in a long time. I don't even watch it. I've actually been seeking out more lighthearted, which is why I'm probably not seeing a whole lot of good movies. Like I want to watch The Free Guy, Ryan Reynolds, right?
Yeah,
I heard it's great.
I heard
it's great.
That was pretty
You
funny.
see it? Yeah. My son said I would love it. Little video game action. I've been playing video games more than watching movies lately. And by the way, video games are cinematic like they've never been. Holy hell. I played Uncharted 4. I just got a PlayStation 5 because my son got it, and we play online. That's how we stay in touch when he's in Orlando, right? Was the Switch, and now it's the PS5. That game is unbelievable with the visuals. Like, I can't believe, I feel like I'm in a movie. Like, it's pretty impressive. But anyway, but no, like, what movie in the last 2 years? Isn't that awful?
I don't.
Like, if we looked at the box office, it's garbage. And it might even extend 2 years.
When did Once Upon a Time come out in
It was
Hollywood?
like 4 or 5 years ago at least.
No, what, really?
Oh yeah, had to be.
No, I think it was
Once Upon a Time.
2018 or
Wait, Once Upon a Time in America?
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Oh yeah, in Hollywood.
Quentin
Excuse me. Yeah.
Tarantino's.
No, I think a long
was
time ago.
2019.
I'm gonna IMDb that shit.
2018?
I'm gonna IMDb because I'm on it and you're not. But I'm gonna get you on there.
Yeah, I'll get on.
My buddy D Wade's on there. It's on there. Oh, by the way, D Wade asked me to. I gave him a version of the same thing with different credits that he wrote.
I think you should let me color grade it
I'm happy to do it
before.
all day long. Oh yeah, no.
See, like this is what you. Let me see.
Can you make me skinnier in it so I could actually
don't know about
get a date if I wanted to? Damn it!
So wait, not that. That's what you posted.
I did it in black and white.
No, it's ungraded, meaning
Oh.
you didn't adjust the color, the contrast or saturation.
Okay.
This is just a basic LUT that
Okay.
A LUT is a lookup table.
Yeah, I just whatever he gave me on the file, I just used it.
A LUT is basically a lookup table, and it's ungraded, meaning it gives you more to play with in post.
Okay.
And the thing that bothers me the most, and this happened recently, for a film I DP'd, like when people put things out, DOP'd, director of photography, I shot for somebody.
Director of pornography.
Okay. It just it's lazy when people put it out ungraded.
Okay.
You know, it just looks like garbage. It's not supposed to look like that. It's just so that you can have the most to play with in post. But I like when it's like at least somewhat graded. Like I'm gonna actually modify this to make it look even better.
So I'd love you to do that, but I wouldn't want you to spend a lot of time on it.
I'm not.
Okay, good.
I'm really fast. Here's the thing. Like I said with the pots analogy, my process of color grading is I turn the contrast to a certain amount. I turn the saturation up to a certain amount. I then change the, I change the color balance. And if the color temperature is changing throughout, which it probably would because we went to different rooms, I might change that. Like I might have it so that it would change like at this point and this point. It'll take me 20 minutes probably.
I just thought of something for this. So
I don't know why Ryan doesn't color grade things. It takes me 20 minutes to do that.
I said send
white
me.
people.
I said send me everything because I want to do it right anyway. But
yeah, or
he didn't release the walk because he didn't like the color grading. He told me.
I told him send it to me. I might. Who knows? I might be wrong, but I might be able to fix it. Or I might be able to do something.
It would have been funny if it was your color grading and I just ripped you. But I didn't rip you.
No, I'm waiting. I'm still waiting.
He won't even send it to me to watch it.
I shot a friend of mine's film, and he released the trailer without any color grading. I'm like, I'm like, that makes me look bad as a director of photography,
as a DP.
Yes, as a DP.
TP giving DP. TP for your bumhole.
DP. But it makes me look bad, my work look bad, because
you're part of it. Yeah.
I hate when I see people's, the stills of their film look better than the actual film because But that's the way I graded still. I put graded stills out of that film. My favorite stills, they all look great. But the thing is, that's how they're going to look when I'm done with it. Mm-hmm. I can do that in the moving image. Right. Like there's nothing I'm doing there that's limited strictly to a stills image. It's that's how I can color grade it.
What would it take? So if you were to color grade 6s and 7s, which is not done yet.
I don't think I should. Because I don't think I'm at the level that Ryan is looking for that. But
gotcha.
I'd like to color grade the walk.
Okay.
And give it a shot.
Right, well, let's do that.
I asked him. I told him send it to me.
All right. Well, I'm gonna enforce it. None. He owes me.
Yeah, hell yeah.
A lot.
I want to try it.
Bitch,
and if he doesn't like it, he doesn't have to use it. I'll do some scenes.
It's a no risk. But you could then get attached to something that got released because it's just gonna sit there. Anyway. All right. So where were we? What were we? Color grading. Yes, hired. Where were we on our question? What was it? This is the most incoherent podcast.
Well, this is just what happens when we've done it for a while. It's just, I mean, that's why I usually stick to 2 to 3 hours.
Hour 6.
Yeah, we're getting there. But so I asked what you're the most successful. How do you feel?
We were talking about films. You didn't give me one in the last couple of years.
No, I didn't.
Sad. It's sad. You went Once Upon a Time in America, and I forgot to look it up.
Yeah.
Give me some. Tenet.
The thing is, it's not. I don't think it's probably not a good call. Like it's probably not. It doesn't really mean much because I don't watch a lot of new films, to be honest.
Okay. You would if they were good. Would you not?
I'm terrible as a filmmaker. I don't go out to see movies as much.
Right.
It's just plus with. I mean, well, even before COVID.
I'm just looking at the top box office right now. Spider-Man, Sing 2. I mean, are you kidding me with this? Matrix. I watched it.
You know what?
The
thing that, like the hero complex we talked about.
Yep.
Why is my? I didn't realize it. I gotta fix that. No, I'll fix it.
I heard Licorice Pizza. I heard that one.
Yeah, I heard about that one. I want to, like when it comes to my hero complex, if I have one, it would be to help change the state of filmmaking, and here's how you do it. And it's similar to what you're doing right now. When I get really successful with my films, I'll have known enough about how to make films with very, very low amount of money. And I'll have gotten good at it for doing that. And that's my plan. That's why I do everything. So that I know how to do everything for cheap as possible. Then what I'll do is I'll build up equipment and resources to pay and supply filmmakers like where I am now or before now with a vision on with the resources to go and do that. But also I would probably even go a step further of hiring full-time writer directors who have a vision and the ambition and the passion so that they can get out of their day job and focus 100% of their time and energy, which is still not that much, just making films. Yeah. Start off by making 5 short films as well as you can within your means, as cheap as possible, and then we'll get into feature films. Now, the company that does this would take a chunk of the money because we're funding your lifestyle to do that. But you would still get a sizable bonus out of it, and you would also get to live your dream as a filmmaker. And if that's not something that you would totally jump at the occasion for, you're not right for it.
That's right. Yeah.
And so there will be people who will jump towards this. I would back a while ago. But the thing is, you're going to have somebody who is employing you who will give you as much guidance as you want or need, and will tell you the truth, but will still probably let you, most cases, will let you go your route, because I'd rather see a bunch of different films by people who go their route. I don't care if I agree with it or disagree with it politically. I don't care if I disagree with or agree with it artistically. If I brought you on the payroll, it's because and I got you that job, it's because I want to see where that fucking goes. I want to drop that. You're the marble I'm throwing into this thing. I want to see where it goes. I don't want to fuck with it.
That's fun. That is fun.
That's exciting to me. And you know what? If I can do that and make it so that it's it's affordable. Like we can make a lot of hire a lot of people and keep it under a certain amount, and it's so scalable. And also we can create a network, like a hierarchy where they're accountable to each other, but I'd have to figure that out later, or just a network of people who are accountable to each other. Then and they can feed their creativity, inspiration off each other and learn from each other. You can create an army of writer, director, filmmakers who are like Christopher Nolan or Quentin Tarantino, and chances are you'll probably if you get to 100 of these people, 5 or 10 of them will be the next big thing.
And you made it happen.
Yes, and that and not to capitalize on it, but to. I mean, you would capitalize so that you can grow and expand and get more filmmakers, but you'd be expanding. You'd be creating an army of filmmakers.
You're unleashing creative people out to the universe,
because that's the thing that's holding people back is they don't have.
I agree.
Like I'm grateful that I have the ability to spend full time working on this, and if I didn't, I couldn't do it.
No, I feel bad. There's a lot out there that's never going to get made because they don't have that opportunity that you have. So me and Ryan talked about ethereal picture company, but I wanted to have a conglomerate that had, Ryan's angle, he does this, and another person's commercial, and have a production company. And it was similar in nature to what you're describing, not as far reaching as you've thought about with the hundreds of filmmakers, but like
thousands.
A place where they could come
eventually
in,
thousands.
And we all share equipment. We all share ideas. We've got editors and writers, and everybody benefits from it and has this common goal. So might be something
you have to, in order to save cinema, you have to invest in auteurs. I know the auteur theory that one person, it's not true. One person isn't the author of everything, but you need one fucker who has the vision and won't let up. And then sees an idea. So here's the thing. Ideas are they're so sensitive, they're so fragile. The inspiration, I didn't fully know what my World War II film would become till now, but I'm seeing where it's going. It is far better than I thought back then.
Nice.
And it's just so many. The thing is, but the only reason it is because I didn't get my spark stamped out by someone. But I also had I had met people who were ahead of me and also, helped me get further. They furthered my knowledge and my, the way I go about it. It's so I had mentorship, but I also had freedom to go about it. And if I didn't have that freedom, that idea, this World War II film it would not be where it is or where it's going. Or in any of the projects I'm planning to do that are on par with that.
The Great Lengths thing, what I'm doing with Johnny, right? That could be expanded, right? So you and I both feel like there's probably some real good artist people out there that have had these ideas or these concepts that will never do anything with because they have a day job.
Yeah.
Well, they have a day job. They work as a bartender and they're working 60 hours a week and they're exhausted, but they've got a few things. It would be great to put out, and maybe this podcast, whether it's the comedy festival idea or this, hey, send us your ideas.
Yeah.
Because I love where you went. So I've done this multiple times where I've helped people get away from a day job for several months so they could focus on something that I believed in, right? That they had a great idea. All right, I need you to focus on that. So I'm willing to fund you paying your bills until you see this through. Mm-hmm. I love that concept, but I would love to see what kind of artists come out of nowhere, right? That say, oh, I had this idea. Like I think about two people in mind, this guy named Deli, another named Jason, that just have ideas galore, but they're not going to do anything with it. They're not going to do anything with it. Mm-hmm. And who knows what that'll be, right? But I think there's something there because there's a spark of passion that they have that they don't have the opportunity you do. So anyway, all right, go next. Go all day on this stupid tangent.
Did I ask how do you feel you've evolved as a person or in what you do?
You have not. I've evolved to as further than I ever thought. I think my problem is I'm less tolerant of people that are lazy. People that don't think for themselves. Like I've learned enough about me of what I don't like to be around and not associate with. I just can't be like people that just don't think for themselves. Drives me nuts. Judgmental people drive me nuts. Mm-hmm. Lazy people drive me nuts. You know. So I know what I like and I don't like, and that's made me have a very small friend group. Very small.
Yeah.
Which is kind of disappointing, but like I'm much happier.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like I've weeded people out that just were either a bad use of my energy or whatever. So I've evolved to that point. I don't know if it's good or bad. I think I'm happier than ever before. I know I'm happier than ever before, but it feels weird to not have very many true friends. So evolved. I think I'm a better listener than I've ever been. Highly empathetic, and I don't know why I'm good. Like I've lived a full life already. I'm good. So now it's like helping other deserving people get to that state is kind of what I want to do. I think that's evolving. I mean, it shows like I don't really care much about my own happiness as I do others. For what it's worth, is that evolving? I don't know. I've opened my mind up to everything. I don't mock any ideas. I like to listen out. I also then research, like the meditation thing. Like, why did I really float above my, like, what was that? So I Googled and the first thing I found was I saw images of people floating several feet above. I'm like, it freaked me out because I saw that. And
I haven't experienced that.
I saw stars. So I'm
not sure if I want to.
I was out in space because I didn't know what I saw. He just kept saying I saw pink and purple dots. They looked like Dippin' Dots, like pastel-y colors there. And then I was on, I have these Instagram pages like you do about the universe. And I saw like the Milky Way and it was the exact picture of where I was. So like that was such a surreal experience. Whoa. But yeah, so there's
see, it's universal, like it's universal images or some universal
that
intelligence
other people have seen.
There's also this is what I learned about mythology. This is what I love about mythology is basically and a quick summary of mythology, like for a lot of people don't know this, it's mythology is basically a narrative of thousands of stories that accumulate together and are written by hundreds of thousands, like dozens, generations, of people who tell the story and tell it wrong or tell it differently, and then over time it becomes something more meaningful. Yeah. And like a hero, a mythological hero, is basically 1,000 heroes.
Gotcha.
And basically, the story of Jesus Christ is 1,000 mythological heroes. So you have 1,000 heroes. Or like 1,000 people stories become one mythological hero. Jesus is like the pinnacle version or the son character, and it's not just Jesus. There's a ton of like in Buddhism. There's a version of the Jesus or the story. The same story is being told but different perspectives. It's like all of religion is basically it's basically a bunch of blind men, feeling up an elephant and trying to describe what they're feeling. And some people, they're feeling the tusks. It's very hard.
I feel the balls.
Yeah. And then somebody's by
They're giant
the
too.
sphincter, and they're like, it smells like shit. And
I wish I said sphincter. I should have chose sphincter instead of balls.
But yeah, that's
Or
like
uvula.
that's the thing. They're all feeling up the same thing, and so. I mean that
I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
No, to see images of what I experienced was insane. That's why I never went back. That actually scared me. It really did. And the sharp pain. It was too much. Anyway. All right, keep going. Keep going.
What is it about an idea or project that makes you want to do the hard work of making it?
Oh, it's the passion of the person I'm working with. Passion. I mean, that's the word, right? So well, first, we all have to, so everybody has a different opinion of humor, like what's funny.
Mhm.
Like I'm always blown away. I don't know if you ever watch Seinfeld or The Office or Parks and Rec, any of those.
Oh, I love those shows. Yeah.
Okay. So I don't get people that don't think they're funny. I don't get them.
Yeah.
But everybody has a different appearance, like slapstick. Some people
are saying like they think like, oh, it's a cliche that everybody likes it. Yeah, but it's still funny.
Yeah. I mean, Parks and Rec, The Office characters are phenomenal. Like, I just don't get people that don't get that funny. So I think I have to have in common with whoever I'm working with that it's fun. Like we're in sync, and then just the passion for it. I get excited. I have energy, and I feed off other people's energy. So I think that's what every project, not just film, but everything I've done was related to my passion and somebody else's that bought in. Sometimes I can't find somebody else's, and it stalls. Sometimes I need other people's passion to keep me going. I've noticed that. This is where I'm talking about like all these projects I have. I want somebody to just tell me. So failure. Right now I'm at the biggest block I've ever had. Like you had writer's block or a block of some sort. I have a block. I'm kind of petrified of what I should do next because I love all my ideas. And they can't all be great.
Mm-hmm.
They can't all be great. I need somebody to tell me. This is why I'm going to have Mary come in. She's going to listen to me give her a 30-minute pitch on each one of these. And then she's going to hear all it out. And then she's going to play back to me what you heard. This is like life coaching. You play back what you heard. Well, you know what? Your tone went, you got really excited when you were talking about this one, silly walks or whatever it is, right? So I think you should do that because that's your passion. If you get that done, it's going to do X, Y, and Z for you. Like I need somebody to listen to me and then tell me what to do because right now I'm in paralysis by analysis mode.
Here, so I actually meant to recommend this earlier. So a friend of mine, he wrote an animated script. It's about bees, a bee that dances. Okay. It is one of the most clever things, and it's winning awards right now. It's fantastic. You might even want to get involved somehow. I can link you up with him. I think you guys would hit it off. He was the sergeant in the non-committal cop sketch.
Okay,
Kevin McCauley.
Okay. Behind the desk.
He's actually he's a state trooper. He's in the SWAT teams.
Oh, nice.
He does like his own stunts, and he's like action stuff. He does acting. You guys, and he's a motivational speaker.
I liked what you put at the end of it. Thank you for the blue. I thought that was cool.
Yeah.
Anyway. So
you would love.
Send it to me.
No, but
what is it though right now? Is it a script? It's a script,
short? But he actually released a children's book that's a shortened version of it.
Okay.
And it's, I mean, the thing is, I read this thing, not expecting, I'm expecting any amateur writer. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna have to be very honest with him.
Yeah, no.
I'm reading it. And I'm like, okay, wow, he's already here, and it's actually good so far. I'm like, he's gonna screw something up. I'm like
waiting for the shoe to drop.
He didn't screw that up. Are you kidding? What? This is and it's going places where I'm not expecting, but it feels good. Like it just feels great. Like nice. you feel it but you don't, it. And so I'm reading this. I'm like, and I get to the end, and I'm like, all right, yeah, it was, there was a bit of it was a children's movie. It's for children. Mm-hmm. If I was taking my child or my nieces to go see that, I would have enjoyed my night as if I would have wanted to see it as an adult.
Yeah,
I'm like, this is going to be a Pixar movie someday.
Yeah, that's like Toy Story. Like, and he's for everybody.
He's shopping it around right now in California, trying to get it made, and he wants to get it made big. And I'm like, I asked him, dude, please tell me you've been writing for 10 to 15. Tell me you've been writing for 15 years, longer than me. And he's like, and that you've been writing this script for 3 years. And I asked him that, and it also has like murder hornets, all this stuff that's so current right now with bees. I'm like, it's so clever. And they're living like this 50s style town where nobody's like allowed to dance or anything or have fun. And this one guy just wants to dance. It's so good, and the message is so powerful, and I love it, and I'm all for it. And the thing is, I asked him that, and he's like, no, I've been writing for less than 2 years, and it took me a month to write this. And I'm like, fuck.
No. See, this is why I was saying, like, the 17 hours thing, like I keep getting these lightning bolt things and don't have to do all the work.
Yes.
Right. And I feel guilty about it.
It's because you have so much experience. You've lived so much. So there's something to be said about starting. It's the best. You're better writers start later in life. So just because you feel like you're starting late in life with writing, especially, you're actually better off because you've lived things, you've experienced things. And I'm at the disadvantage of I'm living things through the lens of a filmmaker and a writer. So I always look for structures that aren't there. But people can see structures naturally and organically because they already lived a life and they know how to be a normal person. I don't know how to be a normal fucking person. I've always been making movies. So I have to look to stories of real people.
Yeah, I gotcha.
But this, I asked him that, and he said, oh, well, this book, The Nutshell Technique by Jill Chamberlain, and I'm going to recommend this to you. I recommend it to everybody now because since I started using it, I used it to structure the non-committal cop sketch.
Okay.
Though it's loosely structured based on it. There's some changes, but that's the thing. It's like it doesn't work for everything, but it applies to The Godfather. It applies to Pulp Fiction. Believe it or not, it applies to so many movies. It applies to Groundhog's Day.
Love it.
Basically,
huge Bill Murray guy.
Do you want me to walk you through what it is?
Sure.
It's basically it's a very short checklist. Talk about simplicity. It's a 7 points, 7 check mark items. You have them. You have a story. And it's a story that is hard to come up with, but if you have the right check marks that you're trying to fulfill, you know how to hit the mark. It's like hitting a fucking target in the dark, but it's like turning a flashlight on and you see it. I love that. And that's what like Johnny needs. Like I needed this years ago. I wish somebody fucking showed me this years ago. That's why I recommend it to everybody now. I'm like, dude, you have any fucking idea how many films I could have made at this point?
I know.
So many good fucking films. And now, but I'll walk you through it and I'll tell you what I'm going to do with it to expand upon it. But it's basically, all right, so your character they have a catch, okay? You start with the catch. The catch is the character gets something they don't want, okay? You think of something, that's the hardest thing to come up with. That's the opposition. That's the Aaron Sorkin's like obstacle. That's the formidable opposition. That's the conflict that they're facing. Yeah. If you can come up with a really good catch, you're golden. Now, along with that, you figure out the setup one, the thing that they wanted throughout Act 1 that they get, but at the same time they get the catch, they get the setup one, or they get the same time they get the setup one, they get the catch, meaning they get something they want, but at the same time, simultaneously, or at least right after, they get something they don't want, which leads to Act 2. So you're starting at the point between Act 1 and Act 2. That's where you show. That's why if you're starting a script from the beginning, you're fucked. You start in the middle of like right at the point from Act 1 to Act 2, the transition point, because you figure this part out, the catch. You have a story. You start from there, and then you add a setup one. And the setup one can be anything that the character wants. It doesn't have to be the main thing they want. It just has to be something that they say that they want, or something that they want that's inherent. But especially it's great if they say they want it because they get it, and then the irony is they get something they don't want. Right. Bill Murray in Groundhog's Day, there's a line buried in there in the beginning of Act 1 where he says, I don't want to spend more than 24 hours in Puxatawny, and he doesn't. Yeah, that's the catch. That's
great.
He's reliving the same 24 hours over and over again. Yeah. And so it's smart, right? And then that catch, the next thing is you have to figure out how that catch has to be the perfect test of the flaw. And the flaw, that can be dependent on what the catch is. So you figure out, okay, this is what the character gets that they don't want. Why is it that they don't want it? How does that test their flaw? And the flaw can be anything, just like the setup one. But think of something good for each thing. But the flaw is like, okay, the character gets The catch is in the non-committal cop thing, the character, they want to retire. So they throw away the badge, but the catch is they have to get the badge back to retire. So they have to now go find that, and that and then that also leads to meeting the fisherman who steals the badge, and challenges his flaw of non-committalness. So he then has to catch this fisherman pervert. Spoiler alert. And through the course of that, we are setting up that he's moving towards the opposite of the flaw. So you have the flaw. Now the opposite of the flaw, the strength is the opposite of whatever that flaw is. So non-committal is committed. He is a committed cop. And so we are hinting towards that. But when I do comedy sketches, I do something different. I don't go to the strength. I hint that we're going towards the strength, and I'm like, just kidding. And that's funny.
Nice.
So that's something that I do different from there. Plus, for sketches, I just skip all of Act 1. I just start with they get something they don't want. Start right on the action for sketches. For some reason, that works. But yeah, so you get the catch, which is, and then with something they don't want, the setup one, those are the same at the same time. And it's hard to, so you start with the catch, and it'll be easier if you start from the catch.
Gotcha.
And then everything, the setup one and the flaw are dependent, and it can be anything, just something that it seems realistic that you can believe in, or that feels relatable. And then the opposite of the flaw is the strength, and that's what they're going to move towards. If it's a comedy, if it's a tragedy, they move away from that. They worsen their flaw. But if it's Aristotelian comedy, and on Aristotelian terms, if it's a comedy or a tragedy, if it's in Aristotelian terms, if it's a comedy, it will go. Their catch will lead them to their crisis. They'll lead them to their lowest point. You see this in most movies. Most movies are a comedy, in Aristotelian terms. And then from there, they go to the climactic action where they choose to do the different thing. They choose to move towards their strength, and then they move towards their strength. And then the final action is the last thing that you add, which is after the dust has settled, the battle's over, months or so later, they make another decision that continues them towards the path towards moving towards their strength. So the non-committal cop, if I was really following it and make it, to make it like a drama, I would have made him the final action. He does something to help somebody, he is committed.
Right.
But we find out that he's actually not. He always
non-committal,
retires.
man. He's non-committal.
And that's I love that.
You're gonna like this. I'm gonna stand up for.
But tragedy is they reach the ultimate manifestation of their setup one, and
what's it say?
Wait, drink and be merry. No, is that from? No, is that? Oh my God! Wait, is that from?
For Christmas.
Wait, what is?
Drink and be merry. It's Bill Murray on there.
Oh my God, that's great.
How funny is that,
dude?
Another surreal thing. I'm talking about World War II.
He's got Bill Murray socks on as I'm talking.
Drink and be merry. I got a lot of silly socks for Christmas, and this is my favorite. So I'm a huge Bill Murray guy, and I have all Funko Pop figures. I'm addicted to them. They make me smile. I got Groundhog Day. I got Stripes. Zombieland.
I'm watching Stripes soon.
It's on my list. It doesn't hold up very good. It's slow.
No.
It's great though. It builds. It's slow. It's great. John Candy's great in it. Give me another one. All his top movies. I have all Ghostbusters. Like 6 of them. So I all 6, and because they're just all. What about Bob? Another underrated one.
That.
Underrated one. He's a manic.
Wait, did you mention
has anxiety?
Zombieland?
Zombieland, I did. Greatest cameo ever. He's phenomenal in it. He's unbelievable in it. Just gets blown up too. So anyway, I just ran this by. I was telling you I was doing bar marketing for this place called Liquid Alchemy in Wilmington, and I do Thursdays. I'm doing like music trivia just for fun, just doing it. I'm not getting paid. I do brackets, so I did like 80s brackets, and it was like Depeche Mode versus the Pet Shop Boys, like March Madness brackets. And I would play a minute of each song, and everybody in the room votes, and we come down to the greatest bands of all time. I did a classic rock one, and ended up being Queen one. But it was like Queen versus Led Zeppelin. I'd play a minute of each song, people vote, so I'm having fun. So the new one I just came up with is Bill Murray night. It's Drink and Be Merry. And I came up with that before the socks were given to me 2 days ago. Drink and Be Merry. We're going to have all Bill Murray trivia, clips from movies, and we're going to put like his top 16 acting roles, and we're going to have people vote to see what was his greatest of all time. This bracket thing, you know what I'm talking about with March Madness brackets,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
This bracket thing, I started it with cartoon characters at an event, and it was 16 Looney Tunes versus 16 Hanna-Barbera. Whittling down ended up being Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck, Foghorn Leghorn, and Scooby-Doo were the finalists, and Bugs ended up winning. But to watch people, you know, hear and reminisce about these bands and these things is fun. And so the March Madness has been a big hit. So I'm doing that late January. So I got to figure out what Bill Murray clips, and I'm going to give away the Funko figures, and it's just going to be a Bill Murray night. And because I'm an IMDb pro, I've got his agency. I'm going to invite him.
That'd be great.
Just like my other things. Just invite him, see what happens. He's the kind of guy who will show up alone. You know what I mean? Like he would just.
That'd be so cool.
I've seen so many Bill Murray stories of what he does, like in his regular life. He's just a guy, man. He's just a guy. He's great. Anyway, so
can I be there for that? I want to see that.
No. I'll send you as I put it all together. So
yeah, that'd be awesome.
You were talking about something and it triggered something else I wanted to say, but
that nutshell technique. I'll wrap a bow on that.
Yep. Bow that shit up.
I love simple systems because I feel like they're the ones that work. Simple, effective solutions, like Aaron Sorkin's thing. Now, of course, it's not true of everything, but you can decide that for yourself for the system. But you have hard tools to shape the clay with, and then you don't have to use. Then you don't have to or you get a flashlight to see in the dark. That's a better analogy. Yeah. And the thing is, great films, and one of my questions I ask everybody is like, what makes for a great film or script? For me, it's the proper limitations. If you are trying to come up with an idea and you're not creating a limitation to shape possibility out of infinity with, nothing's going to happen. You have to give yourself limitations. That's why I feel like micro budget filmmaking is, in a lot of cases, better than big budget filmmaking because you have limitations imposed on you. Yeah. And filmmakers usually don't thrive when they have a lot of money to make films. It's a good problem to have, and it's a bad problem to have when you have a lot of money. That's why I don't where I'm at right now. I realize this could be the golden years of my filmmaking. There's a good possibility of it. Because I'm making whatever I want to make right now. Yeah. And I have all the equipment that I need to make whatever the way I want to make it. Yep. And I'm sure there's better equipment, but I bet if I start going down the route one day, I might become a lesser filmmaker as the more easier it gets to make films. Yeah. I'm with you. And I'm just going to limit myself and say, I don't care. I'm just going to, I'll make sure I pay people like through the fucking nose, like to work for me. And spend all the budget on that, and blow it on being able to have more days to shoot and get a lot of takes, like I feel like I'd be going the David Fincher route where he does like 30 to 60 takes of a scene or 100 takes, but just from different angles and whatnot. But I love doing that because you get to explore the full potential of a scene.
I think if you have your actors and people bought in that that's who you are and what you do, they're not going to be as exhausted. They're going to know what they're getting into, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to work on doing that now. Yeah.
It's
just doing one whole 4 to 6 minute thing, like in a day, like a 12-hour day. That's exhausting. Yeah. It was exhausting doing 6 or 8 hours the other day when we were filming like on 2 to 3 cameras, and it was just we just kept going and going and going and. For an actor, though, that is the best training. That is the best teaching. Like, it's better than acting class, I think.
I like that you are aware of how lucky you are right now. Yeah. That's really cool. Like, a lot of people go through life and they don't realize how good they have it when they have it. And that's a unique quality you have. I'm super appreciative of that you have that perspective. Yeah. It's awesome.
I know it.
And I'm happy for you. No, I'm like, yeah, it's great. All right, go.
So, I definitely need to ask this. You started producing films. What things do you look for in the projects or the people behind it? And that can be 2 parts. That can
I don't think I'm there yet, right? In that I've just been throwing my hat in the ring to learn. Like I was seeking to do so it started with producing. I guess I could call her. I was her producer. She was a burlesque dancer. And I met her at some conference and she said she always wanted to do this. I go, I know people in that industry. I love burlesque. I think it's an art form. It goes back to the 20s. It's like the art of the tease. It tells a story. It's great, right? Most of them are ballerinas. Like, I'm not talking about like a stripper that's just twirling a pole. Burlesque is an art to me. And she wanted to get into it, and I got super excited about it. It was, wow. So I'm like her manager, producer. I got her gigs. I got her in a troupe. That started my energy of, okay, this just made somebody's dream come true. I got the email that said, I could have never done this without you. You pushing me, and I owe this to you. I'll never forget. Like, that is the most rewarding email you ever get, right? So I'm seeking out more ways to get that. That came to Ryan, right? And he's very appreciative. Say what we want about our boy, but he's very thankful. And, you know, said, I couldn't do this without you. You know, you don't have those bro talks very often, because as men, we're not supposed to be vulnerable with our, I'm a vulnerable sharer. I share everything, but I know he's not. I know he's not, right? So it's tough for him to be as thankful as he has, but he has been. That's rewarding. So it's really just, I've thrown my hat in the ring. He was passionate about it. That fueled my passion, right? That's what it's been to date. Now that I've got a couple under my belt, I know more what to look for. Right. So now.
Sorry.
I want to look, I want to work with good people around me, right?
Yeah.
Good, positive energy, good people. I want to maybe do a project that makes a difference, right? I'm trying to create some of those on my own, but I don't believe I'm the end all be all. So I started looking for this avenue that came up to that comedy festival idea that, I would like to see other people's stuff. I like to hear other people that are passionate, but how do I find them? Right.
My friend I mentioned, I'm going to introduce you and her to each other. She also knows people, great filmmakers. So, and I know a few that I would plan to invest in as soon as I fucking succeed, and I can invest. I can like and introduce you to all of them.
And I also like the idea of so I think with
Ryan, you can look at their films, their work, and decide and meet them and judge by their character.
I like the idea of reading a script, seeing a treatment, hearing a pitch, and going all in, right?
So Ryan does that treatment thing.
Yeah, he does. 37 pages for a 2-minute short, type of thing. Yeah.
So when it comes to, I used to do, like, I did this thing I called a chi map for my I did this for my film Feeding the Fire. And what it basically was is it was writing. It was kind of like the writing process, writing and revising and revising and revising until it was perfect. But instead of writing a script, I was rereading what I'd written scene per scene, and I reread the scene and then wrote about it, anything I could think of. Yeah. And then I did that, and then a day later, several days, I kept rereading and revising my thoughts on that scene, everything I could think of filmically, basically a treatment, but my version. And it basically, I just came up with any philosophies or things I could use to apply to direct this scene. And then I did that for every scene of the film. And then once I did all the scenes, I went from memory or reread the whole thing, and did it for the full movie. And what that resulted in was the film. One of the things that I learned from that is I shot the entire film where the character was facing frame right when he was moving forward, i.e. towards his goal, in the right direction of facing his fears, feeding the fire so that he could go through his fears and finally confront this, to tell this woman his feelings. And every time he was chickening out or moving the opposite, the wrong way, he looked frame left. Mm-hmm. We shot it entirely that way. Okay. And it's one of those things, like, Ryan looks at the details that don't matter.
Yeah.
Like, so I'm sorry, Ryan. Why do I keep I'm so sorry, dude.
No, we love him because he's detailed.
Yeah.
He's getting it done, but
Ryan, I gotta take a moment. You changed my fucking world. So anytime I'm talking shit about you,
he said this a bunch of times. I've heard you say this.
Yeah. You introduced me to film.org that fucking changed my world and introduced me to the world of filmmaking that I am in now. All the people I know now are because of you. So I appreciate the fuck out of you. I'm gonna still talk shit about you.
Yeah. but I'm award winning because of you. So thank you for that. I always knew I was an award winner.
Fuck out of you, dude. Cheers.
Well, no, but his treatment though. So when I first came on,
I realize I'm going to probably stop doing that is because it leads me down rabbit holes that the audience doesn't care about. Now my process is very streamlined. I nap on things. Mm-hmm. I have way better ideas during my naps about how to shoot and how to direct something. and I nap a lot.
Okay.
Like for the sake of writing and creativity. And I come up with all my best ideas through naps. My best ideas don't happen during writing. Rarely does it. All of it happens during naps. And my most high impact things happen during naps or during meditation or workout or anything like that, or anytime where I'm like I'm leaving my body, so to say, or moving my body, you know. And then now I use, you know, as far as planning for the cinematography, I'll often figure this out in my head during naps, but after seeing the location or before seeing it. But generally, I can go to the location with my iPad. I will use my iPad with an app that shows like what the frame line is, and I figure out the exact framing and location of the camera and take pictures of it that I can look at later, and then look at it and say, this sucks, this is good. I did this and also I shot a sketch that the one I'm reshooting now. The reason I was shooting so wide of a lens is I spent 10 hours one day setting up the shots, every single shot, lighting it, trying to make it look as good as possible. I thought, and I did it the way I would do any other sketch or any other film I had shot or DOP'd for somebody. And
You're screwed for life on the DP thing. There's no way you get through any conversation without thinking of me and DP. You're screwed.
After that 10-hour day, thinking I got great stuff, like taking test footage and look so I could grade it, I was like, I'm not even going to bother grading it, looking back at it, because it all sucks. Why does it suck? And then I meditated on it or napped on it, and I figured out, let's go a wider lens. Try that. It fixed the problem for me. That's why I don't listen to Ryan about the wide lens thing, is because, well, for whatever reason, it works. And the reason why I thought of it doing a wider is Kubrick, one of the things he says as he was a photographer. He started out with photography in high school and college, and that's why he was so he had cinematographers, but technically he was the cinematographer telling them what to do. Like he sometimes shot his films, you know, and he was incredibly involved in that process, the photographing of his films, and that's why they look amazing. And he basically talked about this philosophy that's always stuck with me, and I never could, and I think I'm beginning to understand it better. He said you have to learn how to, photographers and filmmakers have to learn how to take a picture of a picture, or photograph of a photograph. He said that means you need to have, I think what he meant is you need to have compositions within your composition. You know, some person might take a picture of this with this kind of lens. Take a step back. What is it about this? Just because your mind is, your eyes are seeing all of this, and it's taking that all in within that. And sometimes it's things on the periphery. And I mean, a simple bullshit, you know, lazy method is to shoot with a really wide lens that looks interesting, has very little distortion to it, so that it looks like something that you don't see very often. But looks beautiful. And there's a reason why Terry Malick films are a lot of times shot with that. And the cinematographer he works with, Lubeski, something like that. There's such, and the Revenant was shot by that same cinematographer, and Birdman as well. Very wide lens, beautiful. There's something about that automatically, you know, puts so many different compositions, and the beauty of that is then the audience, much like no music in your film, a wide camera is like, it allows audience members to choose what they're looking at. It just gives them, you know, bigger. And I feel like for me as a person with ADHD, you know, I hear this whole thing of like the human eye sees like this focal length or something. That's bullshit to me. I see everything. Like I notice this something down here blinking, you know, any time of the day. And so it's like, that's the way I see the world. And that's why I want to make my films very wide, and I want to make it look dark because it's a dramedy. You know, I don't mind it. You know, I don't believe in genre like Ryan does. Sorry. Purity. Why am I talking to fucking Ryan?
You're a dick.
Yeah, I am. Sorry, Ryan. No, I don't believe in genre.
You think he's still watching it, hour 6?
Yeah.
Don't index it. You should index it. All right, here's all the times we talk shit on Ryan. Minute 5 hour and 17
I'm gonna talk shit about
seconds.
Ryan. Talk shit about Ryan again. Talk shit about Ryan about this. Talk shit about Ryan about this. No, I love Ryan, man.
The guilt's kicking in. The amount of times you said you love him, it's really kicking in your guilt.
Yeah, it is.
It's awesome.
It's basically I'm gonna be seeing him this week.
Well, me too, no doubt.
Probably
all right, stop.
But I basically it's a way for me to make films the way that I want to see them. I want to I as a director and a filmmaker, I want to, and as an audience member, I want to feel like I'm right there between the actors. Whoa, just cutting back and forth, and so like, or just watching these two actors talk. That's why I love Woody Allen films and this is one of the things I learned about the reason why I do multicam is inspired by his style of filmmaking, where he would have just for a lot of scenes one take from one camera angle, just so that he could involve the totality of the performance of the actors in that scene and have improvisation.
I like that more. Yeah.
That's something that inspired the multi-camera approach, because sometimes you can't do it all in one take or all one angle, or it's just going to be like, it's just not going to look good. It's not going to look cinematic. But if you can put two really wide angle cameras in the middle of the table, looking at either side, that's what I'm trying to do. Like this next short comedy I'm doing, I'm probably going to do 3 cameras, like really wide, just kind of in the middle of all of it, looking at each actor, and shoot most of it like that.
I like that. So a couple things in there. So we're going to get back to Woody Allen in a minute, because I have a question on that.
Oh, gosh.
Ryan's treatment, you don't need to do treatments. Ryan, if he didn't give me the treatment for 6 and 7s, I wouldn't have bought in. So it's powerful for him.
Yeah.
He had a tight vision, 37 pages of how he's going to map it out, color palettes, the whole nonsense. Is any of that required to make the movie? Absolutely not. You're making your own movies. He needed a guy like me to review it when he wants some big money to say, okay, I got it, right? So that's what's really purposeful about that, especially when I share that with people. I was planning on getting other investors for 6 and 7s, and I just didn't have the time. COVID was going. I just didn't have the time to meet people, right? But I have some influential people that they believe in me. So if I say this is a great idea, that they'll throw a bone my way. The treatment was going to seal the deal. Like that was a really well done, like his treatment's better than the script, as far as like from a novice person seeing that you have a vision and you're tying all this, he's got the color palettes in there. He's got the actors, it is to pitch a movie. That is perfect. He does an amazing, I was blown away by it. And everybody I've shared to was like, wow, this guy has really got it going on. You don't need that. You don't need the investor, right? So you might one time. I think it's important for people that are trying to get buy-in I have nothing against doing it. It's just that. But you have no reason to do it.
Yeah, I realized, like, I feel like that was my trap recently that I actually fell into, because I was too ingrained in the details. Like I'm realizing that I make better films just from doing these sketches. It started as like just doing it for the fuck of it. So I was producing something during COVID, and then it ballooned into making short. They're basically becoming short films now. But in a more streamlined fashion, where I'm writing them through naps. The only writing I actually do is once it's all written in my head from memory and it all sticks, I then go and write it. And if it sucks, I don't do it. If it's good, some of them are, and then I make it. Like I'll pitch it to people, and I'm grateful that I have people who are going to be honest with me and tell me this sucks. Like my little sister, like she's one of those people. She watches everything I do, loves it. This recent sketch that I'm shooting for a 3rd time, she watched it, didn't laugh either version we did. Said she looked at me and with her fiance too, who watched it and didn't laugh either, and they just were like, this isn't your best work, Tom.
That's good.
She was right.
You need that. You need that. Yeah.
And honestly, I have an actor backing out because he doesn't want to shoot it a 3rd time.
Yeah, he's done. Yeah.
I get it. Yeah. I plan to work with him in the future. I gave him a way out. I said, look, guys, if anybody wants out, I'm going to pay everybody for this one. Yeah. This shouldn't have happened. This is all me. Yeah. I know I figured out what's wrong. And I tested the problem on another shoot I did. I figured out I think it was the meditation thing. I'm sorry. And, I'm going to releasing all 3 versions. The first 2, I'm hoping the 3rd one's good. Fuck. Jesus. The first two though are going to be in the behind the scenes documentary called "How to Screw Up Directing a Comedy, Reshoot It, and Still Fail."
It's good.
I love that title.
They get credits to multiple things.
But it basically walks through the entire thought process and everything I learned as I went through this whole thing, and it's going to have a lot of bloopers and behind the scenes. It's going to be, honestly, it's everything I've ever wanted to have in behind the scenes. I've always wanted to do behind the scenes. I just didn't have people that were able to do it, and now I'm going to start paying the people to do it, I think. But
all right, so now my Woody Allen question.
Go for it.
Woody Allen, Roman Polanski. Give me another controversial person.
I'm trying to think.
Well, Kevin Spacey from an actor.
Dude, Kevin Spacey was, at the time that happened, he was my favorite actor.
Yeah, I love Kevin Spacey. What do you do with that? So you mentioned you still love Woody Allen, but it's not that you're oblivious to some of the stuff, right? I struggle with that. I struggle with it. I just can't. I can't separate it. I wish I could. Do you remember what
happened to Shelley Duvall in The Shining? Stanley Kubrick tortured her.
Yeah.
Psychological warfare. Psychologically tortured her. Yeah. Basically, he bullied her, and Jack Nicholson witnessed this because he was super nice to Jack in front of her.
Yeah.
And then was mean as shit to her in front of him. Yeah. But he was doing it for a performance.
Right.
Unacceptable to me.
Yeah.
No, I draw the fucking line at torturing your people.
Yeah.
If you are putting people into it, and that's why I liked working with you, and that's why here's the thing: I wouldn't accept any money from anybody, or I wouldn't have anybody. I see you as a financer, like somebody who would, or a producer, somebody on my films, who I would have and take like feedback from, and because I don't see you as somebody who would encourage a set where people are being hurt and people are being mistreated. That's where I draw the fucking line.
Yeah.
And that's what I thought was really commendable about how you produced 6s and 7s is you were so compassionate with everybody. So I started this podcast mentioning that because I was impressed by that, because you hear fucking stories about asshole producers and you're not one of them.
I can't believe that people. So I thought it was my first foray with the on-set and running around. I must have made 20 runs a day.
That was great.
Light bulbs to sushi.
You were like the set mom, just going and getting.
John wanted dark chocolate. I only had milk chocolate. I had all these gluten-free shit. I had 2 vegans, a vegetarian. Holy shit. Anyway, but I thought I learned so much that a lot of stuff will never happen again, but I need to go through it. So I felt like shit about it, but everybody said it didn't matter because we could tell you cared. And that's the happy part of it. Like,
dude, you have no idea how
so
fucking
pissed you guys weren't eating on time. I was livid. Like I called out Ryan after night 1. I go, that's not happening. It went to like 2 a.m, night 1. I'm like, that's not happening again. And by the way, Elizabeth and William in their 70s, maybe 80s. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? That really affected me morally. I had a problem with that.
Yeah.
They're all doing an indie. They're passing up what I know to be contractual in a union gig. I go, not on my watch. I was disappointed, and So I had issues with stuff, but I didn't speak. I never kind of go at it when it's happening. I like to take it in, let it simmer, and then find out the best way to go about it. So, days later, I said, Ryan, we can't ever do that again.
I'm not. Here's the thing. I'm not perfect. I usually say that something's going to be this amount of time, and a lot of times it goes over an hour, and that's what usually happens to me is like it goes over an hour, and that pisses me the fuck off at myself because I'm like, I need to, because for me that means like that's going to cost me in the future if I can't get this down. Like if I can't get my process down. But now it's a give and take.
Self-discipline. No. Yeah. You shouldn't beat yourself up too much for it. It's 4 hours over an hour is different, right? Let me close. So the Woody Allen thing. So you can still enjoy Woody Allen films or whomever. I struggle with this. I want to enjoy all the Kevin Spacey movies I love. I mentioned to you. So I haven't watched it again since any of this stuff went out. James Franco, really disappointed right there. Loved James Franco.
Yeah.
Thought he was an idiot savant, crazy, silly. I like that whole crew. Seth Rogen, I'm out. He's been a douche for like the last several years. It really, I hate that. I'm losing filmmakers I can like deal with seeing on screen and knowing some of the personal stuff.
That's why like I don't. That's why I chose not to get political.
You
with
just
things.
differentiate it. I mean, so I just can't block it out. And it's not even political. Like Franco,
you know what?
Franco was banging his students, right? You know this.
Yeah.
He admitted it, right? He was putting them through weird sex scenes for his own. That's sick. And then his people came to his defense. I mean, Kevin Spacey, sick, right? So there's like this. It's not the political thing. It's the moral thing. You mentioned torture. Torturing the cast. Done to me.
I love Stanley Kubrick, but like I can't.
I do too. I love his movies.
Yeah.
I love the way they look.
Yeah. But I can't get over that whole thing. Like that's why I love. I mean, one of the things I love about the idea of doing behind the scenes more often is being transparent about the process.
I like that too. Yeah.
And it's like I was really, I was doing the BTS thinking that this sketch would go well. We're shooting it a third fucking time. This is probably the ugliest behind the scenes and the most honestly ugly behind the scenes, because I'm basically revealing that I am a shit filmmaker sometimes.
I think it's going to be more powerful than the skit. It is.
It will be.
No doubt.
Oh, I know.
No doubt.
I'm like,
it's going to speak to people at a different level. They're going to have experienced that frustration.
They're going to see two different variations before
and just
the
your
final
humbleness
version.
of giving yourself a beating on it. Anyway. All right. So you don't have any perfect answer for how I can watch Kevin Spacey again and not be angry.
No,
I can't do it. It's a problem for me. I hate it because think about how many things are Weinstein. I mean, anyway. All right,
dude. Before any of that happened, I actually like listened to like an interview with him, and I thought, dude, this is the kind of producer I'd need to be. I thought that myself. I was like, dude, if only I could get linked up with someone like that.
Yeah.
And then now I'm glad I didn't.
Yeah, somewhere.
And because that really fucking shook me. I'm like, I need to invest. I need to like produce my own fucking shit.
Well, and I'm starting to lose. Like it happens with music too. Anything. I find out the person's an asshole, even if they're just an asshole. Like I heard Will Ferrell's an asshole. I love Will Ferrell. I think he's a comedic genius.
Yeah,
I watch all his stuff. His face on screen makes me almost laugh out loud. Right? Not that he just takes his shirt off. He's got the weird scar thing. Like I just look at him. It's ridiculous. But I heard he's a dick.
The other guy.
I don't want to know that.
With him. You see the other guys? Oh,
it's a great movie. Yeah. I think from a buddy movie, I think Will Ferrell and
we were making jokes about that the entire time we were doing Non-Committal Cop.
Or John C. Reilly. We
were talking about desk pops the entire time we were shooting Non-Committal Cop because of that movie.
No, it's just but I don't want to learn about them anymore. Because I want to enjoy my life and not think about it.
Yeah.
But I can't. It's bad. All right. No answer for me. Go. Give me something else. Get me off the top, and now I'm angry.
Yeah.
You were supposed to solve.
You're
supposed to fix me.
The thing is, I forget what's going on.
Woody Allen, Roman Polanski, Kubrick.
What's your
filmmaker?
What's your writing routine like?
None. I can't impart any wisdom on that other than let me think about. So it's my first routine was just writing it all on paper, like we talked about, and just
I mean, that's an approach.
You have routines. I don't. I'm a hot mess of how things get done. They just get done because I'm passionate. I just force things over the finish line. But I wrote a commercial, Liquid Alchemy. As friends, I'm gonna film a commercial. Adam was going to be my cinematographer, but I don't know. He looked like he was going to charge me a lot. Adam, that's a lot of money. $5,000 for a 1 minute commercial. Anyway.
Yeah, if you need me, let me know.
Yeah, no, I wrote it, and it was.
Sorry, Adam, I'm stealing.
No, it was 2 pages, but I got the format down, and I'm kind of like a gritty. Just do it. I don't really care if it's not perfect, and then get it out there. I mean, I care for people to review it.
It's perfect in my own lens. And I'm very careful. I've cultivated my own perspective, and it comes back to that limitations thing. There's limitations to your standard. There's and that's part of how you can keep yourself from getting so bogged down in paralysis during a set during a shoot that you go over time. It's having you have to set certain standards of this. I just need it to be this good, and then we can move on.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I need to do next. Before I do the third shoot of this dinner sketch that we're doing. It's like, I need to get enough good takes of what I'm looking for to get the one solid one and then move on. Like, I can't do like 3 good takes, you know.
Yeah.
I could, and we might get that third really fucking amazing take, but it's going to rob the rest of it. I need to find a way to disperse or distribute the time I spend on things, and then but doing that, it's a discipline of through limitations that you set for yourself on, you know, what's your rules of engagement. I have a rules of engagement about everything. That's why I have that 5 principles of cinematography. It enables me to think faster through problems. It enables me to, you know, like the 80-20 principle, you have to figure out the 20% that gets you 80% of the results. I ask myself, what gets me 80% of the results for me and for my audience? And that's what matters. And I stick to that. I want it to be something that I like at the end of the day and that my audience likes. If it's neither, we're not there yet. Only then do we go over schedule. But as long as it fulfills both, I'm cool with it.
Okay.
You know, like we kept shooting the second sketch the other day. Yesterday. I'll just keep saying that because technically it was yesterday for me. We shot the second sketch, and we were good. It was opposite of the first one. We were it took a while, quite a few takes to get rolling, and then once we got rolling, we got a really good take, and we did 2 more, and we're like, no, that other one was really perfect. And then the next one, they were on fire in the beginning, and then as exhaustion set in because they were eating cereal through the scene, they're eating Cinnamon Toast Crunch, a lot of sugar. It caused them to crash. Yeah, I believe it. So like, and I pushed it. I was like, there's one over the end of the hill. Yeah. I was wrong. Yeah. And I even changed up the lighting so that like it made it look like daylight outside. I closed the blinds, shot really bright light in at the color of daylight to make it look, and then had, you know, a window open, but we didn't see out it, but we could see the light hitting the cabinet. So I had like a bunch of light bulbs placed around so that it looked kind of like soft light like it was earlier in the day coming through, and it worked lighting wise, but it was for nothing because we're not going to use any of that. But that taught me I need to be more, you know, I need to limit myself more in terms of how far I push my actors. And like I said, I look for that one solid take for the run through so that I can cut that together. So
I would tell you, I don't have, you have process. Yeah. I have none. It just
process leads to possibility.
Yeah. I think I could benefit from more process. Yeah. But because I'm a day job guy, right? So, this is just a fun thing on the side that I'm doing. I tried to think about when you're talking. So I wrote the one screenplay that was just spontaneous. I didn't even have to write it. It just came out and it just kept going.
Well, the process was that you lived your life and then you had all these ideas come to you. Like I said before.
I'm having ideas come to me. So let me give you one. You talked about a children's book earlier. This is one of my ideas, right? Mm-hmm. So it's an adult dark humor children's book. Okay. So I looked up, this is just random idea hit me. I was at a bar, I had my laptop, and I'm like, okay, the idea is you open the book and it's on this beautiful looking page, rainbows and unicorns, it's all happy. And there's a quote from Dr. Seuss or some inspirational children's quote, right? Pick one, blah, 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 right? And there's an illustration of that quote. You know, the possibilities are endless. And then you flip the page and it's all dark gray, white, blacks, and it's the exact opposite. It's like until you wake up and then you realize life is shit. Like, so it just shits on the original one. So it goes, I think this is a fantastic idea. So I've got 25 quotes, right? Then I have to come up with a counterbalance to every one. So it's happy unicorns, flip the page. I've had a guy write 2 of them out in little sketches. I don't know anything like it. I haven't Googled this yet because I think it's unique that it's an adult children's book, right? And it's like happy rainbows, and then you wake up and realize that life is shit. Like it's just everyone has a balance to it.
If I could link you up with Kevin McCauley, okay, I think you guys would hit it off.
I would send him 2 pages of this stuff. I wrote them fast. I mean, they're not great. Like the quote has a better finish or two, but I wrote
Yeah.
it so I could get somebody to sketch it out. So here's the process. I don't know if what I thought was funny. In my head, it's fucking genius. It's going to be 25 inspirational quotes from Gandhi to Jesus to whomever. And then there's going to be a real shit sandwich coming on the
Fucking
next
love
page.
it.
And you can't wait to hear what the shit sandwich is. I think, the colors in the dark, I just love this idea.
That'd be a
I
funny
hope there's
film
nothing
project.
like it. I hope there's nothing like it out
Are
there.
you sure you want me to put this out there? Do you want me to cut this out of
No,
the
I don't
pod?
give a shit. Come
Okay.
at me, bro. Nobody do it as funny as I would do it. But anyway.
Dude, that'd be great.
No,
Dude,
so
no,
I'll send you the 2 sketches
I'll
too.
link you up with my friend because he just got his he did before or
Right.
earlier in the year got his children's book published
I love
on
it.
Amazon.
I love it.
I can help you out with.
No, I'd love
with
that.
linking-
I'd love that.
He probably knows some people. I mean,
No.
he may or may not be able to help. I don't know.
I think I'm going to get an artist, right? And I want to get a co-writer to come up with the funniest 25 other sides of the inspirational quote. I think I've got, like, it was easy to find inspirational quotes for kids. It was so easy. But I just love this concept. I think it's brutal. I like that. It's like daily negations that John S. Hall guy was talking about at the very beginning, right?
Yeah.
Just, you don't see it coming. It just whacks you in the head with a reality. I just think it's hilarious. And only a few people will get that. Some people think it's cruel and twisted. I like that.
One of my tips for better writing is I will allow myself. Normally, I'm very strict, much like drinking. I'm strict on social media and time consumed on like any distracting website with an algorithm that's going to feed me things I want to see. The thing is, anything that's designed to addict you on the internet, I will stay away from that. And then right before the nap, right before I write, I'll take a 20-minute power nap before I write. I will allow myself an hour or like 30 minutes to an hour or so to indulge in whatever I can find that will make me laugh or make me, pique my interest. And when I
funny cat videos,
do anything,
they're always the best.
Always. And I'll look up dark fucking shit. Yeah. That's the best. Yeah. And I will go down that rabbit hole. And then if I do it right, after that 20-minute power nap, my brain restructures itself so it's strong again. All of that energy, it's energy, that it's fuel. I've just fueled the tank with inspiration, with energy and positive and negative vibes. I go into that writing session, ideas just flow.
That's awesome. I like
Try
that.
it.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, no.
I will. I really
it's indulge in the internet for 30 minutes to an hour or so. Usually over 90 minutes is too long. But you can
I was
still
going to ask you, how do you get out of the rabbit hole? It's a rabbit hole for a reason.
It's a bungee jump.
I get sucked in.
It's a bungee jump.
I'm on my couch. I'm like, I started this search at 11 o'clock. It's now 2 a.m. and I'm still watching this shit. And I'm still digging deeper.
I'm still bad at it. Honestly, sometimes I go to 2 hours or so. I'm like,
really,
fuck. Yeah. But the thing is, even if I can, and after 2 hours, I'm like I'm easily I can easily fuck up my routine and have to repeat it.
Yeah.
But like, if I can get through into that writing session, if I spent 2 hours doing it, some of my best work happens that way.
It's cool.
But it's risky because I'm also easy to I'm easy to forget something and then fuck up my routine into the writing session, and I have to repeat the process. I don't interact with anybody before I write. And I'm grateful that my folks are supportive of that.
Nice.
They see that I have headphones in or earbuds in.
I like it.
They let me do my thing.
Yeah, you got good support. It seems like that's great. All right, so wait, what else do you got left? Because I want to hit you with a couple of things.
Go for it. You got something.
Right. So and to answer some of the ones, so to get more productive, any routines or advice? So I think everybody should have an accountability buddy. You mentioned you have one.
Yeah.
I think that's an important thing.
I have a lot of accountability buddies.
I would hire an accountability buddy. I want somebody on my ass on the treadmill, the literal treadmill. And then I map out in the morning what I want to accomplish. Keep me on that. I want there to be a penalty. I function better under that. And I like being around other creative people, right? That fuels me.
Yeah.
But I would love the idea. This children's book, me, you, because I think you've got a good comedy mind, and a couple other people that we think are funny. Let's get in a room and spitball it. That's fun to me.
The friend I'm going to introduce you to, she's very dark sense of humor, so she might be able to come in on some ideas.
We talked about empathy. We talked about networking, making sure I cover it. So advice on how to get through the creative block. You're going to like what I wrote down there.
Oh, God, what?
Alcohol. For me, it is.
All right, you know what?
It's
so
bad, right?
We'll talk about
it's
this.
bad. No, I don't want to talk about it.
No. I've heard from like even Tim Ferriss like that wine is something that he uses to like write. I tried wine. Here's the thing: my ADHD is out of fucking control when I start drinking. The moment I have one sip of alcohol, work's not happening.
It's good. Stay with it.
Like I was, you know, like that when I was it was on last New Year's, not this year's that just passed 2021, but the beginning of 2021, when I was when my little sister and her fiance got me to like drink with them finally after years of like pestering me to do it. Like I just started drinking, and then it like I felt like I was like their monkey that they wanted to dance just so that they could like watch me. They watched me for an hour.
That's why I'm married with my son. They're gonna keep pushing him until he drinks.
Yeah, it's all for their entertainment.
Yeah,
and
it is.
Then you just feel
Let's see
like
how he
shit.
acts. Let's get him drunk. Let's see how he acts.
Yeah,
it's crap.
Like and then like the entire time I was like I was building with Legos or something like some fucking childish shit.
What were you drinking, by the way? What was your drinking choice?
What was
wine,
it? It was,
beer, mixed drinks, shots.
It was like Fireballs.
Oh God.
And that and other things I forget what. Probably Yingling or something. I forget. Nothing much. I don't really drink a lot of different alcohols, honestly.
No, it's good.
But so I don't really know what they all taste like. But like I
did that that's all I did for my son. I wanted him to taste wine because I knew he'd think it's disgusting.
Yeah.
Taste beer, also disgusting, and taste a mixed drink, also disgusting. Because if you know what it is, right? I'm afraid he's going to get somebody's going to say it's cranberry juice, and it's because this is what happens in college, right? They sucker you in, tell you it's something else, and you're drinking it. I want him to know what things tasted like, and I never pressured him beyond that. That's all I wanted to do. But when he turns 21, I feel like I want to have a beer with him, or I don't drink beer, but just it feels like one of those things you do with your kid. Yeah. That I've always like looked at. I want to play.
I get really annoying when I drink. I feel like I mean, I could be wrong, but I feel like the most annoying version of myself comes out of it.
I think I get louder, and I don't care. Like I try to be sensitive to people around me and not offend anybody.
Yeah.
But I don't care about offending people when I drink, right? Which is getting me in trouble because I think everything's funny. I don't think I'm like a pure comedian. I don't think there should be any fucking limits. Now, am I going to go do a 9/11 joke on 9/12? No, right? No, I'm not. But I forget who was the first person to come out and say something 9/11. It's probably like Jeff Ross or one of those like hardcore comedians. It was funny. And we needed that, right? Like I just think, so I got this shirt for myself for Christmas that said, you're offended by it. You think it's offensive. I think it's funny. That's why I'm so much happier than you. Right? These people have sticks up their asses, offended by the slightest thing. It's like, just stop. Anyway, I actually brought a shirt.
Oh gosh.
I think. Did I put it? Here's my Silly Walk event.
I love it.
Do you know that logo? See, that's the Silly Walk logo. And it was to great lengths with Liquid Alchemy, right?
Oh, nice.
So it's really... But that's for you.
Oh, thank you.
There you go. It's very soft and fluffy. It was sitting in the box, so I don't think it's ever been worn. It might be a rag that I used.
Large? Perfect.
I'm sure it is, right? Yeah. So it looks like it's been worn a million times, but it's very soft and fluffy.
Yeah.
So it's from one of my events. So when you have that, but then I realized, you find it offensive. I find it funny. That's me. There's something about people having to put up with me. I put my whole life. I'm going to do a whole skit. I'm going to lay out all my T-shirts, and it just explains who I am. So you're asking who I am? T-shirts, extract it.
T-shirt guy.
And then the last thing I wanted to ask you, and I lost it, because we're in hour 7.
We're 6 hours and 20 minutes.
No. We started at 3.
What?
How long did we take to start?
I don't know.
Oh no. I've been waiting for the 7-hour mark. We're there.
Dude, we're gonna go to. You want to go to 8?
No.
7 hour?
No.
You want to go to 7?
I'm really tired of me right now.
Okay.
I can't hear myself talk anymore. No. I thought we were at 7. When did we start?
So no, this is just for what we've recorded so far.
Oh, so we're in hour 7. Okay, then I feel better.
I mean, this is like what? No, this is
the recorded piece.
I pressed stop.
Why are we even talking about this? This is so stupid.
I pressed start and stop whenever we
Of
started
the three
recording.
people still watching, they all just left. Shit.
Well, actually, my Russian friends was, I think, 6 hours and 30 or 6 hours and 45 minutes.
Okay.
So
All right,
if
well,
we go,
Alex,
if you want to hit 7, we'll be fine.
So my friend, he's from Kazakhstan, but here's another word of wisdom to you youth out there. If you have international friends and they have foreignish names, learn how to say it the way they say it. Okay. So I have a very,
Stas Snyder.
yeah, I have a very internationally oriented company and have been for 20 years with whether it's India, Russia, China, whatever. I like to say their name as their parents and their friends say it.
Mm-hmm.
You know how many Indian people change their names to like Bill Smith? So us ignorant Americans don't have to say Jaya Parash Mukherjee, or you know what I mean? Like Venkat Hegde, you know, like that's my buddy. That's my buddy. But I mean, we can't say their names. And I think that's criminal. Like everybody should get the respect of their name right.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So that to me has paid for itself tenfold. I just created that one year and I just realized I get so much respect from they give me kurtas, that's the long Indian dress.
Oh,
I get
nice.
so many presents and food from South Africa because I care enough to speak their name. Alexander Sasha Mikhailovich Bulatov. Okay. Everybody else calls him Alex Bulatov, right? Right. But it's important. So anyway, just a random thing since we both have a Russian/Ukrainian friend. Not Ukrainian, Kazakhstan. He hates Borat. He thinks Borat killed all of Kazakhstan. I'm Borat. I'm from Kazakhstan. Like he's so angry about it that I don't even bring it up.
Oh, geez.
Anyway. So where were we?
Did you want to go to another question?
Keep going.
How does one overcome the fear of putting themselves out there, or how can someone be less controlled by fear?
Shit, God, that's so hard for me because I was 45 years of controlled by fear. It was bad.
But you feel like you're not.
It was the spiritual thing, man. It just unlocked me.
Yeah.
So if you can find, Brianna Crybear, she's now in the Carolinas. She was the Tantra spiritual massage 3-hour event.
Jeez.
Changed my world. And then moved. She was in Philadelphia. But there's something about Tantra, chakra, the stones, all that stuff. I don't believe anything in it, but it did something to me, so I affected it. Other than that, you just got to do it. You just got to face the fear and do it. Like first time I ever got up on stage, first time I ever did stand up, you just got to do it. But like some people can't, right? Some people need medicine to get through certain fears and things. Like what gets you through things? Not well, right?
My routine, a lot of things I do. I'm like I
Do you feel governed with fear in a lot of ways?
No, not really.
What about on the chick front? How about on the chick front?
No, because whenever I like somebody, I eventually
now
ask
you
them
do.
out. Yeah,
you didn't always.
Not always
because of fear, right?
What it is you have to build up the energy inside you to face the fears.
Yeah.
You have to have some rule or something for yourself to say, okay, I need to do this.
Yeah. But do you think what's your answer to that same question? Because I don't know if there's an answer. I think it's going to be different for every individual.
Small victories, small moments of courage. You don't have to go and save someone's life or go into a burning building or anything. Yeah. And I've even heard this from somebody who is like a person who does that shit, like who does all, like there's a person I heard on a podcast who does all this like fucking crazy heroic shit, and they were like talking about you have to just start small. You just small acts of courage.
Okay.
Just start with small acts of courage. You know what? Like the reason that film years ago I did was about like the guys trying to ask for a woman's number is because I heard a challenge. It was like from a Tim Ferriss thing. It was a challenge that he gave himself to basically if he saw somebody who he was attracted to in public, he had to, and he felt that feeling that you get from seeing somebody, you feel a connection. He had to always go ask them for a number, and it was a written thing that you say at the same time. I don't do it anymore, but like it unless there's it feels right, but it's it was, you have to confront that fear immediately, and I did that a few times, and I realized it's not that bad. I mean I didn't I stopped if I felt like I was putting somebody in an uncomfortable situation.
Yeah.
Like I did that once and I was like, oh, I don't want to do that again.
Yeah.
Like it was like, I would say like, it was like something like along the lines of, I'd be kicking hey, I'm sorry. Something like I'd be, I'll be kicking myself later if I didn't ask you for your number.
Yeah.
You can give me a fake one.
Yeah, that's fine. It's
totally
perfectly fine. Totally understand.
I just have to ask.
So let me.
I don't do that really anymore, but it helps you get over the fear.
Yeah.
And so,
but giving guidance to somebody about how to get through the fear is tough.
Yeah,
that's a tough question because I just think everybody's got to. I am empathetic for people that struggle with the fear because I did. And I was just at a bar recently. I could tell one of the servers was having an anxiety attack. I felt for her so bad. I'm like, you're just a server, right? You're just taking drinks to their table. Relax, breathe. 20-year-old girl. Like I felt horrible.
Yeah,
but she's got anxiety, right?
Yeah.
So like fear to some people is way beyond.
I couldn't serve. I couldn't be a server. I tried. I tried training with this restaurant I worked at a while ago. I ended up just being a busboy.
Okay.
Like,
yeah.
I couldn't serve because I could have eventually probably, but I didn't have enough interest in it. And then,
because your interest in bar backing and busboying was so much more.
No, it was,
no, I know where you're going to go.
It was a toxic fucking environment, by the way.
Well, that doesn't help. That doesn't help.
And they were like, they kind of shoved you in. It's like, there's there's fucking spikes on the ground. You're gonna you're gonna impale yourself. Go along,
throw
get
you
the
into
fuck
it.
in there.
This is what every place does.
Yeah, and it's and there was just so many assholes there, and it's like I just so much bullshit, and it was they're not like they ended up like I don't know if they've gone out of business yet, but like. It's just.
But we hope they did, fuckers.
But
it's toxic work environments is a trigger for me.
Yeah, it's. I mean, and I'm glad I experienced that because then I know what not to do. Like we mentioned, but it was like my memory. I'm terrible at remembering stuff. You've seen.
I wouldn't be good at it either.
That's why I have all my questions here, just so I can always address something and come up with something and write stuff down as I'm going.
So I thought of something unique when you were talking about the girls. Tim Ferriss or whomever going up to them, asking them out, right? So here's something.
I mean, I had a lot of positive reactions to that, but I did. There was just this one where I felt like I feel bad that I just did that because like she didn't know what to say.
Yeah, you could tell she was awkward.
I didn't mean to, but I feel bad that I did it, and I'm like. That I'm done doing that. Like it was a few times, and but it helped me get over the fear. But like. And then, like, I mean, yeah, it's like
because it wasn't that bad.
And then recently,
when you got through it, it wasn't that bad.
Like,
right?
I mean, recently though, like I did do that, and but it was because I felt like I had already talked to this person, I had established a connection with them, and then it led to like us hanging out for a bit, but it didn't go anywhere. But it's just like having that experience under my belt to know when to face that fear, it's super critical, but it's also knowing that, I think maybe one of the things is you have to realize that the pain of inaction is much worse. That's the way through fear. Yeah. Knowing, if you know what?
That's a great point. That's a great point.
You ever heard of fear setting?
I think you just nailed it, by the way.
Yeah. No, here it is. You know what fear setting is? It's something another thing I learned from Tim Ferriss. But
did you read about it? Was it in a book?
Yes, it was in Tim Ferriss's 4-Hour Work Week. One of my favorite books on business. Basically, you write down what your fear is, and then you think of all the worst possible scenarios that could happen. Yep. You could get shit on your head by a bird. You could, like if you, I don't know, all the worst case scenarios. You think about it in as much detail as possible. You write this down. It's important you write it down, by the way, because that makes it very visceral. Then you go write about all the ways you can mitigate that. And then you think of, all right, in so many years, what will happen if I don't do this thing that I'm fearing, and it's just all these different things. Look up Fear Setting by Tim Ferriss, and you do that, it's not as big. Yeah. And plus, you've already written down things to avoid.
There's a lot of practice I do. You write it out, it takes away the fear of it in a lot of ways. All right, so All right.
Yeah, becoming fearful of what could happen if you don't act.
No, you're paralyzed by it. Yeah,
that's the way through fear.
Yep.
And that's why I think probably death is
idea.
important.
Yeah, I think it's
important
a good idea.
that we die someday.
I'm never dying. Never.
Good, hope not.
Live forever. So
If you stick around.
I think this is my last coherent thought I have in me, because the Burger King soda is wearing off.
You want some coffee?
And no, it came to mind when you were talking about the girl thing. And to me, you mentioned evolve. You know, how have you evolved, or as a person,
yeah.
right? So here's a dramatic one. With women, I used to have that immediate physical attraction thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to go up and I'm going to buy her a drink, or I'm going to go up and talk to her, or whatever. I don't have it anymore. It's totally different. I don't know if it coincided with the spiritual stuff. I can't believe how much I'm talking about. People are going to be like, this guy's a fucking freak.
Dude, I don't
care.
Your empathy, you're all about empathy and passion.
Yeah. So I now feel a person's energy, and they look like they have an interesting story behind them. Okay.
Interesting.
And I break up a conversation, right? I don't get attracted to that person, and I've done this numerous times, for a long time. I don't even know if I like them that much, right?
Mm-hmm.
They could be the hottest thing ever, but I'm not physically attracted to them until I know them and their brain and their heart.
I'm actually similar.
Yeah, they call it
I bet
sapiosexual, right? You ever heard that
it's
term?
Meditation.
Okay.
I bet it's the meditation, dude.
I don't know what it is.
When that's something that happened to me when I started meditating, is I just don't get attracted to somebody if I don't feel like I connect with them.
Yeah. It's a connection. I need to know they're a good person and they have a good brain.
Yeah.
I'm now, sapio means you fall in love with the person's brain first and everything comes out, right?
Yeah.
So, but yeah, that's totally different. Like right now, I've been hanging out with a couple people and I don't know if I want to date them or not. I don't know, but I love the person. I'm really digging the person.
Yeah.
So I think that's an evolving thing. I wish I had that earlier, where it was just small head, big head, but yeah, I like the me now, where I get to know the person really well before I even decide if I want to have any sort of relationship with them.
Yeah.
So, all right. What do you got?
I got
close it. Strong.
I got
close it strong.
I got two big questions
Go.
to answer. So
we didn't already cover them in 7 hours. You'd be surprised.
I touched on it. What makes you awesome? But what makes for a great film or script? Be as encompassing and detailed as you want.
I remember. So I'm a dialogue guy.
Yeah.
I love dialogue. I remember when Kevin Smith first hit the scene with his quick, it was almost too quick, his dialogue, right? It was like, but it was his thing. And you could tell it was contrived, but I still loved it because it was just hitting home and they were talking about Star Wars shit and Clerks and all this stuff. So I think I'm a dialogue guy. So if I can read something that's got really good dialogue that I can.
Do you know how to, you know what the advice from Aaron Sorkin is to write good dialogue? And
tell me.
Read it out loud, perform it as you're writing it. And if you do that, you build up the discipline of how it should be spoken and how it should be written.
I mentally do that. I don't say it, but I mentally do it.
Say it out loud.
So
it's different. I'm telling you.
I would love you. So I don't know. So everybody's sense of humor is different. I'd love your feedback on my dialogue.
I'll read it.
I mean,
but what happens when you do that is, when I started doing that a while ago, people said your dialogue sounds natural.
Yeah.
That was actually the one good thing about the people trying to get
most people say they can hear me doing it. Like this is so you. I could totally have this conversation with you.
Yeah.
But because here's what my feedback, you're going to give me feedback, and my thing doesn't follow any arc. It might by accident, but I had no screenwriting ability. I just vomited on something I think had a really good
And
thing.
You know what? That's something that you can always restructure if there's something built in there.
I felt like I lost it. So when I got the feedback and you get the screen, right, the $800, we're going to give you a rewrite and we're going to grade you. I did all that stuff, right? And I'm like, yeah, it's just taking away what I liked about it, which was just quick-witted. I'm not looking.
Did they rewrite it for you?
No, but it was just trying to. They didn't shit on it, but they made it. It had to have all the proper process and arc, 3-act thing, right? And I'm just thinking,
but 3-act structure is bullshit, by the way.
Some of my favorite movies.
That nutshell technique I recommend because it does what the 3-act structure should do, but it doesn't. The 3-act structure doesn't do it. Yeah. It doesn't do it.
I just didn't like all that structure because I liked what I had. I just wanted some feedback.
I
like Pulp
here's
Fiction.
The thing.
What's Pulp Fiction structure? Does that follow?
I will read it. Pulp Fiction actually does if you read the nutshell technique book.
Okay.
It's very loose. I don't know how much I would believe in it.
Like some of the movies I love are all over the place.
You want to know what the structure is? He wants all Jules mentioned, Samuel L. Jackson's character Jules mentions that he wants in the beginning, first act 1, his setup 1, he says, I want to just make sure my boss doesn't get fucked like a bitch.
Yeah.
And then the catch happens. I forget what the catch was, but what's happening later with Bruce Willis and his boss getting fucked like a bitch.
Yeah. Yes.
It works.
Yeah.
I don't know how that really makes an audience member feel emotional about a film, but if you realize that's his character arc is because of that happening, he then decides to go the higher route, the moral route. So there is a classical Aristotelian comedy structure built into that.
Yeah. Well, I guess you could. So like,
and Aristotle is Aaron Sorkin's god, apparently.
Really interesting.
Yes.
You ever see Memento?
Fucking love it.
Great
But
movie.
I mean,
all over the place though.
Yeah.
Completely. Did that?
Here's the thing.
I guess you could talk anything into that had a structure.
I've watched so many movies that are so like out there.
Yeah.
I guarantee you, I'll read your script and I'll be able to tell you, okay, I bet I can give you a way to, if it's working, I'll tell you, or if there's a way to improve it, I'll tell you, look, I think you got something here. I think this could possibly even be moved or cut, or this, and you might agree. You'll probably agree with me, or not, and it doesn't matter. It's up to you. But it's like I'll tell you, like this is what I would do to reshape it and to still maintain your vision. Like I remember I gave feedback on a person's short film script. I felt like I actually, this has happened twice where I read a script, I love it all, then the ending, the message is like, it completely loses the point of the message of the film, and I'm like, well, why are you doing it that way? Like this is what the audience, I guarantee, is going to think about, and then the people who know, like who I trust most, I tell this to them, and they're like, yeah, you're right, that should have been that. Like I had my friend Darlene read the script that I wanted to be cinematographer on, and recently, and I turned it down because they were like, they wanted to do an ending that I was like, yeah, it just deflates the whole thing for me. Like the whole film was about them learning the about the value of working together. It didn't matter about success to them at that point. It just that they made something that they cared about together. And then the ending I suggested was they made it so that this other director above them met them and started talking with them. And it's like, that was the happy ending. I was like, that's completely opposite of what story you're telling. They didn't win any awards at the festival, but then this great director comes along, is like, I'm gonna show you how it's done. And I'm like, that's a fucking shitty ending. And I'm like, sorry, I probably should maybe cut this out, but I'm like, I don't care. It's like, this is what should have happened. They meet other filmmakers who also didn't win, but they all like each other's film. Mm-hmm. And that happens. And you know what? I guarantee you that those filmmakers that meet the other passionate filmmakers that are on their side will make better films than the person who worked with that person who's telling them how to make a film.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's how it happens. Because I worked with that person. I worked with a person like that. And I almost lost my identity as a filmmaker in the process. Yeah. And I make sure that I don't do that to anybody in the future. And struck a nerve.
Yeah, no.
But it's good. Like, where were we? What were we talking about? It was what makes for a great film.
Yeah.
And it's
your dialogue. Look, I like the character
dialogue. I love dialogue.
Characters are big. Like
I think you'll like my film.
Okay.
My film.
I love watching. So I'm really into lighter movies just because the world is so fucking dark.
Yeah.
But what's the guy's name? I mean, I've been comedies. Curb Your Enthusiasm is a great show. I love Larry David. I hate his.
You ever watch Arrested Development?
I love it. Great. Bateman's great.
Dude, I fucking.
No, I love characters. So what's the guy's name? He's a bit player in a lot of things. He was in, is it Ballers? No, Billions. Great actor. He's always wins for supporting actor.
Beard
yes,
guy?
yes.
What's
Bald, beard, chubby. What great character actor.
Yeah, dude, he's great.
Paul Giamatti.
Yeah, there was a guy at my restaurant that looked like him.
Fantastic.
And we always made fun of him for it.
Steve Buscemi, character actor. Like, I love that shit. Oh, man, that's why I think I like the Coen brothers movies, because they develop great characters. So to me, that's my answer. Like, dialogue and characters. Anyway.
Yeah.
All right, what else?
So
we've covered all the big ones at the end, thankfully.
I want to ask you do you want me to ask the big question, the big final question?
Your call.
So we're at 6 hours and 40 minutes.
I'm in 7 hours by now. I'm in 7 hours for me. So I already
Okay.
set the record. I don't care what your clock says.
All right.
I've been sitting here
What
for how long? 7.5 hours? Yeah.
What matters most to you?
I have hemorrhoids from sitting here for 7.5 hours.
Yeah.
Feels good.
It feels weird, right?
What matters most to me? So I throw out hemorrhoids while you give me a deep one. I a deep one that kind of worked on multiple levels. So what matters most to me? Making others happy. It's not even close. It's not even close. The kick that I get out of making somebody smile the first time that day, I can tell they had a bad day. I can sense it. The Christmas card I got from Slowhand, where you were at, I cried. I got a Christmas card. It said Merry Christmas.
Merry Crisis. It's a meme. It's a meme.
Yeah. And then it had all of them, and they put a little thought into it, and like 10 of them wrote, "You brighten our day. I'm so happy when you walk in on my shift," or I think about, I hope Mike comes in tonight. Like, dude, I lost it. I'm losing it right just thinking about it, right? Them telling me that I make them feel good and they're like looking forward to a shift because I hold court, man. At the bar, you should see me. I hold court. I am the best bar hangout comedian that ever was. It's conversational humor that I do. I don't tell jokes. I don't think I wrote one joke once.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell it to you, but
yeah.
I don't like jokes. I like real stuff that's happening and riffing off of, oh, look at that guy. Like just riffing off whatever's happening in the room. I cannot be touched. I am the greatest on the planet at that, and a wingman. I'm a great wingman. All kind of goes hand in hand. But no, making people happy is just what's driven me. That's what's most important. And obviously my son turning out great. It's already kind of happened. And he's going to, I don't know if he's going to change the world, but he's going to enjoy life and be awesome. He's a great influence on everybody around him. So those are the big ones.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, the only other thing I could think of,
we should end on like the most sour note ever and just mess with people.
I realized there's two other things. There was principles in life and art. Do you have any principles in life and art?
Well, principles is always do the right thing, right? We've covered these in different ways, but like, don't be a dick, do the right thing, positive energy.
Google used to have that motto somewhere in their building, and then they got rid of it. Don't be evil.
I mean, yeah.
Apparently, I heard that.
And that's because they became evil, the algorithm. No, I just think just do the right thing. I think it all comes around. Good karma, right? So many good things have happened to me. Some of it's by pushing my way through, good work ethic, just keep going. And some of it's just because I think I give out good energy. And I really do believe there's something to, you get what you put out to the universe for what it's worth. So that's how I pick.
Do you have a favorite story or experience from running your nonprofit, like a favorite success story?
We've only done 2 fundraising events. One was the Silly Walk, your shirt. The other was Cartoon Madness, which I talked about. The top 32 best cartoon characters of all time. Both of them are rewarding because everybody smiled the whole freaking time. The cartoon one, I didn't know. I loved Saturday morning cartoons growing up. Bugs Bunny, Roadrunner, Tom and Jerry, loved it all growing up. It takes me to a happy place. I still watch it. There's a channel called Me TV. Every Saturday morning for 1 hour, they show it. I started DVRing them. When I'm down, I just watch it. It's just great. And some of it's so smart. Like SpongeBob was smart. South Park's really smart. Bugs Bunny was like World War II shit was going on. Smart, like crazy, like little innuendo that I didn't notice till years ago. So I did this event and I thought, I like this, so I'm doing it. I don't care if other people like it sometimes. I just don't care. I want to do it and see if it works. It crushed it. I had more people come up because I walked around to every table and we filled all the tables. So one, successive people showing up, successive fundraising worked. And when I walked around and letting people vote on, so I would walk around table to table and okay, your matchup is the 4 seed versus the 5 seed. Are you ready? Okay. It's Foghorn Leghorn versus Elmer Fudd. Right. And they start talking, I go, and they were like, well, what's the criteria? I go, what is the most impactful for you? Now, I said, there's longevity. It's like the Hall of Fame. There's longevity. You're around the longest. There's groundbreaking. So I let everybody vote and everybody voted. And so then I would announce the winner of that bracket to people and they'd be like, oh, no way. Daffy Duck's better than Elmer Fudd, right? People were just gleeful. I had a TV of all old fashioned cartoons. running nonstop. And the way people shared anecdotes of their youth, like it was like so much joy around. The amount of people that came up to me afterwards, and we had gifts of Pop Rocks, if you know what they are. We had 80s candy, the dots. We had all the 80s candy we're giving away.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody, it was so much joy. Not one person left, not one person miserable. And that was ridiculously rewarding. So I've had, both of them were successful. I feel like the 6th and 7th event wasn't nonprofit related, but that was fun.
Yeah,
that was fun. And I felt good about it. I didn't have the time to put into it, but like those are great things coming out. I've had 2 or 3 people I've coached that I've changed their lives for the better. Like one family, the co-founder of the nonprofit, Amy. Hey, Amy, how you doing? Hour 7. I don't know how I'm still going. So
6 hours and 46 minutes.
Met a woman on the beach. Met a woman on the beach. You're really pushing on that one. Met a woman. You want the 7 hours more than anything. I think you do.
Yeah, I do.
Google the longest podcast ever. Let's just go for that.
We did. Well, the thing is, the one I did with my
hours.
friend, we did for 6 hours and 50 something minutes.
Okay, you rounded up.
If we go to 7,
You lied.
well, I went to, no, we cut out some stuff.
Oh, okay.
And
We're cutting out a lot.
We're going to cut out.
We're going to cut out a lot, but I don't care. We went for this long. We'll take a screenshot
fine.
of the time.
Hey, if it counts to you,
that makes
it
me
counts
feel
to me.
better.
Yeah.
I got to feed my cat.
Yeah.
Anyway, so wait, where was I going? Bring me back. Oh, meets a woman on the beach. I'll keep the names out, with her son. Her and her husband are there. And she could tell they're speaking a different language, speaking German. And Andreas, Amy's husband, speaks Greek. He could pick it up on it. They started hitting up a conversation with her. Turns out she's on the beach trying to figure out where she's going to sleep that night with her 10-year-old son, Eli. Should have left the names out. But anyway, and they started hearing, she moved from Denver to South Beach to be a personal trainer and a chef for an older guy, 50s or 60s, right? She's like 32 maybe. And she'd been there a week, and this day the guy said, look, he hit on her, and she's living in a mansion on South Beach, like a $17 million mansion. Hit on her and said, well, if you're not going to do that, then you can't stay here anymore. Like that day. So she didn't know what to do. She went to the beach. Okay. Amy, they meet them. They start hitting it off with them, talking, and an hour in. So where do you live? Right. And this comes out. Right. So Amy immediately FaceTimes me right after they separated their ways. They exchanged information. They were going to go have dinner because Amy knew this was going to be our first person that we helped through the nonprofit. She already knew it, but she wanted to bounce it off. She's telling me the story. I go, make it happen. Get her out to dinner. Make sure she's a legitimate person, good person. When you get somebody out there, you're going to see her, right? So that happened. She ended up getting an Airbnb that night. And 2 days later, we had helped her move from South Beach into my place on the other side of Florida in Tampa, Clearwater Beach. I have a place and nobody stays there. I go down just to visit, and it's my vacation home, right, for me. Yeah. Palm trees are the best thing for my mind to calm me down. So they moved in, right? They moved in. She's cleaned up the house. We gave them a place to live. The praise heaped upon us was amazing, right? Then what do you need next? Well, I got to get Eli in school. But, we're new to here. Eli's a citizen. Turns out she's not a citizen. So there's a reason why she was doing these kind of jobs, cash and all that stuff. Mm-hmm. She's been in the country 7 years, but she's not a citizen. Green card. So she can't go legit. So I don't care about it. We needed to get him in school, right? So they needed to use my address. I had to help, act like they're living there. Got him in a great school. That was awesome, right? And then she needed to work. Got her a great job at a fitness center. It just, that was probably the best story that would, and that's why we kept doing it. So really, other than the fundraising events, we've helped 3 or 4 people that maybe they would have got there through some other luck or happenstance. But I know that there's 3 or 4 people that I changed their life for the better. And we're just starting out. Mm-hmm. So, and I've got about 3 or 4 more. Johnny's an easier one. Hey, he's going to look back and say, I might have been a filmmaker without, but he made it easier. He got me from A to Z much faster. Yeah. Right. That's all I'm looking for. I love that because it's what I didn't have growing up. So anyway, there you go. Done and scene.
So
mic drop. fuzzy mic drop. Oh, he's going to look
No,
at the
I
time.
was gonna go. I mean, we're at 6 hours and 50 minutes, but who gives a shit?
Okay, I don't give a shit.
I mean, do you want to let's close off with how can people follow or reach you?
Oh, very easily. info@togreatlengths.org. We're going to put this in the links.
Oh, yeah, I'll put it in the links.
Right. I'll put my personal email out there. I got a bunch of them. I like the porn to go to my Yahoo. I like the, oh, did I say that out loud? I thought that was my voice. Edit out. No, I'm just teasing. No, let's put it in a thing. But one, if anybody actually got this far in, I'd love to help you with your project if you're not a douche.
Mm-hmm.
It's really my only critique.
Like me.
Yeah, like I like helping non-douchey people.
Yeah.
I should change my tagline of the nonprofit. I do some on my own and I do some through the nonprofit. The nonprofit, I always have Amy and the other board members. There's 4 of us to buy in. We have 4 life coaches. Some might be better for the situation. Some's like relationship life coach. I'm a happiness coach or just a career coach.
Mm-hmm.
I like to listen and play back to them what I heard and put them on the right path. That's Jason for me right now. That I'm helping. He's ADHD and he keeps bouncing job to job and he can't. And I know you know what you should be doing, graphic design. So let's go for it, right?
Yeah.
So
art is like I couldn't. Oh, it's like my brain.
Right.
I couldn't not be doing art. Is that how? It
yeah,
sounds?
I hope you never have to take a corporate job unless it's the art department of a corporate job.
I'd throw myself off.
I'd be okay if it was Pixar, but I would. I don't want that on anybody. Especially if they have that art creativity. So we're putting them on a path. You know what the problem is? You can't go you can't all of a sudden be a graphic design person on your own without getting a job that teaches you a few things and that sort of thing. So he might have to do corporate a little bit, but yeah, I'm so happy that you don't have to, at least for now, right? Go be a goddamn server or go be a whatever in some company because it's not the best.
I think it's important to have shitty jobs.
Yeah. Oh, no doubt.
So that you have that experience.
It's important to know the value of money for sure and not take it for granted.
I mean, I'm grateful that I was able to learn that.
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
But yeah.
So that's how you reach me.
Mike McGowan.
Mike McGowan, the most awesome person on the planet. Oh, by the way,
now this was
another project
a 7-hour answer to why you're awesome.
Oh, it was it built to this crescendo.
It really was.
I just want to say crescendo.
Thing you wanted to add in?
No, I was gonna say the one other project that I could use your help on.
You had an announcement, by the way.
The announcement was I do want to do this comedy thing where people can send in to us their bits, and we can do it without a festival. Yeah. But let's ask people. So maybe I'll put together a little marketing one pager to go to an email list of some sort. Say, hey, this producer's looking for good comedy content. If you're willing to put yourself out there, upload it to here, right? We'll review it. Never know where it's going to go. We'll say top prize is $1,000, something like that. Let's just throw out some incentive to get people, and let's see what happens. I'd love to do that. I'd love to do that.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is as long as the thing with those is you have to have you then have to spend time to review it. And that's the thing is that my time and my attention is super important to me. Yep. So money it have to be worthwhile.
Yeah. But anyway,
yeah.
And your involvement can be at whatever level.
I mean, if it was like
you can be the conduit.
It should be like a short. It should be like you should produce a short comedy.
Yeah.
Like no scripts. Like we want to see the actual thing. We want to see you do something with it.
100% agree. Yeah. So when we did the Film Freeway, upload your 2 to 5 minute comedy, sketch, whatever you want to do. 2 to 5
minutes, perfect.
Yeah. Keep it at that. If we like it, right?
Yeah.
We might help you get it in the festival circuit. We know how to do that. Or we can coach you and make it better, whatever it is. Right? So we could come up with categories. Now, I don't expect you to do anything for it, but I wanted this platform that you've got with 49 people.
You guys listening?
Is this thing on?
They're all gone. All 49.
They were gone 7 hours ago, bro.
My mom's even gone.
She's actually passed. This has been so long.
Mom, come back.
I love his mom. I just met her. She's awesome. She's awesome. I didn't mean that. Bad karma. Bad juju. Let's take it back. No, but you're the platform. I'm throwing it out there. You've got some filmmaker people, but if I put together a one-pager, I use this thing called Constant Contact. It's a mailing distribution list thing that lets you put together a quick thing. I don't know if you ever seen a MailChimp, all is.
Yeah.
But I could put together a nice flyer that you could send out to your people and I send out to my people to say, hey, we're going to have a fun contest, and we're willing to help you produce something. The winner's going to get $1,000. The second winner's going to get a screenwriting review, whatever it is. But send us your thing. I can be the sole reviewer. You can pick some that, and we get a couple of other comedy people, right? Because my comedy taste is going to be a little different than yours, a little bit different than somebody else's. So,
and I still I'm all for this. Right, I want you to write and direct something, a short film, and I'll produce and I'll help with like behind the scenes directing, and I'll help with like
I already have
shooting it.
You know what it is?
What?
My eulogy.
Your eulogy.
And my funeral. I'm going to write it. I'm going to film it so that people can appreciate me while I'm here.
Oh.
I want
get the book Nutshell Technique, but I mentioned, and come up with something based on that. Use that as your framework. I can even send you the checklist.
Okay.
There's literally a page on, you know what? You don't even have to read it. Like, I'll give you the page with the checklist. And then you start with the catch, though. You work through it. And you use that checklist, you'll come up with something.
Doesn't everybody have the thing about who's going to show up at my funeral? Do you have that thing?
I mean,
who's going to be sad? Who's going to be broken up?
I used to think about
who did I matter to that I didn't know?
I had a visualization exercise years ago that had that, but I don't know. I stopped using it. I guess it just depresses me. I mean, well, that's important. You want things to depress you, but it's just I cut it out because I didn't think it was as impactful as other things. That I mean, I have a visualization exercise thing that I do. So,
and by the way, creatively, I think a lot of good ideas are stolen, but I try to make them better. So you see Man on the Moon, Andy Kaufman movie.
So,
Jim Carrey as Andy Kaufman, the comedian, Man on the Moon. No?
Wait a minute.
It was up for Oscars, I think.
I forget.
And you don't know the Andy Kaufman comedian?
Oh, I love. Oh, was it? No, I'm thinking Charlie Kaufman, one of Ryan's favorite screenwriters. No, Andy. Yes, that's it. That's it.
Where he went into lockdown.
That's it. Yeah.
From Taxi.
No, I was getting confused with Charlie Kaufman made a movie with Jim Carrey. I didn't. No, Man on the Moon. I saw that. I know what you're talking about. I know exactly I love that movie.
Yeah, died of cancer, but people think he faked his death. I lived through that. Right, the pro wrestling thing where he was enraging a crowd in the Deep South that believed that wrestling was real, and he was beating up on women. Remember, he was the intergender champion of the world. He would only wrestle women, and he would like go at them, but it was all a put on, and nobody knew it. He got in a fight with Letterman, the whole thing. So anyway, but in his funeral, he had already pre-filmed stuff for people to watch while he was there. I'm doing that.
Dude, that's great.
I'm literally doing that. Like, I want people to know what I thought of them. Right.
But no, I also want to do a short film
that's fair enough.
Like to produce with you.
Right.
I'll volunteer for that.
But can it be both of us? Like, so to me, I want you and I to come up with a concept. From the very beginning that is ours.
Yeah.
Like we're Adam McKay.
I'm down for that. Yeah.
Adam McKay and Will Ferrell, right? We're the duo.
Do you want us to act in it?
Maybe. If it plays itself out, but like I would rather co-do it because then you're going to be as passionate as I am about it, right?
Yeah.
That would be more fun for me versus me do it and you help me with it.
We'll get together someday and we'll come up with it.
You got a good comedy mind. I love your stuff. So,
thank you.
And I want to say thank you for having me on here. Yeah. Sorry for the people that have to put up with us.
1 minute from the 7.
Oh, well, we have to keep talking. All right, so takeaways. Let's talk about our takeaways. Okay, we talked about a lot of stuff. It's recorded, but I won't remember any of it. But one, we're going to exchange screenplays of some sort and stuff. I'd love to read your stuff. 2, we're going to have a lot of links at the bottom of this, right?
I will listen through the whole thing, all 7 hours.
I want people to see the Silly Walk sketch that I talked about. Yeah. You have to watch that.
And the 3-minute thing we did.
The 3-minute thing is going up there.
Why are we Thunder Buddies?
We're Thunder Buddies.
It was Thunder Buddies.
It was thundering. It was thundering.
Yeah.
It was.
It was thundering. And we were...
Did we just become best friends?
Yeah.
You want to do karate in the garage?
Yes.
Let's do it.
Wait, hold on. We got 30
No, I'm not done. I'm not done.
Yeah, okay.
I could riff like this all day long.
We do have...
Are you running out of battery?
9 minutes on the
battery?
On the memory card.
That's turning out
my
perfect.
Camera.
That's turning out perfect.
Dude.
So wait. So
I thought this would be like a 3-hour
we got to figure out our takeaways. Yeah. What else do we have to do to follow up? So I want to work the idea of
I'll be sending you my script eventually.
Comedy Film Festival. I want to play it. What could that look like? Okay. So I'm going to do the research to see if there is one. Mm-hmm. But I think the idea of bringing in content and helping others, and this being the platform to get the word out, you can be involved or not. But you've got a platform here that I can use and say, hey, we're going to do like a quick 30-second little infomercial, send it out to all our people. Here's the prizes. Go with it. I'd love to do that. And then I'd love to send you my commercial, 1 minute commercial. See what you think of it.
Go for it. Yeah.
You ever do any commercial work?
Yeah. No, I'd love to do more.
This is a funny one, obviously.
Yeah, obviously.
I would give you the pitch, but we're already over 7 hours. But actually, no, I'm going to give you the pitch. We're going to go 7 hours and 2 minutes.
Yeah, we have 8 minutes left. Or let's go.
I'm outlasting the memory card. How good am I? Better than memory card good.
Yeah,
okay.
my camera will just cut off and it'll just be you.
So Steadicam one shot is what we're doing. This is an homage to.
Oh, I love that. I love to use my Steadicam. So
homage to Scorsese. Okay. And
I have the tilt to float. It's basically an mini Airy Trinity. You know what that is?
No.
That's the new thing. It's a combination of gimbal and Steadicam. It's like a 5-axis instead of like a I don't know what a Steadicam is, but this is 5-axis, meaning it's fucking fluid as fuck.
Okay, so
you're gonna love it.
So is it
we'll
made?
Make it,
Did we ever talk about the inventor of the Steadicam?
Dude, I've been working on a patent, and I've been doing the patent myself. Like I'm just learning how to do that, and I've been researching how to like how do I like I've been doing a patent search myself, and I came across like a lot of patents that are basically it's early Steadicams.
Yeah, okay.
It's crazy. I don't know who was the original inventor though.
His name is Garrett Brown. He's a good friend of my dad, and graduated high school together.
Fuck out,
Hartford
really?
High School.
Wow.
So when they go to reunions, they leave everybody out and they go hang out, right? So Adam's a worshiper of Garrett Brown. He lives locally. He's very local.
Yeah, it was Garrett. Yeah, Brown, something. Yeah.
And
did you get to meet him?
Well, now he has met him, but I've been waiting to cash in the card of like, let's go hang out with Garrett Brown and have a drink and talk Steadicam. So I'd love you to do that with me. That would be fun if I could pull that off. I think he would get a kick. Now that I'm in the business, I think he'd get a kick out of it. But okay, the commercial. How many minutes? Okay, go. Ready?
7 minutes.
Say, Me Outside Liquid Alchemy. This is a mead and cider place. It's very unique. They make their own cider and mead. Mead is a honey wine. It's very different. There's a coffee flavor. There's blueberry, all this stuff. It's me outside saying, you got the Steadicam. I got the microphone tied to me or whatever, and said, hey, I want to show you my place. Look around me. It's my favorite place. I'm a super fan. Let me show you why. Follow me. I walk in, come to the first table. They're all got drinks there. I go, oh, what do you got there? What meat is that? Oh, it's the Cowabunga. What do you think? Guy says, doesn't suck. Okay, go to the next table. What's that, a cider? Which one's that? Red, white, and blueberry? What do you think of it? Doesn't suck. Next table. Go around 4 or 5 tables of different things. Everybody says it doesn't suck. Okay. Then go to the last guy. Harley guy. I already have him cast. 6'8". 380, right? I go up to him. I go, oh, I see you have the meat ice cream. What do you think of that? He goes, it's lovely, right? Totally breaks character, right? Says it's lovely, deep voice. And then, so now you know why I love Liquid Alchemy. Come to the Liquid Alchemy. And then pan to the behind the scenes, all the people that work there behind the bar. It doesn't suck. Or it's lovely. I haven't figured out the last one.
Let's do it.
Going with this.
Wait, did you film it?
No, I wrote it. The script is done. And Adam actually went with me to look at lighting. So this is where I knew it might not work out with Adam because it's like the Ryan thing. He's going too far with it.
You know what I suggest?
He's going too far with it.
You know what I love about this thing? We can literally have it be held like a boom pole, and I have a battery pack that you can plug this fucking thing into. We can walk around with a China ball lighting the place.
Well, here's the thing. The grittier the better. It's going to look raw and real. Yeah. If it even does, like I want.
That's how. There's a David O. Russell. That's how he films a lot of his like American Heist or something like that.
Okay.
Something like that.
But I decided that we're outlasting that, so we're going to let it go, and it's just going to go static like Poltergeist. What do we got?
Well,
you can't tell really.
I would hit stop on mine just so that just in case it doesn't.
I kind of want the end of our thing, the close of it. We're just still rambling, and it just goes to static like Poltergeist. That's a classic ending.
Hit stop on mine, just
Where is it?
Just the you know the shutter button. You see this button right here? No, your side. There's a red button
over here.
No, under the battery.
Oh, got it. Yeah, hit it.
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
All right.
So that's saved. But yeah, like so we're still on you. We still got you.
So he was overdoing it. He brought his thing, his phone and his iPad, and he's doing all this stuff. And we got to do it at 8 a.m. I'm like, I can't get 30 extras here at 8 a.m. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When they're closed. So I could tell he's an artist. He's like Adam. He's a really good cinematographer.
No, he's fucking phenomenal.
I just need a 1 minute stupid commercial where people say it doesn't suck. let's not overdo it. You know what I mean? Like, to me,
I mean, yeah, you need somebody who's like an 80-20 person.
yes, that's what I need.
Yeah.
Neither one of those guys is 80-20 people. They're artists. They really are. You are too, but you've also realized that there's a diminishing returns, and you're not willing to compromise all that extra time. So anyway, I'd love you to do it.
Well, let's look into it.
It's a paying gig, guarantee, no exceptions, and you're going to love these people. You're going to love this place.
Oh, I guarantee it will.
This place has the best energy. The owners are friends of mine now. They let me do the cartoon and the silly. They are great people. When you walk in, there's Star Wars shit everywhere. There's Game of Thrones. They had a Game of Thrones. They used to watch it. Everybody would come, and they made drinks for Game of Thrones. It's the most eclectic place ever. It's awesome.
Yeah, sounds like it.
And they do non-alcoholic as well. So there you go. Boom.
Cool.
Anyway, all right. So that's all I got, man. Mic drop.
No, I'm done.
Thank you, man. I
but
appreciate
dude,
it.
thank you so much,
That was
Mike
awesome.
McGowan, for
That was
coming
awesome.
on the fucking podcast.
Thank you, Thomas
dude.
Prophet. 2 F's, 2 T's.
This is why he's awesome. All right.
All right, man.
And that's
And
a
C.
wrap.
Right.
Take 16. That's a wrap.
Take 1, A, B, and C.
All right.
Oh, thanks,
Make sure
man. That was so
to
fun.
say-
That was a real grunt. It's a 400-pound door, 1928. That's how they rolled. We'll get into that. Come on in. I love coming into this great room right as you come in.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
That's the director of this film. Look at all the stuff they're from. My buddy D Wade, he just likes to read in that spot. Let me show you this real quick. Come around this equipment. But see this vase? Harry Truman. What is that, like 1950s? Harry Truman gave that vase to these people that own this mansion. Unbelievable. All right, let's get going on. So I like to run up the steps because they don't make any sound. Pardon all the noise. It's a film going on here. They're trying to get in some festival or something. But what I like about this is no noise. Is this like old floors? It's unbelievable.
I don't want to be responsible for putting them up again.
So this is the mother-in-law suite. It's got a little bit of that kind of turquoise color. That's my buddy T Wade. He just likes to read in that spot. Man, some storms out there, man. Woo! All right, so one thing that's unique about this, other than the awful 70s color, is that it's just a tub, no shower. Why is that important? I'll show you in a minute. Keep that tucked away in your brain. All right, come on this way. All right. My favorite room upstairs of all time, the master suite. Check it out. You walk in, and again, people filming everywhere. Walk in, look how big this room is.
Give me the apple.
This is a Mac Daddy master suite. Check it out. See this over here?
Take these shears down.
My buddy D Wade, he just reads in that spot. You got all these pillows. The girls love it. They just get down there. All the girls that live here, they just start playing around pillow fight. You know, not the kind of pillow fight you're thinking about, sicko. Yeah, watch your step. All right, heading into the bathroom. Remember how I said something unique about the tub only? Shower only. Yada-da. Boom. Oh, sorry about that. Pretty awesome. Check it out. It's D Wade. He just likes to read that spot. All right. Anyway, before we go downstairs, one bit of advice. There's going to be a lot of stepping around stuff because there's just a lot of stuff going on there. So be careful as you go down there. Follow me. Come on. What are you doing?